Chapter 704. Facing Mo Shalaw's rebuke. No one dared to refute. Yelvis and the others lowered their heads and stood aside in fear. Although they were demon emperors. But in front of a demon emperor. Demon emperors. They were just stronger ants. Since the existence of the outer realm, the number of demon emperors that had been born could be counted on one hand. As for demon emperors, although the number was not very good, it was definitely not small. The master of the demons in the void. It had always been those high and mighty demon emperors. At this time, even if Mo Shalawar slapped them to death, Yelvis and the others would have no way. When they were silent like cicadas in winter, Mo Shalawar glanced at them coldly, and then said indifferently, "Search for the weak nodes of the other great thousand worlds. My Mo Shalawar clan must find the passage to enter the great thousand worlds. At least before the demon abyss comes, we have to enter the great thousand worlds." Yes, Demon Emperor. Several demon emperors bowed and accepted the order. When they straightened up, they found that Mo Shalawar had disappeared at some point. Deep in the outer realm, Mo Shalawar's indifferent face disappeared and turned a little dignified. There was no reason. He looked up, there was only endless darkness. The outer realm was different from heaven and earth. There seemed to be no distinction between up and down here, and it was almost impossible to detect the passage of time. Even if it was a demon emperor, there was no way to explore the boundary of the outer realm. The great calamity is coming. Since waking up, Mo Shalawar's heart had been throbbing. This feeling. It was something that had never happened since he became a demon emperor. It was also because of this. Mo Shalawar was naturally extremely convinced of such a premonition. After all, at his level of strength, the premonition was actually similar to a prophet's prophecy. This was also the reason why Mo Shalawar was eager to enter the great thousand worlds. Only by breaking through to the holy demon realm. Maybe only then could he deal with the upcoming great calamity. The future time has become turbulent, and no expert can get involved in it. Right now, I can only take one step at a time. Mo Shalawar shook his head. The turbulence formed by the long river of time was enough to explain a lot of things. But now, he also did not have the power to flatten the turbulence of time. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Mo Shalawar fell into a deep sleep again. He had existed for a long time. If he was not in a deep sleep, the loss of energy in his body might not be able to keep up with the rate of absorption. Regardless of whether it was to preserve his own strength, it was also to slow down the loss of his lifespan. Deep sleep. This was the only way. Inside the soul protection realm, 3 stone tablets were erected, suppressing the entire soul protection realm. The laws of heaven and earth surged. The strength of the secret realm was raised to the same level as the world. At this point, all of the tremors disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, Qin Shujian took back the stone tablet and said to the soul-protecting king, "The soul-protecting mystic realm is not strong enough. The extraterritorial demons might not retreat after their attack failed. Ben Huang thinks that it's better for the soul protector race to open up the secret realm to prevent any unforeseen circumstances." Ben Huang understands. The soul-protecting emperor nodded and sighed in his heart. The secret realm opened. This was equivalent to the soul protectors giving up an important trump card. This place would be no different from the territory of the soul protector race outside. It would no longer be a holy land for cultivation. If it was possible. The soul protection king didn't want the soul protection realm to be opened. But there was nothing he could do. It was obvious that the void demons would not give up until they attacked the vast thousand world. If the soul protector race became the passage node, the entire soul protector race would be destroyed. As such, at this time, he could only cut his losses. On the same day, the soul protector race was attacked by the void demons. It was the same for the other myriad races' mystic realms. Forces with true immortals could still stabilize the mystic realms. But those races without true immortals had no way to suppress the mystic realms. Not everyone could have a supreme treasure like the human emperor stone tablet like Qin Shujian. And not everyone could use the rule stone tablet to suppress the mystic realms. As such, These small races could only open up the mystic realms and let the power of heaven and earth in to stabilize the mystic realms. In the water Eldar's territory, the void shook. An entrance to the mystic realm suddenly appeared and hung above the void. Many water Eldar cultivators could see the city built below through the entrance of the mystic realm. Their expressions were extremely complicated. In the main hall, Shui Linghuang's face was gloomy and ugly. The water Eldar's territory had all been taken away by the human race. There was no way out for the water Eldar. He could only seal the mystic realm and then quietly recuperate and recover his vitality. This was supposed to happen. Shui Linghuang was almost used to it. In the end, the void demons attacked the mystic realm, forcing him to open the entrance of the mystic realm. In the end, he happened to see the territory that was already controlled by the human race. That feeling. It made Shui Linghuang extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, he merged his divine will into the core of heaven and earth. Then the void shook and the entire water spirit mystic realm moved away at an extremely fast speed. Out of sight, out of mind. There was no way to stay here. He could only change places. Most of the places in the 4 continents were occupied by various forces. But there were also some places that served as buffers for various races. These buffers. There were no forces occupying them. Apart from that, there were also places with thin spiritual energy and some dangerous places that were not occupied by forces. Now, what Shui Linghuang wanted to do was to move the water Eldar mystic realm to these places. It was similar to the water Eldar. The wood Eldar's side also moved the mystic realm away. There was no other way. The wood Eldar's territory had been occupied by the human race. At this time, opening the mystic realm and watching the human race move around in his territory every day was really not a good feeling. Wood Linghuang was also worried that if he watched for too long, he would not be able to resist attacking the human race. So, he simply moved the mystic realm away. Back in the Chen Yuan realm, Qin Shujian placed the 5-sided stone tablet in front of the human emperor's palace. Suddenly, he felt the void shake slightly. When the 5-sided stone tablet appeared, it became more solid. Such a change. Qin Shujian did not notice it before. However, now that the stele had been removed and placed back, the difference between the stele and the stele was obvious. The sky-breaking halberd sighed and said, "The 5-sided stone tablet of Emperor Qin has condensed a strong power of faith. In time, it will definitely become an extremely powerful Zhu Bing. Every time a Zhu Bing is born in the world, it is extremely difficult. But I did not expect that Emperor Qin could have 5 Zhu Bing embryos. It is really admirable. Zhu Bing embryos. It was a supreme treasure. Although it did not really become a Zhu Bing, it had all kinds of mysterious magic. Otherwise, when it was in the Soul Guardian clan, the stone tablet would not suppress the soul protection mystic realm. In the past, the sky-breaking halberd had not been to the human empress palace, nor had he seen the 5-sided stone tablet. So he did not know that there was such a treasure in the Chen Yuan realm. Until now, the sky-breaking halberd really knew. Qin Shujian had 5 Zhu Bing embryos. Although it would take a very long time for an embryo to transform into an ancestral armament, it remained that he had already taken that step. Among them, the power of faith on the stone tablets of the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying skill was even more terrifying. According to the sky-breaking halberd's estimation, it would not take long for these 2 embryos to successfully transform into a powerful Zhu Bing. As for the power of the 2 embryos, he was also very clear about it. After all, the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying skill had been circulating in the human clan of the East continent for a long time. Even Xiao Chengfeng had studied these 2 martial arts techniques and was full of praise for them. Through Xiao Chengfeng's perspective, the sky-breaking halberd naturally saw the extraordinariness of these 2 martial arts techniques. Hearing that, Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "It would be best if they could become Zhu Bing. If not, it would be good to stay here and suppress the Chen Yuan realm." He had never thought about it. The stone tablets that he had left behind in the past had really become a powerful divine weapon. In front of the human emperor's palace, Originally, there were quite a few cultivators who were trying to comprehend the cultivation techniques on the stone tablet. In the end, Qin Shujian took away all 5 steles without saying a word. The cultivators who were comprehending the steles were suddenly at a loss for what to do. Until now, they were relieved when the stone tablets reappeared. It was different from the stone tablets scattered in the outside world. The stone tablets in the Qian Yuan realm were the source of all the stone tablets in the world. Comprehending the techniques here, whether they were complete or not, was another matter. Just the comprehension alone would be much stronger than in other places. The green ox stepped on the air. It landed in front of the courtyard. Qin Shujian got down from the ox's back, and then the ox consciously lay down in the open space. In the courtyard. It hadn't been long since Qin Shujian left. Everything was the same as when he left. The spiritual tea on the stone table. There was still a faint mist emitting from it. Releasing the skybreaking halberd and the godslayer from the sea of consciousness, Qin Shujian sat down casually on the stone bench. The 2 Zhu Bing came out of the sea of consciousness and immediately turned into human form. As soon as he sat down, the skybreaking halberd said, "The demons of the void are attacking the great thousand world crazily. I suspect that it has something to do with the upcoming great tribulation of the demon abyss. It may also be that the demon emperor is about to die and urgently wants to break through to the sacred demon realm. That's why there are so many movements. But no matter what, Emperor Qin has to be on guard. Although the barrier of heaven and earth was stable. But it would be lost if it kept defending." The skybreaking halberd could not be 100% sure that the demons of the void really had no way to break through the barrier of the great thousand world. It was a long time ago. No one knew how long the outer space had existed. So many experts could be born in the great thousand world. Who could guarantee that there were no demons of the void? Even the demons of the void did not have them. But there might be such an existence in the vast outer space. After all, the outer space was too mysterious. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded and said, "Benhuang naturally will not be careless. But now that the various clans have opened the secret realm, it will not be easy for the demons of the void to attack. As for the existence that surpasses the demon emperor, the demons of the void should not have it. If they had such a trump card, the demons of the void had probably used it a long time ago. Now they were still attacking with brute force." Qin Shujian believed that the other party most likely did not have such a trump card. Even so, he would not really let his guard down. From the matter of the Soul Protector race, it had already proved that there would not be a true unparalleled defense. It would be lost if it kept defending. This made some sense. But the problem was, now the Great Thousand World had no chance to counterattack. If they could release the things in the Sea of Death or the Heavenly Abyss, there was a high probability that they could destroy the demons of the void. But Qin Shujian felt, if the mysterious existence of the 2 dangerous places were released, whether the other party would destroy the demons of the void first or destroy him first was a question worth discussing. So, at present, the Great Thousand World really did not have many ways to deal with the demons of the void. All of a sudden, another thought surged in Qin Shujian's mind. He called Pangu's name, which made the one in the heavenly abyss fearful. The same principle. Would the one in the heavenly abyss think that he had a backer? If this was the premise, would it be possible for him to talk to that existence when he went deep into the heavenly abyss? It's possible, Qin Shujian muttered to himself. But soon, he dispelled this dangerous idea. Going deep into the heavenly abyss was no different from courting death. If the name of Pangu did not work, even if he recited all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, it probably would not change anything. At that time, Qin Shujian felt that he should be like Buckle, becoming food for that existence. After he had no more ideas, Qin Shujian's days were no different from a salted fish. Every day, he stayed in the Qian Yuan realm, either drinking tea, observing the changes in heaven and earth, or chatting with the 2 Zhu Bing. Anyway, his days were leisurely. But it was not boring. Just watching the pulse of his life force every day, and seeing that his life force was close to breaking through, his heart was throbbing. Such a feeling. Qin Shujian could not completely calm down. Even He was a little restless. What's going on? Why did it suddenly become like this? Qin Shujian was speechless. He had broken through so many times, but he had never been as restless as he was now. This feeling. It reminded him of his first love in his previous life. Well, a girl's hand was very soft. Bah! Qin Shujian secretly spat at himself. What was he thinking? First love. It had been a few years for him. Adding the time in his previous life and the time here, it had been almost 10 or 20 years. Such a long time. Thinking about it again, naturally, he would not feel too much. But now, the throbbing in his heart made Qin Shujian feel as if he had returned to the beginning. In this way, Qin Shujian felt a little ked up. Godslayer looked at him strangely and asked in confusion, what happened? As Qin Shujian's Zhu Bing, he could vaguely sense some changes in the other party's heart. Therefore, Godslayer knew that Qin Shujian's heart was in a mess. His strength had reached the level of the other party. He could control his emotions very well, and it was impossible for his heart to be in a mess. Therefore, Godslayer was suspicious. Did something shocking happen that caused the Qin Emperor's heart to be in a mess? Hearing that, Qin Shujian shook his head and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Nothing. Maybe it's because I've been doing it for too long and I'm a little bored. That's true. Godslayer nodded and said, it's only been 30 years since the Qin Emperor was born. Compared to his long life, he's still in the same place. Any strong person has to endure the loneliness of time. In the future, the Qin Emperor will naturally understand. As for Qin Shujian's words, Godslayer didn't have any doubts. Any strong person. They all had such a transition. Even for the god-slaying saber itself, after becoming an ancestral armament, it had endured endless years of loneliness and torment. In fact, it had even reached a state of near insanity. But later, he slowly adapted to the long years and found a new way of existence, so he didn't feel much about the endless years. In fact, for many strong people, time was their biggest enemy. Many of them were extremely talented experts. In a very short time, they reached a height that ordinary people couldn't reach in their lifetime. Then, in the next thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, they watched the world change. They watched the world change. In such years of suffering, there were only two results. One was that their mentality changed and they adapted to everything around them. One was that they went completely crazy. Hearing that, the sky-breaking halberd nodded in agreement. The god of slaughter is right. The loneliness of time is the most unbearable. In the past, there were even genuine immortals who committed suicide because they couldn't withstand the endless years. In fact, this is also a tribulation. Some people call it the inner demon tribulation. The inner demon tribulation exists in any living creature, but no one can be sure when it will appear and whether they can survive it. Looking at the Qin Emperor's current state, I'm afraid the inner demon tribulation has appeared. The inner demon tribulation. Qin Shujian frowned. It was the first time he had heard of this name. However, he finally knew that there was the inner demon tribulation for cultivators. But Qin Shujian also knew. The reason why his heart was palpitating was not because of the inner demon tribulation. It was purely because he had reached the critical point of breaking through and some kind of feeling came from the dark. As for this matter, Qin Shujian didn't explain too much. But he was also a little concerned about the inner demon tribulation that Zhu Bing mentioned. Although he hadn't reached the stage where the inner demon tribulation was born. But Qin Shujian believed. In the years to come, he might have the inner demon tribulation. Knowing in advance, it was also possible to take precautions in advance. Qin Shujian didn't talk much about the inner demon tribulation. Instead, he changed the topic and chatted with the heaven-breaking halberd and the godslayer. The breakthrough was imminent. He wasn't in the mood to observe heaven and earth. He could only use other methods to divert his attention. In the Western Prefecture, in the heavenly abyss, the original territory of the Devil Clan had been moved a distance away. It was no longer as close to the heavenly abyss as it was in the past. Because when the existence in the heavenly abyss swallowed Barkle, That abyss-like power spread out completely. Although Sai Han-hai didn't go deep into the heavenly abyss. However, he could also clearly sense the power that viewed him as an ant. Therefore, Sai Han-hai simply moved the territory of the Devil Clan out. He didn't need to be so close to the heavenly abyss to avoid any unpredictable dangers. If the existence in the depths of the heavenly abyss really attacked, he would have time to react. At this time, in the territory of the Devil Clan, there was a blood cloud that covered everything. Inside the blood cloud, a section of the dragon's body was placed in it. Sai Han-hai was sitting in front of the dragon's body. There was a blood lotus blooming under his seat, supporting his body. At this time, the blood cloud surged. The power of division acted on the dragon's body. It seemed to be disintegrating the dragon's body. Wisps of pure blood energy overflowed from the dragon's body and finally converged into Sai Han-hai's body. Starting from obtaining the dragon's body, a long time had passed by now. Sai Han-hai had been silently refining the dragon's body. But although the dragon's body was broken, its grade was not low. When the demon emperor was still alive, it had already been refined into an immortal body. After Barkle took over, the power of the void demon strengthened the dragon's body. So, the strength of the dragon's body itself was already terrifying. In this case, it wasn't easy for Sai Han-hai to completely refine the dragon's body. More than a year later, he had only refined half of the dragon's body. However, Sai Han-hai's strength had already steadily stopped at the peak of the celestial being realm. He had even taken a step forward and reached the level of the nirvana realm. An unknown amount of time passed. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Looking at the dragon's body that had been refined a lot, his scarlet eyes were also filled with amazement. What a powerful body! I originally thought that I would have to completely devour the demon emperor to break through to the true immortal realm. But now it seems that it won't be so troublesome. As long as I refine the dragon's body in front of me, it will be enough for me to break through. In this regard, Sai Han-hai also had a faint smile on his face. The remaining power of the demon emperor. It was many times stronger than he had imagined. But the more it was like this, the more Sai Han-hai coveted Barkle. One section of the dragon's body already had such power. If he could completely devour Barkle, then his strength would definitely not be as simple as breaking through to the true immortal realm. He might even become the strongest person in the 4 major continents. But Sai Han-hai felt that it was a pity. The demon emperor had already fallen in heavenly abyss. The section of dragon's body in his hand was probably the proof of his existence. Suddenly, Sai Han-hai calmed his mind. The blood cloud became even more vast. The speed of refining the dragon's body was also faster than before. My emperor's strength has become even stronger. A demon clan mighty figure looked at the blood cloud above his head with a look of amazement on his face. As a demon clan powerhouse, he could clearly feel that the demon clan's providence was becoming stronger. And as the first demon emperor, Sai Han-hai's existence was closely related to the demon clan's providence. Now the demon clan's providence had become stronger. In other words, Sai Han-hai's strength was also steadily increasing. Hearing this, there were also other demon clan elders who nodded. It won't be long before the demon clan officially gives birth to a true immortal. When that time comes, we won't have to hide near heavenly abyss. The 4 major continents and the thousands of races in the world should also have a foothold for the demon clan. The other demon clan elders. They all nodded in agreement. Originally, with the demon clan's strength, it would not be a problem to establish a foothold in the 4 major continents. However, when the demon clan was just established, Sai Han-hai killed indiscriminately in the northern continent, offending many races. The current members of the demon clan. In fact, they were all powerhouses of various races. In the end, they were corrupted and assimilated into the demon clan. It could be said that, because of this matter, the demon clan was besieged on all sides in the northern continent. Even the other continents had a lot of opinions about the demon clan. If it was a few years ago, with Sai Han-hai's current strength, it wouldn't be a big problem to offend him. Now that a true immortal was born, The 4 major continents had entered the era of true immortals. Among the forces that the demon clan had offended, some of them had true immortal powerhouses. As a result, the demon clan didn't dare to appear easily. After all, they were facing a true immortal powerhouse. With the current strength of the demon clan, there was no possibility of resisting. If Sai Hanhai could attain the Tao and become an immortal, that would be a different story. At this moment, a demon clan elder suddenly said, "In the past 6 months, many forces have sent cultivators over, seemingly wanting to investigate the whereabouts of the demon clan. If my emperor still doesn't break through, we might have to change places." Those forces are nothing to worry about. They only sent some cultivators over to die. If they really have the guts, how could those true immortals not be able to find us? In the end, they are just greedy for life and afraid of death. An older demon sneered. The movements of Heavenly Abyss were no secret to the demon clan. Everyone knew. When the emperors entered Heavenly Abyss, they alarmed the powerful existences in Heavenly Abyss and fled in fear. For those experts, Heavenly Abyss was a terrifying and dangerous place. Once one stepped in, one's life would be in danger. Even if it was close to Heavenly Abyss. They didn't dare to take this risk. Or else, half a year had passed, and they were still sending people over to probe, as if it was a small matter. After that, the older demon clan said again, "I can be sure that there are definitely experts from the myriad races waiting outside Heavenly Abyss. The purpose of them sending cultivators in is to make us escape without fighting. As long as our clan leaves Heavenly Abyss, we will be in danger of being destroyed in an instant. On the contrary, as long as we stay here, the myriad races can't do anything unless they have the guts to attack." Hearing this, the other demons also heaved a sigh of relief. This analysis was not without reason. They had only been probed by the myriad races many times and were so scared that they were a little flustered. Now that they heard the other party's words, only then did they truly react. Outside Heavenly Abyss, more than 10 experts from different races were stationed here. These races were all from the northern continent. Ever since they knew that the demon clan was in Heavenly Abyss, the various races of the northern continent had sent experts to camp here to wait. The moment the demon clan appeared, they would deal a devastating blow. The demon clan is really calm. They haven't moved for so long. Are they really not afraid that we will attack? Fu Guang's eyes were cold as he looked at the area covered by the black fog in front of him. There was also a look of fear on his face. Heavenly Abyss. Since ancient times, it had been an extremely mysterious and terrifying place. Especially more than a year ago. When the emperors returned from Heavenly Abyss, they even said that there was a great terror in Heavenly Abyss and that they should not enter it easily. Even the emperors were almost scared out of their wits. The other cultivators naturally did not dare to act rashly. Just wait patiently. I don't believe that the demon clan can really stay there forever. From the looks of it, it should be that we haven't put enough pressure on them. If we send more cultivators in, it will create the illusion that we will launch a large-scale attack at any time. At that time, the demon clan should not be able to sit still. A mighty figure from a large race said calmly. Hearing this, Fu Guang nodded slightly. That's true. It's time to increase the pressure on the demon clan. The experts of the other races did not refuse at this time. Instantly, the various races sent a large number of cultivators in. Their trip this time was not to attack the demon clan, but to put pressure on the demon clan. As long as the other party left Heavenly Abyss, everything would be easy. Boom! A vast aura suddenly erupted, causing the entire world to tremble. In the Qianyuan realm, all the cultivators turned their gazes toward a certain direction. There was a condensed aura that soared into the sky. The phantom of an expert whose face could not be seen clearly stood proudly in the sky. An aura that suppressed the world for eternity. It made the other cultivators' hearts tremble. Immortal Master. Seeing this scene, Skybreaking Halberd stood up from his seat. Facing the phantom in the sky, his body trembled slightly. It was excitement. It was also nostalgia. Immortal Master Hao Kang, Godslayer, looked at the phantom in the sky with an inexplicable expression. As the ancestral weapon of the primordial human race, naturally, he could recognize Hao Kang. Even if he looked down on the face. The aura on his body was also extremely familiar. At this time, the phantom of immortal master Hao Kang appeared. The two Zhu Bing did not know what happened. Only Qin Shujian took out the heaven list. Only then did he see the changes in Xiao Chengfeng's attributes. Name, Xiao Chengfeng race, human age, 874 realm, level 10 celestial being combat strength, 500,000 talent assessment, excellent no one knew when. Xiao Chengfeng's realm had already transformed from level 9 celestial being to level 10 celestial being. Even his combat strength. It also soared directly to 500,000. Combat strength 500,000. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn, his gaze fixed on it. Ever since he broke through to level 7 celestial being. This was the first time he saw it. Someone on the celestial being level could surpass him purely based on combat strength. Level 10 celestial being. Combat strength 500,000. Qin Shujian was certain that even when Emperor Zhao was at level 10 celestial being, he definitely did not have such combat strength. Or rather, far from it. Otherwise, when the human race walked out of the eastern continent, Emperor Zhao would not have simply defeated the emperors of the four races. He would have crushed one of them with a finger, like crushing an ant. This was the terror of 500,000 combat strength. Most celestial beings were no different from ants in front of such a powerhouse. Even if they were ordinary true immortals. In the face of such an existence, they would have to retreat. Xiao Mansion. The people of the Xiao family, Li Guang'an, and the other consecrators were all looking at the sky in shock. A vast aura came from where Xiao Chengfeng was in seclusion. Whether it was a celestial being or not. It did not matter if it was another cultivator. Under the cover of such an aura, everyone felt a suffocating pressure. Fortunately, this aura did not do anything other than oppress them. Otherwise, the entire Xiao family would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. After a long time, the aura was restrained. Xiao Hong looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. He was panting heavily. So powerful. What a powerful aura. As he spoke, his body was trembling. In front of this aura, Xiao Hong felt that he was not a celestial being, but a mortal without any cultivation. Master Hu, have you become a true immortal? Li Guang'an tilted his head stiffly and asked Xiao Hong. Becoming a true immortal. There should be a heaven and earth anomaly. If he did not become a true immortal, how could there be such a terrifying aura? In front of such an aura, Li Guang'an felt that he was insignificant. The door to the secret chamber was opened. Xiao Chengfeng walked out in a white robe. His body was as clear as jade, but it quickly returned to normal. However, when one looked at him carefully, he looked like a supreme being that suppressed heaven and earth. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already appeared in the Xiao family. Looking at Xiao Chengfeng who was walking towards him, he looked emotional. Brother Xiao, congratulations on your great improvement in cultivation. Breaking through to true immortal is just around the corner. Congratulations, Sir Immortal. Sky-breaking Halberd also congratulated him. Hearing this, Xiao Chengfeng also had a faint smile on his face. The breakthrough this time put him in a good mood. 1,000,000 years ago, I did not have the chance to condense the Supreme Foundation, so I hurriedly broke through to true immortal. 1,000,000 years later, I have fulfilled my long-cherished wish and finally succeeded in cultivating this legendary Supreme Foundation. Xiao Chengfeng said with a smile. He did not hide the changes in his body at all. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression also changed. Supreme Foundation. This was not the first time he had heard this sentence. Xiao Chengfeng was condensing the Supreme Foundation. Qin Shujian knew that he was also condensing the Supreme Foundation. But the difference was, he was now in the 9th level of the celestial being realm and had not really cultivated to perfection. As for Xiao Chengfeng, after breaking through the 10th level of the celestial being realm, he had already cultivated to perfection. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said, Brother Xiao, if you want to prove your Tao and become an immortal, How long will it take? At least half a year, at most a year, I will be able to prove my Tao and become an immortal. Xiao Chengfeng raised a finger and said confidently. The supreme foundation had been forged. Breaking through to true immortal. It was just a piece of cake. If not for the fact that he had just broken through and needed to polish on this realm, he could have become an immortal on the spot. Although Brother Xiao has not become an immortal yet, his strength is still stronger than ordinary true immortals. The supreme foundation is indeed extremely powerful. Qin Shujian exclaimed. Hearing this, Xiao Chengfeng said with a faint smile, Emperor Qin, you have also condensed the supreme foundation. You must have also reached perfection. Emperor Qin, you may be one step faster than me. After that, Xiao Chengfeng paused, and his eyes suddenly became heated. Speaking of which, I have never met a second expert who has condensed the supreme foundation. Now that you and I have reached perfection, why don't we verify each other? Verify each other? That's right. You and I will not use the power of rules, nor use external objects. We will just verify each other. After all, you and I are both experts who have condensed the supreme foundation. If we verify each other, we may be able to break through the original shackles faster. Speaking of this, Xiao Chengfeng was already full of battle intent. Long ago, he wanted to fight with Qin Shujian. But at that time, his opponent had already condensed the supreme foundation, and he was still a little lacking. That was why he had not made a move yet. Now that he had finally reached perfection, Xiao Chengfeng felt that it was time to resolve some of the knots in his heart. He also wanted to know, who would be more powerful if they were both in the 10th level of the celestial being realm? P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 705. In the face of Xiao Chengfeng's challenge, Qin Shujian did not refuse. However, the place where the two fought was not in the Qian Yuan realm. They did not even bring Zhu Bing with them. 7 days later, the two returned. Qin Shujian went straight back to Yuan sect, but his expression was not good. How was it? Who won and who lost? Godslayer, who had been waiting there for a long time, could not wait to ask. Hearing that, Qin Shujian's expression became even worse. After a while, he said unhappily, it's just that I'm in the 9th level of the celestial being and have not cultivated to perfection. Otherwise, Xiao Chengfeng would not be my opponent. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was a little angry. Defeated. His invincible strength in the celestial being realm had failed miserably in front of Xiao Chengfeng. 400,000 combat power, compared to 500,000 combat power, this gap existed in the first place. Although Qin Shujian had the celestial being and could make up for this gap and even surpass it by a lot. But the problem was, he had the means. Xiao Chengfeng also had the means. After all, he was once a true immortal in the upper 3 levels. His strength was close to that of the Emperor of Heaven. Even if he had reincarnated and his strength had decreased greatly. However, Xiao Chengfeng's battle experience, as well as his many supreme techniques, remained in his memory. So, Qin Shujian lost. Even if it was a Waterloo, it was also a reasonable thing. Hearing that, Godslayer coughed twice and said, Ahem, Xiao Chengfeng is after all immortal Haotsang and has awakened the wisdom of his past life. You have not reached the celestial being complete realm, so it's normal that you are not his opponent. As long as you awaken the wisdom, then you can hang Xiao Chengfeng up and beat him. The god-slaying saber added silently. In his opinion, Qin Shujian was definitely the reincarnation of an existence above the rules. It was just that the other party had not awakened the wisdom. Once the wisdom was awakened, how could Xiao Chengfeng be his opponent? We'll see. Qin Shujian glanced at him and replied snappily. He was not in a good mood. For the time being, he didn't want to care about too many things. Moments later, Qin Shujian turned his attention to his attribute panel. His life force source had already exceeded 7 trillion, but it still hadn't reached the level of upgrading the Gui Yuan ancestral cannon. Breaking through to the 9th tier of the celestial realm consumed 4 trillion. Then, breaking through to the 10th tier of the celestial realm would require at least 8 trillion. Now, Qin Shujian had also figured out the pattern of improvement. The next few realms were basically multiplied. Therefore, he was basically certain that 8 trillion was the time when he broke through to the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Based on the current rate at which the human race was providing life force, a difference of 1 trillion. It would take about a month or so. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was not too anxious. When Benhuang reaches the 10th level of the celestial being realm, we'll have a good fight. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's lips curled into a smile. 10 levels of the celestial being realm, it was time for him to avenge his previous humiliation. He would let Xiao Chengfeng know who the big shot was. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's smile faded a little. There was a faint fluctuation in his mind, as if something was transforming. He immediately calmed down. Very soon, Qin Shujian found the source of the fluctuation. Jiang Feng. He subdued Jiang Feng. Naturally, there was a connection between them. However, this connection, it had been silent. Qin Shujian would only activate this connection if he wanted to convey an order to Jiang Feng. But now, when he didn't activate it, the connection suddenly moved on its own. As such, there was only one explanation. The one who activated this connection was not him but Jiang Feng on the other end. I can't activate the connection, but the prerequisite is that he has developed intelligence. Could it be that Jiang Feng reached the stage of evolving intelligence so quickly in the Myriad Tribe battlefield? Qin Shujian was somewhat surprised. To be honest, after leaving Jiang Feng in the Myriad Tribe battlefield, he basically didn't pay much attention to him and allowed him to develop freely there. However, the connection in his mind was not broken, which proved that he was not dead yet. Besides that, there was no more information. Over time, Qin Shujian almost forgot about Jiang Feng again. At this time, the other party activated the connection to find him. Only then did he remember this sky corpse again. His divine will landed on the connection. Qin Shujian could get some vague information from it. Master. Master, the voice was slow and hoarse, like metal rubbing against each other. After a while, the connection slowly disappeared. Qin Shujian withdrew his divine will from the connection, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Interesting. Jiang Feng had followed him for a few years. If he could improve, it would naturally be a good thing. From this, it could be seen. He was right to leave Jiang Feng in the Myriad Tribe battlefield. Roar, a sound that sounded like the roar of a beast rang out, and it was filled with terrifying killing intent. Jiang Feng stood there. The black robe on his body was already in tatters. The aura on his body was unprecedentedly strong, and his pair of dark red vertical pupils made people shudder. In front of him, there were many corpses lying down. Blood flowed from the wounds, dyeing the ground red. To this, Jiang Feng turned a blind eye. After entering the Myriad Tribe battlefield, his realm had been improving at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, he finally broke through the 4th level of the heaven-human realm and reached the saint realm. Blood essence. I want more blood essence. Jiang Feng spoke intermittently, as if he had forgotten how to speak because he hadn't spoken for a long time. He also seemed like a newborn child who was learning to speak. However, the words that came out of his mouth sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Jiang Feng disappeared on the spot. The 4th level of the heaven-human realm was not enough. He needed more power. After breaking through to the saint realm, Jiang Feng's intelligence was close to perfection, and because of this, he knew what he should do now. The 4th level of the heaven-human realm. The difference was too big. If he wanted to be of help to his master, he needed to be even more powerful. Not long after, a battle broke out in a small clan. Several saints were alarmed, and a powerful aura suddenly spread out. Roar. Jiang Feng let out a roar and pounced toward one of the saints. Seeing this, the other Saint Realm Masters also attacked at the same time. The battle broke out suddenly. Although Jiang Feng had just broken through to the 4th level of the heaven-human realm, his physical body was as strong as a Dao artifact, and his speed was extremely fast, like a ghost. In terms of real strength, he was much stronger than the average 4th level of the heaven-human realm. What the hell is this? A Saint Cultivator's attack landed on Jiang Feng, but it only pushed him back. His physical body was faintly cracked, but there were not many injuries. His face suddenly turned ugly. He could feel it. Jiang Feng's strength was similar to his. But that powerful physical body was completely beyond the Saint Cultivator's expectations. Zombie, this is a cultivator from the zombie clan. Zombie. Hearing this, the cultivators who besieged him were stunned. They naturally knew about zombies. Any cultivator who died, as long as their physical body did not return to heaven and earth, could become a zombie under certain circumstances. But the problem was, there were no powerhouses among the zombie clan cultivators. Because as long as a zombie was born, they would be wiped out immediately. This was an extremely terrifying race in the ancient times. In the current 4 great continents, they were even worse than a small race. If there was a clan that was the weakest, then if the zombie clan claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. It was because of the suppression of the various clans. The zombie clan had been unable to produce powerhouses. Not to mention saints, even transcendent heavenly human realm cultivators could not do anything about it. But now, the appearance of a saint zombie was undoubtedly a big deal. We must kill him. The zombie clan has no bottleneck. If we let him kill in the Myriad clan battlefield, I'm afraid it won't be long before he reaches the peak of the saint realm, or even break through to the almighty realm. Such a disaster must not be left alive. The saint cultivator who first recognized Jiang Feng's identity had a cold look in his eyes, and his attacks became more powerful. Any zombie was the public enemy of the Myriad clans. Because this clan had no bottleneck to speak of, in order to increase their strength, all living beings would be hunted and killed. In ancient times, there were zombies wreaking havoc, and the various clans suffered heavy losses. Just like the human clan after the ancient times were destroyed, the zombie clan was also targeted. But compared to the human clan, the zombie clan was weaker, and their fates were even more miserable. If not for the fact that zombies were born naturally and could be born as long as a living being died, this clan would have been wiped out long ago. This cultivator believed. If news of a saint zombie spread out, the various clans on the Myriad clan battlefield would definitely join forces to hunt him down. Boom. Boom. The battle lasted for half a day. In the end, Jiang Feng turned around and fled. The saint cultivators wanted to stop him, but there was no way they could. What a powerful zombie. We must send a message to the various clans. The appearance of zombies is no longer just a matter of our clan. The saint cultivator's eyes were filled with deep fear. The zombie's talent was too strong, or rather, it was not something that could be measured by talent. That kind of increase in strength, it was terrifying. Right now, this zombie had already targeted their clan. If they could make the zombie stronger, there might be more casualties. On the other side, Jiang Feng had already fled. He originally wanted to find a small clan to attack and then absorb enough essence blood to increase his strength. But unexpectedly, not long after his strength broke through, he was directly defeated by other cultivators. To this, Jiang Feng was not discouraged. If he couldn't beat them, then he would find someone who could. Zombie. After Qin Yuanbai received this news, he was also slightly stunned. But soon, he came back to his senses. If he guessed correctly, the zombie that the other party was talking about should be Jiang Feng. Yin Bancheng nodded and said, "Just now, the Soul Protector race sent a message saying that a saint zombie has appeared on the Myriad clan battlefield. Now, most of the clans have issued arrest warrants. As long as they encounter that saint zombie, there will be powerhouses joining forces to kill it." At this point, Yin Bancheng paused for a moment and looked at Qin Yuanbai with a strange expression. Is the soldier that the Soul Protector race mentioned Jiang Feng? He also knew that Jiang Feng had entered the Myriad clan battlefield. After more than a year, a saint zombie suddenly appeared on the Myriad clan battlefield. It was hard for Yin Bancheng not to associate it with Jiang Feng. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai nodded and then said uncertainly, "It might be Jiang Feng, but he was only at the second level of the heaven-human realm a year ago. How could he grow so quickly?" The characteristics of zombies. Qin Yuanbai did not understand very well. He was also somewhat unwilling to believe Jiang Feng's speed of improvement. Yin Bancheng said, "It seems that it is indeed Jiang Feng. From the information I received, the zombie race does not have a bottleneck. As long as there is enough flesh and blood of living beings, they can increase their realm. It is also because of this that the myriad clans are extremely afraid of zombies. As long as a zombie appears, they will kill it immediately. No bottleneck." Qin Yuanbai's heart skipped a beat. This talent was truly perverse. However, if that was the case, it would explain why Jiang Feng had broken through to the Saint Realm in just over a year. While Qin Yuanbai was thinking, Yin Bancheng said, "Since it is Jiang Feng, we can't let the myriad clans annihilate him. Do you have a way to contact him and let him return to the human realm now? Or to be more straightforward, withdraw from the myriad clan battlefield? I believe that the various clans would not dare to start a war with the human race over a zombie. The current human race. It was no longer the human race of the past. Although the various clans dared to besiege the human race in the myriad clan battlefield, they definitely did not dare to attack the human race in the 4 continents. Or else, these clans would not agree to the establishment of the myriad clan battlefield. The reason was, it was because the human race was too strong now. No one could afford this loss in a head-on war. Only through the myriad clan battlefield as a buffer. Only then could they slowly erode the strength of the human race. This matter, the hostile forces were very clear. The human race was also very clear. The human race did not have any feelings about this. If there were hostile forces, so be it. It would also give them a chance to train their troops. Qin Yuanbai said, "I'll try to contact him first." He also knew what Yin Bancheng meant. Jiang Feng absolutely could not die in the myriad clan battlefield. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Qin Shujian. According to the incantation that Qin Shujian gave back then, after Qin Yuanbai performed it, a weak connection appeared in his sea of consciousness for a short time. Return to the human race's territory immediately. No mistakes. After the message was sent out. Not long after. Then, intermittent messages were sent back. No, I need more essence blood so that my strength can become stronger. In one sentence. At the beginning, it was intermittent, but then it slowly became clear and complete. After the message was sent back. Qin Yuanbai felt that the connection in his mind was cut off. Seeing this, he also had a look of astonishment on his face. "How is it?" Yin Bancheng asked on the side. "Jiang Feng has developed spiritual intelligence. He refused to come back, saying that he wants to devour more essence blood to improve his strength." Qin Yuanbai came back to his senses and told the news he had received exactly as it was. Hearing this, Yin Bancheng was also stunned. Developed spiritual intelligence. This matter was also beyond his expectations. Qin Yuanbai said, "This matter still needs to be reported to the Qin Emperor and wait for him to make a decision." "That's the only way." Yin Bancheng nodded slightly. If a Saint Realm expert insisted on not coming back, no one could force him. But the problem was, now all the clans had joined forces to arrest him. If he was really surrounded, even a Saint Realm expert would have the risk of dying. After all, although a Saint Realm expert was powerful, but when surrounded by a large number of experts of the same level, he could not exert much strength. Soon, Qin Yuanbai passed the message back. Not long after, there was a message sent back. After reading the message inside, Qin Yuanbai's face relaxed, then became solemn. "The Qin Emperor has ordered that we humans do not need to care about Jiang Feng's matter, but the Qin Emperor needs us to attack the Blood Eldar." Attack the Blood Eldar. Yin Bancheng was stunned for a moment, then he became excited. Attack the Blood Eldar. This was a big deal. Since entering the 10,000 clan battlefield, most of the humans had been on the defensive. The few times they had attacked, their targets were the mid-level clans like the 5 Elements Eldar. Except for that, none of the big clans had taken action, let alone the top clans like the Blood Eldar. To be honest, many humans hoped to have the opportunity to attack the top clans. But hope was one thing. Whether they were strong enough or not was another. Qin Yuanbai said, Attacking the Blood Eldar is a big deal. The current strength of the human race alone is not enough to deal with the Blood Eldar. The Qin Emperor wants the other clans to send troops together. Naturally, we will do as the Qin Emperor says. Yin Bancheng nodded. Not long after, the Qianyuan sacred ground integrated the cultivators and prepared to attack the Blood Eldar. More than a year had passed. The Qianyuan sacred ground had nearly 10 more celestial beings. Although so far, no Saint Realm expert had appeared. But so many celestial beings had been born. It also made the strength of the Qianyuan sacred ground reach an unprecedented peak. This time, they attacked the Blood Eldar. Not only did the Qianyuan sacred ground send troops, but even the Great Zhao Empire also received the news. 2 days passed. The army set off. At the same time, the Demon Clan, the Soul Protector Clan, the Broken Mountain Clan, all the vassal clans and allied forces of the human race sent an army of cultivators to march towards the Blood Eldar. A large number of cultivators were dispatched. It also caused a lot of commotion. At this time, when the war broke out on the 10,000 clan battlefield, Qin Shujian sat there, watching the source of life constantly jump. Judging from the current progress, it may take less than a month to gather the source of life for a breakthrough. This result. Qin Shujian was very satisfied. This time, the humans on the 10,000 clan battlefield attacked the Blood Eldar in order to harvest the source of life as soon as possible. Because the closer they were to the breakthrough, the more Qin Shujian felt his heart throbbing. This kind of feeling. He didn't like it. Therefore, he had to speed up the pace of harvesting the source of life. As a top clan, the Blood Eldar occupies a lot of the momentum of heaven and earth. If we can conquer a part of it, the momentum of heaven and earth obtained will be much stronger than conquering a mid-level clan. The human race's strength is not increasing fast enough. We need more momentum of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian suppressed the throbbing in his heart, then took out the heaven list and looked at the list on it. On the celestial list, it already had more than 20 names. In other words, the Qianyuan sacred ground now had more than 20 celestial beings. Originally, the number of celestial beings was more than this. However, after many battles, many newly born celestial beings had fallen, so there were not many celestial beings left. But even so, the number of celestial beings now was several times more than when the Qianyuan sacred ground was first established. This showed, under the influence of the momentum of heaven and earth, the strength of cultivators improved very quickly. However, in Qin Shujian's eyes, this improvement was not enough. The great tribulation of the demonic abyss had arrived. The celestial beings were just ants. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm could they barely play a role. As for the real battle, only the top 3 true immortals were qualified to participate. Therefore, what the human race needed now was not celestial beings, but a sufficient number of true immortals. With this thought in mind, Qin Shujian shook his head again. It's not that easy to give birth to true immortals. There aren't many powerful figures in the human race, and there are only a few who have the potential to break through to the true immortal realm. There's Xi Yang, Xiao Chengfeng, and myself. At most, the human race can only give birth to 4 true immortals. Was 4 true immortals a small number? Compared with the current 10,000 races in the 4 major continents, having 4 true immortals in one race was already unimaginably powerful. However, compared to the strength of the ancient heavenly court, 4 true immortals were really too few. Not to mention facing the great tribulation of the demon abyss. Just the void evil demon clan alone could drown 4 true immortals. Even if the number was several times greater, it wouldn't change the situation. He calmed down. Qin Shujian silently waited for the growth of the source of life. More than half a month passed. The flames of war had already ignited on the 10,000 race battlefield. With the human race as the leader, the alliance army of various races attacked the Blood Eldar, causing quite a commotion. As a top race, the Blood Eldar naturally didn't lack allies and vassal races. As a result, there were 20 to 30 races participating in the war. The flames of war spread. Not only the Blood Eldar and the human race were affected, but even some neutral races were affected. As a result, the 10,000 race battlefield, which originally didn't have much of a war, once again erupted into intense fighting. The various races fought. The number of cultivators who died was innumerable. The 10,000 race battlefield was expanding almost every moment. Regarding such a change, no one had the time to care. A great battle broke out. Naturally, there were victories and defeats. Therefore, the general trend of heaven and earth also fluctuated violently, from the weakening of one race to the tilting of another race. Qin Shujian watched the development of the situation silently, without any intention of interfering. His attention. It had all fallen on the source of life. At this moment, the source of life had already grown to more than 790 billion. At this point, the throbbing in Qin Shujian's heart became even more intense. Almost every minute and second was an indescribable torture for him. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian felt that his heart was being squeezed by a big hand, and there was a brief suffocation, but soon the feeling of suffocation receded like a tide, allowing him to let out a big sigh of relief. Immediately, his gaze fell on his attribute panel. The source of life had officially broken through the 8 trillion mark, and the long-awaited plus sign of the Guiyuan ancestral canon had also appeared. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's face revealed a smile. It's finally time to upgrade. The waiting process was torturous. But it really came to this point. Then all the waiting was worth it. Because the source of life had officially met the requirements for upgrading. Qin Shujian's heart no longer throbbed intensely, but gradually calmed down and returned to its previous state. He got up from the reclining chair. He walked out of the courtyard. Niu Dali felt something and opened his eyes just in time to see Qin Shujian coming out. He immediately got up from the ground. Where is the Qin Emperor going? The place where Ben Huang broke through last time. Okay. Niu Dali nodded and immediately left with Qin Shujian on his back. He had been a mount for a long time. He gradually adapted to this identity. As long as Qin Shujian walked out, Niu Dali had a premonition that it was time for him to move out of the Chen Yuan realm. It didn't take much time to reach the valley where he broke through last time. It didn't take too long. He saw a green bull carrying a person into a valley. In the valley, there was still a residual aura that had not faded. It was the residual power of Qin Shujian when he broke through last time. Although it was the residual power, but for ordinary cultivators, it was a fatal threat. In addition, this was a remote place. After such a long time, no cultivator had set foot here. He got down from the bull's back. Qin Shujian said, "You stay here. If Ben Huang makes too much of a commotion when he breaks through, forget it, just stay here." Originally, he wanted to remind Niu Dali to retreat quickly if he could not resist. Then, Qin Shujian thought of Niu Dali's strength and extinguished this thought. Although the green bull had not proven its Tao and become an immortal, but it had reached the 9th level of the celestial being. In terms of strength, Qin Shujian suspected that the other party was about the same, to the extent of being able to kill an immortal. So, with Niu Dali's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to resist some of the aftermath of the breakthrough. After saying that, Qin Shujian didn't care too much about it. He went to the place where he broke through last time and set up layers of formations around it. With the experience of breaking through last time, this time, he set up more and more formations. When the last formation was completed, Qin Shujian placed the heaven list in the eye of the formation and then activated all the formations. Immediately, Qin Shujian sat down cross-legged. His mind sank into the attribute panel and his attention fell on the Guiyuan ancestral canon. His mind touched the plus sign. Immediately, the attribute panel trembled violently. An indescribable throbbing surged from Qin Shujian's heart. Immediately after, in his astonished state of mind, the attribute panel that originally didn't have a physical body suddenly shattered with a loud bang. The attribute panel shattered. A terrifying power surged out of nowhere. The next moment, his physical body's acupoints suddenly opened. At this time, Qin Shujian didn't have time to think so much. He hurriedly locked his mind on his body and observed the changes at all times. The 10th level of the celestial being perfection. He had opened 129,600 acupoints. In the past, Qin Shujian didn't know what the number 129,600 meant. But now, he suddenly came to a realization. 129,600, it represented the number of 1 yuan, the starting number of heaven and earth. If heaven and earth were compared to living beings, in that case, every yuan that passed was equivalent to a reincarnation cycle. Therefore, the lifespan of a true immortal was only 129,600 years. Because this was the limit of heaven and earth, it was naturally a limit that living beings couldn't cross. It was just that heaven and earth were immortal and indestructible. Every reincarnation was just a new starting point for heaven and earth. But for the living beings in heaven and earth, it was the focus of everything. He understood in his heart. His physical body's acupoints opened. It didn't take long for all 129,600 acupoints to be opened successfully. Buzz, an invisible wave spread from Qin Shujian's body. The 129,600 star acupoints in his body seemed to have reached the critical point of perfection. Immediately after, under his horrified gaze, it shattered with a loud bang. The acupoints were shattering. His flesh and blood were shattering. His dantian was also shattering. Everything in his body seemed to be shattering at this moment. From the outside world, Qin Shujian's body suddenly burst open. Pale golden blood flowed from his body and then went deep into the earth. Seeing this scene, Niodali's face was also filled with shock. What's going on? Could it be that Emperor Qin failed to break through? He wasn't sure, but the scene in front of him gave him a bad feeling. It wasn't that he had never seen a cultivator break through, but all the cultivators who broke through would at most have some strange phenomena. Like Qin Shujian. When breaking through, the body suddenly burst open and blood flowed from the 7 orifices. Niodali had really never seen this before. At this moment, in his mind, a thought uncontrollably emerged. If Emperor Qin failed to break through, will he die? Thinking of this, Niodali was also shocked by himself. Immediately after, he forced himself to comfort himself again. With Qin Shujian's strength, even if the breakthrough failed, he wouldn't die. At most, he would suffer some injuries. Although the situation in front of him looked scary, but the other party's aura didn't weaken at all. Just as this thought emerged in Niodali's mind, he found that Qin Shujian's aura slowly fell from its peak. Seeing this, his face suddenly became ugly. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer was also very confused now. Did the breakthrough fail? Impossible, with his identity as a reincarnation above the rules, how could he fail to break through? Or is Emperor Qin not the reincarnation of an existence above the rules? Many thoughts emerged in his mind. Godslayer was also in a mess now. He realized. The situation in front of him was very different from what he had expected. Logically speaking, if Qin Shujian was really the reincarnation of an existence above the rules, the other party's increase in strength was actually equivalent to the recovery stage. In this way, there was almost no possibility of him failing to break through. However, the current situation made the god-slaying saber hesitate again. He wasn't sure whether Qin Shujian had failed to break through or not. The only thing he was sure of was that the other party was not dead. Because they had recognized each other as the master. If Qin Shujian died, Godslayer would also feel it. In the outside world, Qin Shujian's mind was completely immersed in the changes in his body. The collapse of the star acupoints, and the shattering of everything in the body. It was completely beyond his expectations. Qin Shujian wanted to stop it, but there was no way. For this, he could only calm his mind and silently observe the changes. Now the body was not under his control. The improvement of the source of life. Everything was completed naturally. Therefore, Qin Shujian could only be a spectator. He saw that everything in the body had been shattered, leaving only the outer skin intact, but the inside of the body was a mess. It was also at this time. The body shook again. In the shattered everything, a ray of light was suddenly born. The light was very weak. It was so weak that it was almost undetectable. But soon, the light grew and finally reached the point where one could not look directly at it. After the light grew to the limit, Qin Shujian's entire body was lit up. From the outside, endless rays of light were emitted from his body, directly passing through the obstruction of the formation and reflecting on the sky. The rays of light covered millions of miles. It caused many human cultivators to be shocked. But no one knew why the rays of light appeared. They could only raise their heads and look at the changes in the sky in confusion. When the rays of light penetrated out, Qin Shujian's body shook inside. If the broken body was compared to chaos, then the ray of light just now was equivalent to the first ray of light that broke the chaos. They saw the body shake. All the chaotic forces were suppressed and calmed down. Immediately after, under Qin Shujian's shocked gaze, the inside of the body seemed to be born from heaven and earth, the clear and turbid qi separated, and earth, water, fire, and wind emerged. After an unknown amount of time, the clear qi rose to the sky. The turbid qi fell to the ground. The earth, water, fire, and wind gradually calmed down. Immediately after, in the center of heaven and earth, there was an indescribable thing there. In an instant, Qin Shujian understood that the indescribable thing was the core of heaven and earth. At this time, the indescribable slight vibration. Immediately, it was completely unfolded, turning into a long river that surged across the entire heaven and earth. And in the surging long river, more tributaries were born. 1 tributary, 2 tributaries, 3 tributaries, 4 tributaries. A total of 4 tributaries were opened up from the long river. In just an instant, Qin Shujian's mind shook crazily. He recognized the origin of the 4 tributaries. They were the 4 rules that he had comprehended. In this way, the identity of the long river that included the tributaries was also obvious. The mother stream of the rules. The mother stream of the rules that belonged to his body. The reason why heaven and earth was heaven and earth. It was because heaven and earth had a complete set of rules that could make all things yin and yang orderly and maintain normal operation. Now, Qin Shujian realized that the heaven and earth that he had opened up in his body had given birth to the mother stream of the rules. On another level, the heaven and earth in his body was equivalent to an incomplete heaven and earth. It was incomplete because the rules were not complete. Once the rules were complete, it could evolve into a truly complete heaven and earth. When the Guyuan ancestral classic is cultivated to perfection, it can actually open up a heaven and earth in the body. At this moment, Qin Shujian was also completely shocked. He never expected that. When the 129,600 star acupoints were perfected, it would eventually evolve into a heaven and earth. When the heaven and earth were born, Qin Shujian's aura instantly fell to the extreme and completely disappeared. Just when he was feeling uneasy, his cracked body had already recovered. His original skin became crystal clear like jade, as if endless Tao rhymes were being born from it. But very soon, all the Tao rhymes disappeared again. Her sparkling jade-like body also returned to normal. Just when Qin Shujian thought that he had successfully broken through, his inner heaven and earth shook. A dusty memory suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 706. The dusty memories were awakened. It caused Qin Shujian's spiritual deity to shake crazily. The surging and vast memories. It was unknown how many years had passed. If it was an ordinary heavenly being, the moment the memories emerged, it would be enough to make the spiritual deity explode and become a living dead. It was only because Qin Shujian had broken through to the 10th level of the heavenly being realm that his spiritual deity and physical body had grown to a terrifying extent that he could accept this dusty memory. 1 hour. 2 hours. Soon. 5 days passed. Qin Shujian, who was sitting cross-legged, did not move at all. The multicolored light still covered the sky. However, Because the multicolored light had no source, no one could find the specific source. Only the cultivators secretly guessed. It might be the birth of some supreme treasure that caused such a commotion. However, as time passed, the multicolored light had expanded from the original million miles to tens of millions of miles, and then to billions of miles. The entire eastern continent. They were all nurtured in the multicolored light. The sea of death shook. In the deepest part of the sea, fiery red seawater flowed quietly. At first glance, it did not look like flowing seawater, but more like a burning sea of fire. A great sun. It existed in the depths of the sea. And in a deeper place, there seemed to be an infinitely large stone statue sitting in it. The stone statue looked like a human, but not a human. It was a beast, but not a beast. However, there were countless chains lingering around the stone statue, running through the world and firmly locking it here. If there were cultivators who had condensed the universe heavenly lock here, they would discover it. Each of these chains was the universe heavenly lock. However, it was different from the universe heavenly lock condensed by true martial realm cultivators. Each universe heavenly lock here emitted terrifying power. Any one of them. It was enough to suppress a perfected immortal. The stone statue stretched out a hand and held up the great sun, preventing it from completely sinking into the sea. The sun that shone on the 4 continents. In the stone statue's hand, it was just like a fiery red ball, completely incomparable to his vast body. Apart from that, in the deepest part of the sea of death, there was nothing else. There was only a stone statue that was dead silent. And a sun. After an unknown period of time, the sun slowly rose from the bottom of the sea and went straight above the astral winds of the 9 heavens. Then, the darkness of the 4 great continents was dispelled. It was also at this moment. The stone statue trembled slightly. There seemed to be countless stone fragments falling down. In the depths of the Death Sea region, terrifying waves were set off. The ferocious beasts near the Sea of Death seemed to have encountered something terrifying as they frantically fled in all directions. Although the dire beasts had no intelligence. But there were also instinctive impulses. At this moment, these ferocious beasts sensed a destructive threat, and their instincts drove them to flee. A colossal ferocious beast that was over 1,000,000 feet long stood up from the bottom of the sea and fled into the depths of the sea. The aura it exuded could easily crush space. A powerful ferocious beast accidentally blocked the way. His body was also shattered by this ferocious beast's slap, and he completely sank into the sea. If there was an expert, they would discover that this beast had reached the level of a true immortal. The first true immortal savage beast fled. Very soon. There was a second one, and then a third. Under such a terrifying threat, even a true immortal savage beast was like an ant. It had no choice but to flee frantically, just as all the dire beasts were fleeing. With the depths of the sea as the center, a shocking wave surged, enough to cover the sky and the sun, surging in all directions. Heavenly Pattern Island. In the small world of the Jade Waves sect. A towering tree stood there, its branches and leaves covered the entire small world like a canopy. All of a sudden, Ancestor Tongtian woke up from his deep sleep. The tree trunk twisted slightly, revealing his shocked face. What's going on? Why is there a sudden riot in the Sea of Death? Could it be that something in the depths of the sea has awakened? Just now, Ancestor Tongtian sensed the tremor in the Sea of Death. An extremely terrifying force was erupting from the depths of the sea and sweeping toward Heavenly Pattern Island at an extremely fast speed. That force. Even Ancestor Tongtian, who had reached the Nirvana realm, felt like an ant in front of it. The difference in strength. The ancestor of the Blue Waves sect could no longer remain calm. Not only that, the other 2 sects in Heavenly Pattern Island also sensed the abnormality at this time. Holy God sect. The True Dragon roared, and the galaxy trembled. Fantasy Sea sect. Xia Chao walked to the spacious hall, trembling. His wrinkled face was full of shock. Why is there such a change in the Sea of Death? Father clearly said that the existence in the depths of the Sea of Death is asleep and won't wake up easily. The memories that had been sealed for millions of years were awakened. Xia Chao also remembered what Emperor Xia had said to him in the past. In the depths of the Sea of Death, there was a terrifying existence. Even if one broke through to the true immortal realm, one must not go deep into the Sea of Death. One day, one's cultivation could reach the level of the Emperor of Heaven. In other words, in fact, only the Emperor of Heaven could deal with the terror in the depths of the Sea of Death. At this time, countless terrifying auras were approaching. The cultivators in Heavenly Pattern Island all looked in a certain direction with a horrified expression. There were countless terrifying dire beasts crossing the sea and coming over. The dire beasts are attacking the island. Quickly inform the other sects. The dire beasts are attacking the island. The hearts of the cultivators in Heavenly Pattern Island were already beating violently. Looking at the dire beasts, their legs and stomachs were trembling. Strong. Too strong. Compared to the dire beasts in front of them, the dire beasts that were wandering around Heavenly Pattern Island paled in comparison. There was no comparison at all. In an instant, the alarm in Heavenly Pattern Island rang. All the cultivators gathered, preparing to resist the dire beasts together. At the same time, the restriction array left behind by the emperors was activated, covering the entire Heavenly Pattern Island. In the depths of the Sea of Death, the cultivators in Heavenly Pattern Island had no possibility of retreating. Even if they were afraid in their hearts, they could only brace themselves and face it. Fantasy Sea Sect. Xia Chao controlled the heaven and earth spiritual energy to draw a circle in front of him. Then, the circle split into two, becoming two circles of the same size. Inside the circle, the faces of Ancestor Skyreach and Sage Star appeared. Ancestor Skyreach and Sage Star, Xia Chao. The three of them faced each other, each with a grave expression. Xia Chao said, "The riot in the depths of the Sea of Death is very likely caused by that existence awakening from his slumber. Now that the dire beasts are attacking, there is an even greater threat behind. Heavenly Pattern Island cannot be moved. If we want to survive this disaster, we can only use the backup plan left behind by the emperors. Since the emperors allowed them to enter the Sea of Death, naturally, they would have prepared a backup plan. The emperor's restriction. As a method left behind by an ancient third-layer true immortal expert, it would not be so simple. It was only truly using the backup plan left behind by the emperors. The price they had to pay was not small. Therefore, in the past, when Heavenly Pattern Island was attacked, they would use the surface array and then send cultivators to fight the dire beasts to protect the island. But in reality, the true Emperor's restriction on Heavenly Pattern Island had never been used. Sage Star said slowly, "There is a problem in the depths of the Sea of Death. Regardless of whether that existence has awakened or not, it is impossible for Heavenly Pattern Island to stay out of this. After all, there are true immortal level dire beasts in the depths of the sea. Therefore, I also suggest that we use the backup plan left behind by the emperors." Seconded. Ancestor Skyreach said too much, but he also agreed with the two suggestion. Then, the three sects were shaken. A vast power rose from within, and a sea of heaven and earth spirit energy was instantly extracted from Heavenly Pattern Island. In the sky above Heavenly Pattern Island, the Emperor's restriction suddenly emitted a sacred and powerful aura. Soon, a figure with a crown on his head walked out. Looking at the dire beasts coming at him, he directly punched out. The fist struck. The void shattered. Dozens of dire beasts that could be said to be at the level of almighty dire beasts exploded into a bloody mist. Boom! A terrifying power swept through the world. The ferocious beasts that were charging over were all shocked. Looking at the terrifying figure, they instinctively made way for it. What is that thing? I don't know. Maybe it's a power mark left behind by the emperors. The cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island raised their heads and looked at the figure in the sky with reverence. A punch that killed dozens of dire beasts. Such an existence. At his peak, he was absolutely terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Everyone knew. The restriction left behind by Heavenly Pattern Island was the means of the former emperors. Now, the figure of an expert had appeared. Naturally, some people connected it to the emperors. Father. Xia Chao looked at the illusory figure that appeared in the sky. His old face was filled with excitement, and his fingers were trembling slightly. 1,000,000 years. It had been 1,000,000 years since the fall of Emperor Xia. He hadn't seen his father's appearance for 1,000,000 years. After all, it had been so many years. He had been imprisoned in the main hall. Many of his memories faded bit by bit with the passage of time until they completely disappeared. Until now. Seeing Emperor Xia's power mark being triggered, Xia Chao recalled some things. For a time. He also had mixed feelings. At the same time, a dire beast that was 100,000 feet tall came with a monstrous wave, wanting to completely drown Heavenly Pattern Island. A true immortal dire beast. Xia Chao's face twitched again. A true immortal dire beast. Ever since he entered Heavenly Pattern Island, he had never encountered an existence of this level. Because dire beasts of this level. They were all in the depths of the Death Sea and didn't touch other areas at all. But now, they had come out. Xia Chao wasn't sure if the power mark left behind by Emperor Xia could kill a true immortal dire beast. After all, although Emperor Xia was strong, he had died 1,000,000 years ago. The power mark left behind in the past had been weakened to a certain extent by the passage of time. However, although Xia Chao was worried, he didn't panic too much. The Emperor's restriction. It was Heavenly Pattern Island's final trump card. At this moment, Heavenly Pattern Island was basically going all out. If it succeeded, there would be no worries. If it failed, it would be destroyed. Now that it had really come to this, Xia Chao was actually able to accept it. Monstrous waves swept over. The true immortal dire beast let out a furious roar and punched at Heavenly Pattern Island. Emperor Xia's figure raised his hand and punched out, colliding with the dire beast. Boom! The fist shattered. Flesh and blood burst. The true immortal dire beast let out a miserable cry. Without waiting for it to react, Emperor Xia's figure punched out again, completely killing the true immortal dire beast. The true immortal dire beast fell. Its flesh and blood essence scattered on the surface of the sea. Emperor Xia's figure waved his hand and collected a large amount of the dire beast's flesh and blood, then threw it towards the illusion sea sect. When he saw this, Xia Chao was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He wanted to soar into the air and get closer to Emperor Xia's figure. But because of the palace's restrictions, there was nothing he could do. In the end, Xia Chao could only forcibly suppress the excitement in his heart and collect the dire beast's flesh and blood that had fallen into the palace. The flesh and blood of a true immortal dire beast. It was a precious treasure that was hard to come by. Although the Emperor's restriction prevented Heavenly Pattern Island from giving birth to cultivators above the 3rd level of the Celestial Realm, it wasn't a problem for them to use the dire beast's flesh and blood to produce more of them. After killing a true immortal dire beast, more true immortal dire beasts pounced over. They weren't like those almighty dire beasts. Although Emperor Xia's figure was strong, it wasn't enough to scare them away. Instead, it aroused their savage nature. Soon, another illusory figure appeared. It was a true dragon coiled in the sky, and a towering tree that covered the sky. A vast aura swept through the world. Then, the Emperor's shadows began to slaughter all the true immortal dire beasts. In the deepest part of the Sea of Death, after the stone statue shook for a while, it stopped. Then, the stone statue's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A faint light shot out from within, as if it could see everything in the world. Since when was such a terrifying existence born in the world? Could it be that a supreme existence has awakened his innate wisdom? A soft murmur sounded in the depths of the sea. This voice seemed to be talking to someone, but also seemed to be talking to itself. Above the laws, it's a realm that people yearn for. Unfortunately, I'm imprisoned here, and there's no way for me to break through. Oh, since when were there so many creatures in the sea? They look familiar. I think I've seen them before. I remember, there was a person called Qin Kang who brought a group of people here. I think he was in that group. Speaking of which, it's a pity for Qin Kang. There was hope, alas. The murmur gradually quieted down. Not long after, the deepest part of the Sea of Death returned to peace. Just as the Sea of Death was rioting, inside Heavenly Abyss, there was also a problem. only to see a voice that did not sound like a human's voice or a beast's roar coming from below heavenly abyss. The roar shook the world, and any celestial cultivator who was too close to heavenly abyss died completely in the roar. The world was shaking. The void was cracking. Sai-Han-Hai, who was originally refining the dragon's body, suddenly woke up from his cultivation. He turned his head to look at heavenly abyss, and his calm face was completely replaced by horror. The next moment, the blood cloud collapsed. Sai-Han-Hai didn't even think before fleeing outside. The other demon cultivators were also frantically fleeing at this time. No one knew what had happened. But the roar in heavenly abyss made them feel the threat of death. However, those demon cultivators below the almighty level all exploded and died at this time. There was no chance for them to escape. Those who could really escape were experts above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. At the same time, the black fog near heavenly abyss retreated. The cultivators outside the range of heavenly abyss all had a premonition that a great terror was coming. Then, when they saw the void silently collapsing and vanishing, they immediately retreated frantically. No one knew what had happened. However, everyone could feel the threat of death from heavenly abyss's roar. At that moment, no matter how high their cultivation base was, they all fled. Even some experts who saw the demon cultivators passing by did not have the time to kill them. Killing the demons was important. But their own survival was more important. The premise of killing the demons. It was also to ensure that they would not die. Otherwise, the demons would not kill them. Heavenly abyss's roar. Not only did it affect the range of heavenly abyss, but even the entire Western Prefecture and the other 3 prefectures heard the earth-shattering sound. His awakened again. Why did he awaken twice in such a short time? Could it be related to the phenomenon in the Eastern Prefecture? In the Moon Palace, the Moon Empress's beautiful face turned pale. Her fear of heavenly abyss's existence was stronger than any emperor's. At this time, heavenly abyss's existence had awakened. Even if the Moon Clan was not in the Western Prefecture, the Moon Empress could not remain calm. The phenomenon in the Eastern Prefecture. She also knew about it. After all, the multicolored light that covered the entire Eastern Prefecture, unless one was blind, anyone could see it. She had some guesses in her heart. But the Moon Empress did not confirm anything. Heavenly abyss was terrifying. The human race in the Eastern Prefecture was not something the Moon Clan could provoke. What made the Moon Empress feel lucky was, after heavenly abyss's existence roared, he did not make any extra movements. Regarding this, her heart gradually calmed down. On the other side, inside the Eastern Prefecture, Qin Shujian was still sitting there cross-legged. 10 days had passed since he broke through. In these 10 days, his body did not move at all. Niu Dali waited by the side. He did not leave and did not dare to approach. When heavenly abyss roared, he also felt something and turned his head to look in the direction of the Western Prefecture. But he quickly retracted his gaze. The current Niu Dali. His mind was focused on Qin Shujian. What is going on with Emperor Qin? The last breakthrough was completed very quickly. Why is there no movement after such a long time? Niu Dali was not too anxious. From the current situation, the other party should not have failed the breakthrough. As for why he did not wake up, he did not know the specific reason. The breakthrough this time. It was also very different from the last time. The most basic. The power of the last breakthrough was earth-shattering. This time, there was not much power, but the multicolored light covered the sky. Time passed by little by little. Soon. A month passed by. Qin Shujian refined all the memories that emerged to the last step. All of a sudden, his body shook slightly. In the next moment, his tightly closed eyes opened. There seemed to be Dao rhymes surging in his eyes, but they quickly disappeared. I see. Qin Shujian revealed a faint smile on his face. Then, he got up from the ground and reached out his hand, grabbing the heaven list in his hand. Holding the heaven list. Then, he looked at his own attributes. However, the attributes related to him had completely disappeared, as if they had never existed. Seeing this, Qin Shujian smiled again. As expected. Shaking his head, he kept the heaven list in his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, he took a step forward. All the arrays that he had set up disappeared silently. Looking at Qin Shujian, who was walking in, Niu Dali found that the other party did not seem to have any cultivation, just like an ordinary person. To this, he could not help but reveal a look of shock on his face. But very soon, a word emerged in Niu Dali's mind: return to nature. What was return to nature? In fact, he was not too sure. But the moment he saw Qin Shujian, he could not help but have this thought. At the same time, that familiar feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Niu Dali tried hard to recall, but he could not. In the end, he had to give up trying to recall. He looked at Qin Shujian and bowed. Qin Shihuang, it's you. Qin Shujian revealed a meaningful smile on his face. Then, he sat sideways on the other party's back, took out the folding fan from his sea of consciousness, and gently knocked on the bull's head. Bull, let's go back. Yes. Niu Dali did not dare to say anything more. He immediately flew towards the Chen Yuan realm. Sitting on the bull's back, Qin Shujian closed his eyes to rest. In fact, he was flipping through the memories in his mind. He had always thought he had just come to this world by chance. Other than that, there was no problem. Until the Guyuan ancestral canon broke through to perfection and awakened the wisdom of his previous life. Only then did Qin Shujian realize everything had been arranged beforehand. For this matter, his heart did not stir up too much. How can it be so inexplicably good? It was just arranged long ago. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer finally could not keep silent at this time. Qin Shihuang, have you awakened the wisdom of your previous life? As he spoke, he had involuntarily used honorifics. Because Godslayer had realized, after the breakthrough, he had become a completely different person. This difference. It was not a difference on the surface, nor was it a difference in the replacement of the divine soul. It was an indescribable feeling. At least, the current Godslayer had no way to sense the changes in Qin Shujian's heart. In his perception, the other party was as vast as heaven and earth, but also as vast and deep as the endless void. Not to mention probing. Even if he wanted to get close, he would fall into it. At this point, Godslayer was certain that Qin Shujian was definitely in existence above the rules in his previous life. Now that the other party had awakened the wisdom, it was equivalent to a living rule. Even in terms of strength, there was still a big gap. But in other aspects, the other party was above the rules. Facing such an existence, even though he was an ancestral armament, he did not dare to act impudently. Qin Shujian said, "You can say that. Didn't you already guess? Now it just so happens to confirm your thoughts. May I ask what kind of realm is above the rules?" Godslayer finally asked the question in his heart. Above the rules, that was just a name for the unknown. Just like how true immortals could be called above celestials. This realm. There must be a real name. Regarding this question, Qin Shujian did not hide anything and said calmly, above true immortals is Tao. That realm can be called Tao or Tao fruit. In fact, there is no difference. Just like how you are willing to call him above the rules, the name is just a code name. When you reach it, you will naturally reach it. Tao fruit. Godslayer silently remembered these two names in his heart. He knew. To be able to meet the reincarnation of an existence above the rules was the biggest turning point in Zubing's life. Just as Godslayer was about to ask something else, Qin Shujian directly interrupted his thoughts. There are some things that you shouldn't ask too much. When you reach that realm, you will naturally know. It's not good to know too much now. Godslayer was speechless. These words sounded very familiar to him. In the past, he often responded to Qin Shujian like this. Now it was the other way around. Godslayer felt a little strange. Soon after, he felt relieved. Qin Shujian, who had awakened his innate wisdom, was not comparable to the original Qin Shujian. When there was a change on the heaven list, it was also the attention of many human experts. Emperor Qin's name disappeared from the celestial list. Could it be that Emperor Qin has attained Tao and broken through to true immortal? Impossible. The true immortal list is still blank. Originally, after Xiao Chengfeng broke through, Qin Shujian fell from the first place to the second place on the celestial list. Before the others could be shocked for long, Qin Shujian's name completely disappeared from the celestial list. Not on the celestial list. Not on the true immortal list. Qin Shujian's name did not appear on any of the lists on the heaven list. It was as if this person had completely disappeared. Such an unforeseen event. It caused many experts to be shocked. Because the heaven list recorded all the cultivators in the human cultivation world. Anyone who had the strength to be on the list would naturally have their name on it. The current situation. This was the first time this had happened. In addition, Qin Shujian had disappeared for more than a month, which made some of the elders of the Chenyuan sacred ground secretly anxious. They were not sure. Had something happened to Qin Shujian? It was not until Green Ox appeared in the Chenyuan realm that those cultivators who were anxious completely calmed down. When they returned to the main branch of the Chenyuan sect. At the gate of the courtyard, Zheng Fang and Xu Yuanming were already waiting there. When they saw Green Ox land, the two of them immediately stepped forward and bowed. Emperor Qin, what happened? A few days ago, Emperor Qin's name disappeared from the heaven list. In addition, you have been gone for a long time. Many people are worried that Xu Yuanming closed his mouth as he spoke. There was no need to finish. His meaning was obvious. Qin Shujian said, Ben Huang just removed his name from the heaven list. Don't make a fuss. In addition, I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. No one is allowed to disturb me. Yes, my emperor, go. Qin Shujian waved his hand casually. Xu Yuanming and Zheng Fang immediately retreated. They got down from Green Ox's back. Niu Dali had already consciously gone to lie down in his original position. Qin Shujian glanced at him sideways and did not say anything. The gate of the courtyard opened by itself. Qin Shujian stepped in. Immediately after, he took out the Godslayer and the heaven list from his sea of consciousness and placed them in the courtyard. Ben Huang is going to cultivate in seclusion. You guys stay here and don't wander around. Okay. The Godslayer nodded slightly. The heaven list shook slightly. A similar emotion was expressed. As an 8-seal Taoist artifact, it had also given birth to spirituality. And as time passed, its spirituality became stronger and stronger. It was almost to the point where it could give birth to spiritual wisdom. He pushed open the door of the room. In more than a year, this was the first time Qin Shujian walked in. Although this room had always been in the courtyard, but almost all of his time was sitting in the courtyard. He was too lazy to come in. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he no longer needed to sleep to make up for his exhaustion. This place is spotless, Qin Shujian said calmly. The next moment, the little bit of dust in the room completely disappeared. Seeing this, he smiled slightly. Then he sat down on the couch and slowly sorted out his awakened memories. When he broke through in the canyon. For more than a month, Qin Shujian was simply receiving memories. That long memory. It took more than a month just to receive the memories. However, receiving the memories was just the most basic memory collection. If he wanted to understand some of the things, he still needed time to slowly go through them. Time passed slowly. Qin Shujian closed his eyes and went through his memories. After a long time, only then did he open his eyes again. In an instant, an ancient aura leaked out, but it soon disappeared. Is it the 4th era or the 5th era? An era. It represented a long period of time. Qin Shujian wasn't sure if he was in the 4th or 5th era, because it had been too long. Moreover, he didn't know how many things had happened during the period when his innate wisdom was asleep and then awakened. During this period of time, maybe only one era had passed. Or maybe a few eras had passed. No one could be sure. Very soon, Qin Shujian put this matter aside for the time being. Which epoch was it? That wasn't important. The 5th era was fine. The 10th era was fine. For him, it didn't affect him much. The only thing that could affect him was the awakening of his innate wisdom. Once his innate wisdom was awakened, it was equivalent to saying that everything had reached a critical point. I can already sense it. This epoch is about to end. Once this epoch ends, the next epoch will begin. The end of an era. The beginning of an era. It was equivalent to a reincarnation. Qin Shujian's face became solemn. Since my innate wisdom has been awakened, everything should be put on the agenda. Most of the people from back then have fallen. However, I can sense that there are still some people who still exist in this era. Thinking of this, he sighed. After awakening his innate wisdom, Qin Shujian understood a lot of things now. He was born in the 3rd era and died in the 3rd era. He had also fought side by side with the remaining experts of the 1st era and the 2nd era. It was a pity. They had also failed in the 3rd era. As such, he had fallen into reincarnation again. Until now, when a new era had begun, he had awakened the innate wisdom of his previous life. However, my strength hasn't fully recovered. It's meaningless to think too much. It's better to recover my strength first. Qin Shujian thought to himself. There were many things that he didn't have the right to interfere with his current strength. Because his current strength had only recovered a little. The Guiyuan ancestral scripture had reached perfection. He had opened up an inner world in his body. This method was already different from the path taken by all the true immortals in the great wide world. Normal true immortals take the path of controlling the rules and then rely on the rules to reach the peak and break through to the Tao fruit realm. However, I'm not taking the path of the rules now. In other words, I'm not taking the fixed path of the great wide world. I'm evolving the world. I'm the world, and the world is me. As long as there are enough rules born in the inner world and it's perfect enough, my strength will continue to improve. Qin Shujian also understood a lot about his own situation. The Guiyuan ancestral scripture. It was a technique that he had deduced by combining the methods of the Great Thousand Realms. Opening up the inner world. Not taking the path of the rules. Qin Shujian wasn't too clear about the realm he was currently in. He was considered a heavenly being. However, he was also considered a true immortal. This was because his strength was already comparable to the 3rd-level true immortal in this world. As for his lifespan, it had broken the shackles of the original true immortal and reached an extremely long realm. Qin Shujian estimated he could exist for as long as the world existed. In other words, the 129,600 lifespan limit of a true immortal was no longer of any use to him. The true immortals of this world have actually taken the wrong path, but it's not completely the case. However, it's extremely difficult to rely on this method to break through to a higher realm. The limit of lifespan is the biggest problem. Combined with himself, Qin Shujian also knew what kind of path the world was taking. This was also the reason. So far, this world had not given birth to an expert of the Tao fruit realm. Because of the limit of lifespan. It was also difficult to walk the path of a single rule, which limited everyone's future. Of course, this was not absolute. If there was really an expert with outstanding talent, there was a possibility of breaking this shackle, but the possibility was slim. After opening up the inner world, the source of life can no longer play any role because I'm now equivalent to a newborn world, which is incompatible with the world in front of me. The source of life was also a kind of power of heaven and earth, but it was of a higher level. However, no matter how advanced it was, it could not transcend the limits of heaven and earth. In other words, Qin Shujian's current level of life was already equivalent to that of the great wide world. As a result, it was no longer possible to quickly improve his strength through the back door that the great wide world had opened for him. However, Qin Shujian didn't pay too much attention to it. The source of life was just a means to quickly improve his strength before he awakened his innate wisdom. Now that he had awakened his innate wisdom, he already knew how much of the road ahead would be. The existence of the source of life, there was no need for it. P.S. The book is already in the late stage. It might be finished in another month or two. At present, it's mainly restoring the book. If there are any more rewards, it depends on your mood, but there won't be additional chapters. Chapter 707. He walked out of the room. Qin Shujian counted with his fingers and roughly knew how much time had passed. Qin Emperor. Godslayer stepped forward with a fawning smile on his face. Things were different now. The other party was really the reincarnation of a being beyond true immortal. Although he was Zhu Bing, in front of such a being, he was just a little brother. So, the god-slaying saber clearly recognized its position. Senior, your attitude is a little different today, Qin Shujian said with a surprised face. You're exaggerating, Qin Emperor. I don't deserve to be called senior. If you think highly of me, just call me little god. Godslayer lowered his head submissively. Following Qin Shujian, he was no different from a henchman. As for the heavenly list, it also stepped forward at this time. But because its intelligence was not complete, it could only vaguely express its meaning. He took the heavenly list into his sea of consciousness. Qin Shujian glanced at Godslayer and then said, although Ben Huang has awakened his innate intelligence, it didn't change anything. The previous life is like a cloud and smoke. You should focus on the present. You don't have to be too restrained. Just act as usual. You're right, Qin Emperor. Godslayer was still smiling apologetically. Qin Shujian didn't bother to pay attention to this. Since the other party wanted to do this, then let him be. He sat back in his original position. Qin Shujian skillfully made a cup of tea for himself, then looked at Godslayer and said, I want to know, which era is it now? Which era is it? Hearing this, Godslayer's eyes showed confusion. The name era. It was the first time he heard of it. What is the era that Qin Emperor is talking about? It's nothing. I just asked casually. Qin Shujian shook his head. It seemed that even Zhu Bing didn't know about the existence of era. Thinking of Zhu Bing, he turned his gaze back to Godslayer. Speaking of which, after Zhu Bing obtains the power of faith, will he no longer fall from the level of Zhu Bing? Yes, that's true. Yes. Qin Shujian nodded. It seemed that not only was the path taken in this era different, even some of the methods used were different. In the third epoch, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The power of faith could create gods. Commonly known as investiture. When a mortal obtained the power of faith and became a god, they would possess extraordinary power. The more powerful the power of faith was, the more powerful it was. The more powerful the gods were, the more powerful they were. In the third era, there were gods who relied on the power of faith to reach the Tao fruit level. It was a pity. He was still reduced to ashes by the Great Tribulation. It was also an application of the power of faith. The gods of the third era were completely integrated with the power of faith, almost to the point of living and dying together. In the current era, the utilization of faith power by living beings was more like a form of plunder. Plunder this faith to complete a metamorphosis. But after completing the metamorphosis, they could still use the power of faith to fight against the enemy, but this power of faith would never disappear. They would not fall to the mortal world because of the destruction of the race they believed in. But it was the same. Furthermore, ancestral armaments would not become more powerful just because they possessed more power of faith. Because Zhu Bing was based on faith. But he was not nourished by faith. Once Zhu Bing was formed, faith would completely become his foundation. If he wanted to improve in the future, he would need to plunder the power of the flesh and blood of living beings to improve his strength. Comparing the two, each had its own benefits. At least the gods of the third era did not have any tribulations. In this era, Zhu Bing still needed to go through the tribulation. But in Qin Shujian's opinion, Zhu Bing of this era was actually much more powerful than the gods of the third era. Zhu Bing cultivated himself. The gods survived by faith. In comparison, Zhu Bing was more like a real cultivator who focused on his own power. Unlike the gods, once they lost the faith of living beings, they would completely fall to the dust. Although the path of a cultivator is different, the utilization of faith has improved a lot. This is probably one of the advantages of this era. Qin Shujian finished the spirit tea in front of him and his heart wavered. In any of the eras that were destroyed, in fact, they all had their shortcomings. Because of the shortcomings, that era would end. So, there was no possibility that the older the era, the more powerful it was. Instead, from the birth of each era to the end, the next era would become more perfect. Qin Shujian wanted to know, which epoch was the current one in? But unfortunately, it seemed that this era had never produced a powerhouse above the level of a true immortal. No one could give him an answer. Godslayer, who was sitting at the side. At this moment, his heart was in a mess and he felt a little restless. Qin Shujian was deep in thought. He did not talk to him. But for some reason, the god-slaying saber still felt an immense pressure. Such pressure, he had never felt such pressure from so many hosts in the past. Even when facing the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Kang, Godslayer did not feel such pressure. Probably, this is the terror of a Dao fruit powerhouse. Even if he has just awakened his innate wisdom, he is not comparable to an ordinary person. He could only comfort himself in this way. Half an hour later, Qin Shujian woke up from his contemplation and observed his own situation. His inner world had been established. One sand, one world. Heaven and earth could be infinitely big or infinitely small. But if he wanted to establish a new world in his physical body, he had to break it down and then completely shed his mortal body. The current Qin Shujian. His physical body looked normal, but it was completely different from before. If one had to make a comparison, it was probably equivalent to the immortal body of a true immortal. But the difference was, Qin Shujian's physical body could evolve with heaven and earth and become stronger step by step. Even in the situation where he had just established a new world, his physical body was stronger than an ordinary immortal body. The strength of my physical body should be at the level of a third-level immortal. Overall strength should be at the level of a fourth-level immortal. He had taken a new path. Qin Shujian could no longer use the standards of this world to measure his realm. Similarly, the division of realms in the third era was also not suitable for him. Because of the path he was taking now. It was a new path that was deduced from the third era and combined with the cultivation system of this new era. It seems that I have to create a new system now. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Then he calmed his mind and appeared in his inner world in the next instant. Heaven and earth were barren. It was only 1,000,000 miles in size. There was no great yin and no great sun. In the position of the vault of heaven, there was a mother stream flowing quietly. At this moment, the mother stream of laws was very empty and very weak. This was because the mother stream of laws was the combination of all the laws of heaven and earth. In other words, the more laws there were in heaven and earth, the stronger the mother stream of laws would be. On the contrary, the rarer and weaker the laws of heaven and earth, the weaker the mother stream of laws would be. The divine thought incarnation walked in the inner world. Qin Shujian could sense the desolation of heaven and earth. The laws are incomplete. The lack of laws is serious. Heaven and earth are also desolate and not strong enough. There are no living creatures born. Rather than saying that this is a complete world, it is better to say that it is a small world created by a true immortal. Different from a true immortal's small world, I can completely control the power of heaven and earth. And the stronger the heaven and earth, the stronger the power I can use. If the laws of heaven and earth are complete, then as the ruler of heaven and earth, my strength will officially return to its previous peak and even be stronger than before. At this moment, Qin Shujian had a lot of understanding. But to expand heaven and earth and fill in the laws was not an easy task. Now in heaven and earth, power, forging, array Dao, alchemy Dao. The power of the four laws were the laws that Qin Shujian had originally comprehended. After heaven and earth were created, he borrowed a trace of the laws to be reborn here. In other words, the four laws in his inner world could only be said to be a seed that had not yet sprouted, let alone grown into a giant tree. So, letting heaven and earth have more seeds of laws was one of the things. Then letting the seeds sprout and grow into real laws was another thing. So what I have to do next is to comprehend enough laws in the greater thousand world and then let the same seeds be born in my inner world. Only then can heaven and earth become stronger. In that case, the world in front of me should be considered a small world with laws, but the laws are far from stable and complete. Next is the middle thousand world, and then the greater thousand world. Qin Shujian used the level of his inner world as the division of his current strength. He had just opened up a small world. His strength was roughly equivalent to that of a fourth-tier true immortal. If it was promoted to a middle thousand world, his strength would be at the level of an upper-tier true immortal and half-step Dao fruit. As for the greater thousand world, he would have completely stepped into the Dao fruit level. I can put the matter of the epoch aside for now. Instead, the demon abyss and the void demons are the current problems. The void demons are born in the outer realm and have a long lifespan, almost to the extent of being immortal. This method is somewhat similar to the methods of the third epoch. But I can't be sure immediately since I haven't seen it. As for the demon abyss, it is rumored that a Dao fruit expert opened up a world. It seems to be true. But this world should not have given birth to a Dao fruit. It could have been born but later left. But no matter what, the demon abyss must be related to the Dao fruit level. After all, the void demons are immortal and only Zhu Bing can kill them. To a certain extent, they are already an existence born from the origin. Such an existence is actually a Dao fruit expert that has been weakened countless times. Qin Shujian's mind was spinning wildly. Although he had reached the Dao fruit level, it was a matter of the third epoch. Who knew which epoch it was now? Moreover, his strength had weakened to a freezing point. Not to mention the Dao fruit, he was half-step Dao fruit. If there was really an upper three true immortal in front of him, Qin Shujian felt that he was not a match for him. So, even if he had awakened the innate wisdom, the void demons and the demon abyss were both a big problem. If the void demons and the demon abyss could not survive the calamity, then it would be a big joke. There were two things to do now. First, they had to get rid of the void demons guarding the great thousand world. Second, kill the demon abyss. Soon, Qin Shujian retreated from the inner world. After re-establishing his life goal, he was in a good mood. Breakthrough ahead. Awakening the innate wisdom. The impact of too many memories made Qin Shujian almost chaotic, and he also forgot what his goal was. Now, after carefully thinking about it, he finally understood. But before that, I have something to do. Qin Shujian thought of something, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Qin Shujian. But he had never been a magnanimous person. Then, Qin Shujian said faintly, I said, I should be in front of Xiao Chengfeng. After saying that. Then, under Godslayer's shocked gaze, he directly disappeared. My words are law. He was stunned. My words are law. Godslayer did not expect that there was really someone who could achieve the level of my words are law. For such a rumored method. He had also heard of it from the Emperor of Heaven. However, even the Emperor of Heaven had only comprehended the existence of my words are law, but there was no way to really use it. Until now. It was the Godslayer's first time seeing a living my words are law. Soon. He realized another thing. Qin Shujian, you left me out. Godslayer hurriedly ran outside. The Xiao family. Xiao Chengfeng was drinking tea alone, as well as playing chess alone. All of a sudden, without any warning, there was one more person in front of him. Qin Shujian. Xiao Chengfeng's pupils suddenly shrank, and even his hand that was playing chess directly stopped. He was sure. When the other person just appeared, he did not feel anything. As if the person in front of him had always been here. This feeling. Suddenly, Xiao Chengfeng felt a vague sense of oppression. Just as he was shocked, Qin Shujian said with a smile, Brother Xiao, playing chess alone is too boring. Hearing that, Xiao Chengfeng forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at the person in front of him and said, I have always been used to playing chess alone. If Qin Shujian is also proficient in chess, you and I can play chess. Now he had recovered. Just now, he did not notice Qin Shujian's appearance at all. Xiao Chengfeng attributed it to him being distracted. Benhuang also dabbles in chess. Since Brother Xiao is interested, then Benhuang will accompany you to the end. But I haven't played chess for many years and am a bit rusty. I hope Brother Xiao can be merciful. Qin Shujian's face showed a kind smile. To this, Xiao Chengfeng said, Qin Shujian, you are too modest. While speaking, he did not think so in his heart. How old was Qin Shujian? Even if he was a chess genius, he would not be a match for him, let alone whether he was really wasting his time. After all, he had played chess for tens of thousands of years. I will not take advantage of Qin Shujian. I will let you play black first, and I will let you play 3 pieces. How about that? Xiao Chengfeng was generous enough to go easy on him. Last time he beat Qin Shujian up. Although Qin Shujian did not say anything on the surface, it was hard to guarantee that he would not have any thoughts. If he were to crush Qin Shujian again in the game of chess, Qin Shujian would not be able to bring himself to do so. Xiao Chengfeng was already thinking. What should he do to make Qin Shujian lose with dignity? As for admitting defeat, that did not exist. Qin Shujian did not refuse. He nodded and said, okay, thank you for letting me play first. After that, he had already put down a piece. Then he put down 2 more pieces. Xiao Chengfeng smiled confidently. He picked up a chess piece and placed it down. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Chengfeng's forehead was covered with sweat. His right hand holding the piece was in the air, and he did not know how to put it down. Even with the experience of his previous life and the deduction of his current cultivation, he could not deduce a way out at all. Opposite him, Qin Shujian took out the human emperor fan and fanned it gently. There was a gentle smile on his face. He was not in a hurry. He did not urge him. He allowed Xiao Chengfeng to think about countermeasures. Half an hour later, Xiao Chengfeng put down the piece in his hand weakly and sighed. I lost. After that, he added, I did not expect Qin Shujian to be so good at chess. It seems that I underestimated him. This time you and I will have a fair game. Xiao Chengfeng could not accept his loss in the last game. Let the pieces go later. 1 step behind, 1 step behind. It was as if Qin Shujian had completely predicted the future. His every move was restricted, and he was forced into a dead end. For this matter, Xiao Chengfeng could not accept it no matter what. After all, he had tens of thousands of years of experience. There was absolutely no reason for him to lose to a junior. For Xiao Chengfeng's request, Qin Shujian did not refuse. He nodded and said, okay, let's have another game. I lost. When Xiao Chengfeng said this, he was already sweating profusely. He lost again. It was worse than last time. Last time, he held on for a quarter of an hour. This time, he did not even hold on for a quarter of an hour and was completely defeated. It was a simple game. It made Xiao Chengfeng feel like he had a life-and-death battle with a top expert. No, it should be a one-sided beating. 2 games. Xiao Chengfeng was doubting himself. He did not dare to believe it. With tens of thousands of years of experience in chess, he was defeated by Qin Shujian. And he was defeated so miserably. Looking at Xiao Chengfeng's gloomy face, Qin Shujian decided to give him another chance. Last time, after I verified with Brother Xiao, Benhuang went into seclusion for a while. I accidentally gained something. This time, I am also itching to have another game with Brother Xiao. I wonder if Brother Xiao is willing. I gained something. Xiao Chengfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. He withdrew his attention from the chessboard. He was sure. The current Qin Shujian definitely had not broken through to the true immortal realm. This way. Xiao Chengfeng was relieved. Since he lost badly in chess, he also wanted to find a chance to save face. For this, he nodded and said, since Qin Shujian said so, I will not refuse. Then let's go. Qin Shujian got up and walked outside. Xiao Chengfeng was not far behind. Soon, the 2 of them came to the void. This was the void of the East continent. If they went further up, it would be the layer of heaven and earth squall. If they wanted to enter there, they must have an immortal body. Or else, any cultivator who entered there would immediately be crushed into powder. Although Qin Shujian and Xiao Chengfeng's bodies were not weaker than an immortal body, the two of them did not enter the layer of heaven and earth squall. After all, it was just a game. There was no need to choose such a dangerous place. Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Just like last time, you and I will not use the power of rules or any divine weapons. We will only use the means of our own existence." After the evolution of his inner world, he could no longer borrow the power of heaven and earth, so he could not use the rules that he had previously comprehended. Because strictly speaking, Qin Shujian was now a walking heaven and earth. Although it was countless times weaker than the vast thousand domains, it was essentially the same. This way, how could one heaven and earth borrow the power of another heaven and earth? No problem. Xiao Chengfeng nodded. Seeing this, Qin Shujian smiled. "Then please make your move, brother Xiao. Be careful." Xiao Chengfeng did not talk nonsense. He took a step forward, and his physical strength had already shattered the void. Then, he threw a punch, and a terrifying power exploded in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A simple punch, but the power was already comparable to a true immortal's attack. Supreme Foundation. It allowed Xiao Chengfeng, at the heavenly being level, to have a combat power of 400,000. To this, Qin Shujian did not move, and when the attack was about to hit him, he suddenly stretched out a fist. In an instant, the two fists collided. The void was quietly destroyed and shattered. Then, Xiao Chengfeng felt as if his body was struck by lightning, and then flew out uncontrollably into the distance. At this moment, his face was full of astonishment. It was as if he had not yet recovered from his shock. How did he get blasted out? However, Xiao Chengfeng's shock did not stop Qin Shujian. He took a step forward, and his body had already disappeared from where he was. In the next second, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Chengfeng. "Brother Xiao, be careful." After saying this, he threw a punch. A punch landed on his stomach, and a terrifying power spilled out, almost shattering his physical body. In an instant, Xiao Chengfeng only felt an unbearable pain in his stomach, and his internal organs were completely overturned by this punch. Not only that, he also felt that Qin Shujian's punch had temporarily sealed his true essence, and there was no way for him to use his true essence to counterattack. Xiao Chengfeng was about to speak, but unfortunately, Qin Shujian did not give him a chance. Another punch was thrown. This time, it was to hit his face. Bang! 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 Qin Shujian punched and kicked, and Xiao Chengfeng did not have any power to fight back, and was beaten up in the void. The control of power. He did it very well. The power of each blow was just right. Since the opponent felt pain, there would not be any serious injuries. "Brother Xiao, why don't you fight back?" Bang! "Brother Xiao, fight back." Bang! "Brother Xiao, your strength has regressed recently." Bang! In the void, Qin Shujian did not stop attacking. Xiao Chengfeng's heart was filled with rage, and he was extremely shocked. He suddenly realized Qin Shujian's strength had skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying level. He did not use the power of rules, but he could beat him until he could not fight back. Especially the method of sealing his true essence, it was even more shocking. After an unknown period of time, Qin Shujian threw another punch, and Xiao Chengfeng finally could not help but let out a scream. The seal of true essence was finally broken, and a vast amount of true essence flowed out of his body. The original injuries on his body were all healed the moment the true essence flowed. Emperor Qin, Xiao Chengfeng clenched his fists and planned to rush up to avenge his humiliation. To this, Qin Shujian gently waved his folding fan, and his expression was calm. "Brother Xiao, do you still want to fight? If you still want to, I can accompany you to the end." Xiao Chengfeng's chest rose and fell violently. Still want to fight? Thinking of the one-sided beating he had just received, he deduced what his chances of winning would be if they fought again. After a long while, Xiao Chengfeng felt a chill in his heart. He realized that no matter how he fought, there seemed to be no chance of winning. Unless, Only by using all of their trump cards, including their rules and ancestral armaments, would they be able to contend against Chu Feng. But in that case, it would not be a spar, but a battle to the death. So, Xiao Chengfeng suppressed this impulse, and said with a bitter smile, "I lost this battle. I did not expect that in just 2 or 3 months, Emperor Qin's strength had improved so quickly. I am afraid that Emperor Qin can already break through to the true immortal realm." In his opinion, Qin Shujian's strength could already break through to the true immortal realm at any time. And once he broke through, he was a true powerhouse among the true immortals. According to Xiao Chengfeng's estimation, when Qin Shujian was a level 1 true immortal, he could have the strength of a level 4 true immortal. This was a terrifying leap. But this was often the case. To have the strength of a level 3 true immortal, even in the ancient heavenly court, he was a true powerhouse. To reach that level, even the emperors of small clans were about that level. Of course, Xiao Chengfeng knew, if he broke through, his strength could also stay at the level 4 true immortal realm. This was the advantage of building a supreme foundation. Otherwise, there was no need for him to work so hard to build a supreme foundation. True immortal? Qin Shujian shook his head slightly, and said, "Benhuang will not break through to the true immortal realm." "What do you mean?" Xiao Chengfeng's expression changed. The other party's words made him feel confused. Then, Xiao Chengfeng immediately reacted, and his gaze became serious. Could it be that Emperor Qin has created a new system, so he did not walk the path of a true immortal? He was not a stupid person. Plus his identity in his previous life. Not many people could compare to Xiao Chengfeng's knowledge. Because of this, as soon as Qin Shujian opened his mouth to speak, he immediately realized that Qin Shujian's path was not that of a true immortal. Then, Xiao Chengfeng felt relieved. That's right, Emperor Qin is already so powerful without breaking through to the true immortal realm. He must have taken another path. I am not being arrogant, but the path of a true immortal, on the level of a celestial being, no one can compare to me. Because what I have built is the most complete foundation. If everyone walked the same path, Xiao Chengfeng believed that in the vast 1,000 worlds, no one could be stronger than him at the same level. This was the confidence of a strong person. As for the new system that Qin Shujian had taken, in Xiao Chengfeng's opinion, it should have surpassed the original celestial being level, and was moving towards a higher level. This level. He did not know what level it was. But the level that the other party was in now must be the same as the true immortal realm. Or else, it was impossible for him to be so miserable. This was Xiao Chengfeng's confidence, and the only explanation that could make him feel relieved. To this, Qin Shujian could guess what Xiao Chengfeng was thinking, but he did not expose him. If Xiao Chengfeng knew that the supreme foundation he was so proud of was nothing in front of Qin Shujian, Xiao Chengfeng's Dao heart would probably collapse. Actually, the path that Brother Xiao is taking is almost equivalent to opening up a new system. While they were talking, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Xiao Chengfeng, and he looked at him deeply. Casting the supreme foundation, turning yourself into a perfect carrier. When you break through to the true immortal realm, you directly use your physical body to carry the rules. This method is very different from the normal path of a true immortal, and then gradually master the rules of the true immortal realm. Although it is also borrowing the rules of heaven and earth, but seriously speaking, your current system is already a new one. A new system. Xiao Chengfeng looked a little confused. He had never thought that the system that he was taking would be a new one. But Qin Shujian's words. However, he suddenly woke up from his stupor. That's right. The system that he was taking was a new one, it was also the rules. But a normal true immortal took the path of controlling the rules. Strictly speaking, although the rules were controlled by cultivators, they still belonged to heaven and earth, and were equivalent to borrowing the power of heaven and earth. It was just that the power that a true immortal borrowed was of a higher level and purer than the power that a heavenly being borrowed. But the path that he was taking now, it was the path of using his physical body to carry the rules. Such a method. It was equivalent to taking away the rules from heaven and earth, and then gathering the power in himself. In that case, it was two different cultivation systems. Qin Shujian's words. Xiao Chengfeng was completely enlightened. Originally, he had always thought that the path that he was taking was actually the same as before. It was just that before breaking through to the true immortal realm, he would strengthen his foundation, and then when he broke through, his strength would become stronger. But Xiao Chengfeng only realized now. It turned out that he had always been wrong. Suddenly, Xiao Chengfeng stood in the void, and his expression kept changing. He had already fallen into some kind of enlightenment. The scene in front of him. Qin Shujian did not disturb him. He knew that Xiao Chengfeng was taking a new path because the path that he was taking was exactly the same as that of the third era. Or rather, the path that the first, second, and third eras took was the same. Qin Shujian did not know in the past. But after awakening his innate wisdom, he suddenly realized. It turned out that the path taken in this era was different from the previous eras. But the path that Xiao Chengfeng took, it was the style of the ancient era. Every era's path has its advantages and disadvantages. However, in terms of strength, the paths of the first three eras should be the strongest. However, it also depends on the situation. Perhaps someone who walked on the path of this era would be stronger. That's not necessarily the case. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He thought of Zhao Huang. The other party walked the path of the rules and regulations. The normal true immortal system. But Emperor Zhao was extremely powerful. At the very least, from Qin Shujian's point of view, Emperor Zhao was not weak at all. He was not sure about the ancient era and the ancient era. But in this era, Zhao Huang was definitely one of the best. He could even be called the most powerful person in the world. If there were any experts in the 4 continents who had the hope of breaking through the true immortal limit, then Zhao Huang was one. Xiao Chengfeng in front of him was one. But hope is still hope. Whether or not one can really reach that step depends on one's luck. Qin Shujian shook his head. Not to mention the two of them. Even if it was him, he was not sure that he could break through the Dao fruit realm by taking a new path. For this, Qin Shujian did not regret it. The failure of the third era proved that the path that he took was still flawed. If he did not want to repeat the same mistake, in that case, he had to take a new path. He was not completely sure whether the path that he took would be strong or weak in the end. However, Qin Shujian was willing to take a gamble. Half a day later, Xiao Chengfeng woke up from his enlightenment. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Emperor Qin. Xiao Chengfeng is very grateful. This bow. He thanked the other party for pointing out the path and enlightening him. It had nothing to do with their identities. It was just a favor for pointing out the path. Qin Shujian calmly accepted the other party's bow. When Xiao Chengfeng straightened up, he smiled and said, "It seems like Brother Xiao has gained quite a lot. It should not take too long for you to break through to the true immortal realm. At most 3 months, at least 1 month, I will be able to prove my Dao and become an immortal." Xiao Chengfeng nodded. Originally, he thought that there should be a year for him to prove his Dao. But now he realized. If he did not understand himself, there was a high chance that he would fail. Now that he understood himself, Xiao Chengfeng had 100% confidence now. At the same time, the time for him to prove his Dao and become an immortal was much earlier. The onlooker sees the game clearly. I was originally blind. Thanks to Emperor Qin's guidance, I was able to walk out of my confusion. Xiao Chengfeng sighed. However, there was a smile on his face. It should be a coincidence that Qin Shujian pointed him out. It was as if he could not see the leaf. What he could not see clearly would be seen clearly by others. In this battle, although Xiao Chengfeng lost miserably, he understood himself and gained a lot, which led to him being beaten up. He also chose to forget. He could not forget. With Qin Shujian's current strength, there was no way he could fight back. Unless he proved his Dao and became an immortal one day, then he would have a chance to save face today. After returning from the void, Xiao Chengfeng went into seclusion again. Although he understood himself, he still needed some time to integrate. This was also the reason why he needed 1 to 3 months to break through to the true immortal realm. On the other side, Qin Shujian returned to the courtyard. The moment he entered the courtyard, looking at the empty courtyard, his expression was somewhat startled. Where is the saber? Qin Shujian found that the Godslayer seemed to have disappeared. Immediately, his divine consciousness spread out and covered the entire Qian Yuan realm. Not long after, Qin Shujian found where the God-slaying saber was. After sending a message to the other party, he retracted his divine consciousness. Sitting on the stone bench, he looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. His thoughts had already drifted to another place. With my current strength, I should be able to flip the table. P.S. It only said that it might be completed within the next 2 months, not immediately. Don't worry, the holes left behind will definitely be filled. If it takes longer to fill them all up, then it will naturally take a little longer to complete. Please vote. Chapter 708. The Strength of a 4th-level Immortal. At the moment, he could already be considered the number 1 person in the 4 continents. Of course, this did not include the existences in Heavenly Abyss and the Sea of Death. If those 2 places were taken into account, then, Qin Shujian was now a younger brother. A 4th-level immortal is still not safe enough. Sect Master Qin sat on the stone bench and sighed faintly. If the myriad races don't have any other trump cards, it's about time. However, it seems that it's best to wait for the human race to have 1 or 2 more perfected immortals. If Xiao Chengfeng proves his Dao and becomes an immortal, he will definitely be an expert comparable to a 4th-level immortal. If there are 2 4th-level immortals, it should be enough. Was it enough? In fact, Qin Shujian himself was not confident. If it was in the past, if he could sweep through the 4 continents with his strength. But the problem was, in just over a year, many emperors had succeeded in proving their Dao. Until now, there were already 50 to 60 perfected immortals. Even if a 4th-level immortal could crush a 1st-level immortal, he would not be a match for so many perfected immortals. Unless, Qin Shujian's strength could be increased by another step before he had a chance to suppress all those perfected immortals. But he had to go 1 step further. It was not an easy task. If you want to resist the outside, you have to settle the inside first. Although the myriad races are most likely united in dealing with the void demons and the demon abyss, they are not absolutely stable. Qin Shujian tapped his finger on the stone table gently. If he wanted to unite the myriad races, it was not an easy task. From Zhu Bing's words, he knew that there was actually more than 1 expert in this era who wanted to unite the myriad races, but they all failed. The first was the ancient demon emperor. All the races in the world belonged to the demon race, and in the end, he was beaten to death. The second was the emperor of heaven. He established the heavenly court and ruled the myriad races in the world. In the end, he expanded the influence of the heavenly court step by step, and then weakened the influence of the races to achieve the goal of unification. Unfortunately, the arrival of the demon abyss broke the emperor of heaven's plan. Although both of them had failed in the matter of ruling the myriad races, it had indirectly proved one thing. As long as it was an expert with foresight, their goal was to unify the myriad races. Only by grasping all the power of heaven and earth in one's hands would one be qualified to do other things. Judging from the current situation of the Devil Abyss, there's still some time, about 30 to 50 years. The evil void demons can't break through the heaven and earth barrier now, so there's actually quite a lot of time left for the human race. In other words, I have quite a lot of time left. Qin Shujian's mind spun. After obtaining the memories of the 3rd era, his body had undergone some transformations. Even though his strength did not change much. But in reality, combined with the various means of the 3rd era, one's strength would also undergo a great change. He thought of the methods of the 3rd era. Qin Shujian shook his head again with a regretful look on his face. It's a pity that the laws of the universe are different now. Many of the techniques of the third era can't be used in this era. Unless I can break through to the Tao fruit realm and ignore the restraints of the universe. There were rules in heaven and earth. There were rules in the outer realm as well. However, at the end of all laws, there was the law of the universe. This was the strongest existence in an epoch. If one surpassed the laws of heaven and earth and touched the laws of the universe, it was equivalent to the half-step Tao fruit realm. If one broke free from the restraints of the laws of the universe, that was the true Tao fruit. This was also why the evil void demons pursued the sacred demon realm. The living beings of heaven and earth were bound by the laws of heaven and earth. The outer realm was also bound by the laws of the outer realm. The two were completely different, but they were of the same origin. In different eras, the laws of the universe were different. Therefore, it was naturally not easy to use the methods of the third era. Or else, Qin Shujian did not have to think so much now. Just relying on the memories of the third era was enough to deal with all the true immortals. Until now, what he could use were only a few techniques that were compatible with the laws of the universe. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. It's too risky now. Qin Shujian finally decided to wait a little longer. At this time, he flipped the table. It was too risky. If the human race suffered heavy losses because of the war, it was not in line with his expectations. Then, Qin Shujian focused his attention on himself. Until now, he had only sorted out some things in the long memories of the third era and had a preliminary understanding of his own inner world. Apart from that, Qin Shujian was still confused by the many other methods he had used. Endless years of memories. It was a good thing. It could give him incomparably rich experience and unparalleled knowledge. But it was also a bad thing. Because in the long years, many things were buried in the dust. If he wanted to find something useful to him, he would have to flip through it bit by bit and search for it. Sometimes, he would have a flash of inspiration. He might remember some things that he had forgotten. Now, Qin Shujian completely understood what the Godslayer often said in the past. Some things were forgotten. It was really not easy to remember. The Dharma eyes look a little familiar. It seems a little like the methods of the second era's experts. To be able to survive several eras and still have methods left behind, they should be Tao fruit experts. But there are only a few Tao fruits in the second era. I know them all. Qin Shujian thought of his Dharma eyes. The experts of the second era had an extremely powerful eye technique that could peer into the universe and search for the origin of everything. Dharma eyes. It was like the predecessor of this powerful eye technique. However, Qin Shujian had seen the experts of the second era in the third era. He was basically sure. No one had left behind Dharma eyes. In other words, the ones who left behind Dharma eyes should have been experts who had died in the second era. In this way, it could explain why he, who had the third era, could not recognize them. At such a level, as long as there is a backup plan left behind, it is impossible for them to really die. The Cauldron Cave Mansion might be an opportunity for rebirth. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up. The Cauldron Cave Mansion. Without a doubt, it was a method left behind by the second era. Even after the end of an era, it was not destroyed. With the beginning of a new era, it reappeared in the Great Thousand World. Regarding this matter, Qin Shujian was not too surprised. At such a level, who did not have a backup plan? However, it was impossible for him to not care about the method left behind by an unfamiliar Tao fruit expert. This era. It was very important to Qin Shujian. I still need to put in more effort to search for the Cauldron Cave Mansion. After all, it is not easy to find the method left behind by a Tao fruit expert. He shook his head. Qin Shujian directly entered the mother stream of precepts. Ever since he broke through to the 9th level of the celestial being realm, it was his first time entering the mother stream of precepts. He had entered the mother stream of precepts. Qin Shujian wanted to comprehend the power law. However, this time, he entered the mother stream of precepts to give the seeds of the ordinary laws of his inner world. Rumble. The moment he entered the mother stream of precepts, He saw the long river shaking. The river water that was originally flowing calmly in the mother stream was surging like raging waves. In an instant, Qin Shujian was in a precarious situation. Before he could observe the situation around him, waves hit him. Boom! Qin Shujian punched out and forcefully extinguished the waves. Then, he took a step forward and advanced in the mother stream. It was different from before. This time, he entered the mother stream of precepts with his real body. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a true immortal to enter the mother stream of precepts as a true immortal. However, Qin Shujian walked a new system that he created himself. To a certain extent, he was already in existence on the same level as heaven and earth. Therefore, entering the mother stream of precepts was naturally not a problem. However, at the same time, because of the inner world and the new system, Qin Shujian entering the mother stream of precepts was an intruder to the vast thousand world. He was considered a thief. A thief who existed to steal the heaven and earth law. Therefore, the mother stream of precepts that was originally not a threat to cultivators became extremely dangerous at this moment. This is quite troublesome. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. Every step he took was a powerful threat. The mother stream of precepts. It was the origin of the vast thousand world. In other words, if the vast thousand world was compared to a cultivator, the other party was equivalent to a complete Dao fruit powerhouse. Now, what he did was to enter a Dao fruit powerhouse's house to steal things. Even if the other party did not care, but with some instinctive counterattacks, he could easily crush a true immortal of any level. Therefore, Qin Shujian had to treat it seriously. If a true immortal entered and died, he would really die. At this moment, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was treading on thin ice. However, Qin Shujian had his own reasons for being so confident. At this moment, the mother stream of precepts surged and shook, and wave after wave flooded towards the intruder. In the beginning, Qin Shujian could still rely on his own strength to extinguish the waves. But in the end, he had no choice but to take out the Godslayer. Boom! His inner world shook, and surging power filled his body. Immediately, Zhu Bing's power was completely activated. The saber slashed down. The waves that came over were split into two. After breaking through the inner world, Qin Shujian was no different from a true immortal. He could perfectly use Zhu Bing's power and could also support the consumption. After all, there was a heaven and earth in his body. Consumption was naturally not a problem. Very soon, Qin Shujian locked onto the nearest long river of precepts. Without thinking, he used Zhu Bing to slash out and tore a gap in the long river of precepts. Then, he took a step into it. He entered the long river of precepts. Qin Shujian casually put away the Godslayer and walked steadily in it, feeling the terrifying power that filled the surroundings. His purpose for coming here, it was to comprehend the existence of the precepts and nurture the precept seeds for his inner world. If he used the Godslayer to slash around, it would be different from his idea. So, after putting away the Godslayer, Qin Shujian walked in the long river of precepts while comprehending the precepts' power in the river. Just like the mother stream of precepts, the long river of precepts had also discovered the existence of the intruder. Endless pressure came from all directions, causing Qin Shujian to feel a great deal of pressure. However, this pressure was much smaller than the mother stream of precepts. With Qin Shujian's current foundation, blocking it was not a problem. Southern continent. In a sealed secret realm, countless long swords were scattered. It was like a vast valley of swords. Every long sword. It was as if they were living cultivators, inhaling and exhaling the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The entire secret realm. It was filled with terrifying sword aura, turning this place into a terrifying land of death. The Sword Clan. It was a race formed by the divine weapon longsword that had gained sentience. The Sword Clan was not weak. In the past, they were considered one of the more powerful clans. However, because there were too few divine weapons that could give birth to sentience and evolve into flesh and blood, this clan was extremely rare. So, the Sword Clan had always been lukewarm. Until recently. The Sword Emperor's breakthrough to true immortal caused the Sword Clan to rise from a small clan to a large clan. In the center of the Sword Clan's secret realm, a crystal palace stood in the center of the palace. A middle-aged man in a white robe was sitting on the throne in the palace. As he inhaled and exhaled, a sea of sword energy gathered and purer sword energy exhaled. These pure sword energy exhaled and exhaled. It was immediately divided by all the clansmen in the Sword Clan's secret realm. All of a sudden, the Sword Emperor's heart palpitated and he suddenly opened his eyes. Someone entered Bunhuang's Sword Dao Law. Soon, he understood what was going on. Regarding this, the Sword Emperor was not angry. He was just extremely confused. Any law with an owner could not allow other cultivators to enter, because the law monument had already recognized an owner. The long river of precepts also had a layer of barrier. Even if a true immortal attacked, he could not force his way into an owner's law. Because once a true immortal intruded into an unfamiliar law with an owner, it would automatically trigger the law's counterattack. A moment of carelessness would result in death. More importantly, in an unfamiliar long river of precepts, the intruder would not be able to use his original law. As a result, if he encountered an enemy in an owner's law, the probability of a true immortal dying was even higher. So, this was what the Sword Emperor was really confused about. As for experts who were not true immortals, there was no possibility of entering an owner's law. After a brief moment of confusion, the Sword Emperor did not think too much about it. Since the law monument told him that an expert had entered his Sword Dao Law, then as the ruler of the Sword Dao Law, he naturally had to step forward. The Sword Emperor stretched out his hand and slashed forward. The void instantly cracked open. Immediately after, he took a step forward and disappeared from the palace. The long river of precepts. Qin Shujian destroyed the waves with a flick of his finger. When the waves collapsed, there was a weak rule power that overflowed. His divine consciousness spread out and captured the rule power that overflowed, wanting to comprehend the corresponding law from it. However, the overflowed power was too weak and did not have much of an effect at all. Comprehending the law is not an easy task. There is still a long way to go. Qin Shujian was silent in his heart. His footsteps did not stop as he continued to walk forward. Facing the intruder, the long river of laws shook crazily. The waves set off by the river were each stronger than the last. After walking to a certain extent, Qin Shujian also felt the pressure. But after entering for so long, he had never encountered an expert's shadow to stop him. To this, he did not have to wonder for too long before he roughly understood what was going on. It was also at this moment, a hole appeared in the long river of laws. A person walked in from within and directly blocked in front of Qin Shujian. Qin Emperor. Seeing the intruder, the Sword Emperor's expression instantly turned solemn. He did not expect, the one who broke into his law was not a true immortal as he expected, but the human clan's Qin Emperor. Of course. The Sword Emperor was also very clear that although Qin Shujian was not a true immortal, his strength was much more terrifying than a true immortal. When he saw Qin Shujian also recognized the identity of the person who came. Sword Emperor. His brows raised slightly. Qin Shujian also did not expect that the long river of laws he entered would be the one controlled by the Sword Emperor. For the Sword Clan. He also had some understanding. After all, among the thousands of clans in the world, some were very normal, while some were quite magical and ingenious. The Sword Clan was one of them. Any expert of the Sword Clan was a powerful magic weapon, and the Sword Emperor was one of the best. I wonder what Qin Emperor's purpose is to break into Banhuang's law. The Sword Emperor's eyes were cold, and his voice was neither fast nor slow. But my Sword Clan has never had any conflicts with the human clan. Qin Emperor, please leave. Otherwise, if we fight, it will inevitably hurt the relationship between both sides. He did not want to fight with Qin Shujian. Even if it was his own home ground, it was the same. The Sword Emperor understood. Qin Shujian's strength, even if he did not use the power of the law, was extremely powerful. He was not confident that he could kill him here. If he only expelled Qin Shujian, it was inevitable that both sides would become hostile. Therefore, The Sword Emperor hoped that Qin Shujian would take the initiative to leave. Of course, if he was confident that he could keep him here forever, that would be another matter. Hearing that, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. I heard that the Sword Emperor's cultivation in the sword principle is superb. Ben Huang happens to be interested in seeing you and wants to learn from you. You want to snatch the path from Ben Huang. The Sword Emperor's heart was filled with killing intent, and the way he looked at Qin Shujian had completely changed. Snatching the path. He had only heard of it in rumors. But after breaking through to the true immortal realm, the Sword Emperor also understood that snatching the path was real. That was to break into the law with an owner with absolute strength, defeat the owner, and snatch the law monument to leave one's name. That was snatching the path. For any true immortal. Snatching the path. It was a hatred that would not end until one of them was dead. Now, Qin Shujian's words, in the Sword Emperor's eyes, were blatantly snatching the path. Since he had said that, the Sword Emperor naturally would not take any chances. He raised his hand, and the long river of law raged. Countless long swords condensed out of thin air, and they were already slashing towards Qin Shujian. Snatcher. He must die. No matter what identity he had, the final result was the same. Good timing. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up, and he also punched out. The two forces collided. All the long swords that had condensed were met with a destructive blow, and they were shattered halfway. Seeing this, the Sword Emperor did not panic, and pointed his finger diagonally. In an instant, heaven and earth were torn apart, and yin and yang were separated. It was originally a simple point, but in Qin Shujian's eyes, it was a divine sword that could destroy heaven and earth, and the power it carried was enough to shock people. This scene. It did not shock Qin Shujian. Instead, it made him even more excited. Because he realized, when the Sword Emperor really attacked, the Sword Dao law also became abnormally active. At that moment, Qin Shujian had a realization in his heart. But this realization was very weak, and it was not enough for the seed of the Sword Dao law to be born in his inner world. However, he was not in a hurry. As long as he continued to fight, the possibility of comprehending the Sword Dao law was very high. Boom! Qin Shujian fought the Sword Emperor with all his might with his bare hands. He did not use the Godslayer. He did not use any other means. He purely relied on the fundamental power of his physical body to fight against a true immortal at his peak. In the past, Qin Shujian did not use the power of the rules, and there was no way he could fight against a true immortal. But it was different now. The evolution of his inner world. It made his strength transform to a terrifying level. At this moment, there was no way for the Heaven List to record it, and Qin Shujian could not clearly see what level his combat strength had reached. However, there was one thing he was sure of. After the evolution of his inner world, his combat strength was at least 1,000,000, and as for how much more, he did not know. Boom! Boom! In the long river of rules, two terrifying figures were fighting. The Sword Emperor used his hand as a sword, as if he was holding a shocking divine weapon, and easily cut through the void with every move. However, the more they fought, the more shocked he was. In the home ground of rules here, the Sword Emperor found that he could not gain any advantage at all. No matter how fierce his attacks were, Qin Shujian could deal with them steadily. One thing was certain. The other party definitely did not use the power of the rules. Therefore, that was why the Sword Emperor was shocked. But soon, this shock turned into monstrous killing intent. In his opinion, Qin Shujian's purpose was to snatch the path. At this moment, the stronger the other party was, the greater the danger he was in. Once the other party succeeded in snatching the path, then falling to a true immortal would be a small matter, and he might even die on the spot. Qin Shujian, you forced me to do this. The Sword Emperor's eyes were extremely cold. He suddenly clenched his hands in the void, and the vast power of the rules gathered crazily. A huge amount of rules gathered. The shadow of a long sword appeared, and it became more and more solid. The crazy and terrifying sword chi and sword intent raged wildly in the long river of rules. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression was both solemn and a little excited. This was it. This was the power. He had already felt that there was a seed being born in his inner world. That was the seed of the sword principle. At this moment, the seed was still a certain distance away from being completely nurtured. However, soon, Qin Shujian's heart palpitated slightly, just as the long sword condensed in the long river of rules. The 4 continents. At this moment, all the sword-type divine weapons let out a pleasant sound. Then, they bowed slightly in the direction of the South Continent's sword clan, as if they were worshipping an emperor. Such a change. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many cultivators. Inside the 10,000 clan battlefield, Test Jianfeng stopped in his tracks. The long sword on his back vibrated slightly, letting out a pleasant sound, and vaguely showing signs of flying out of its sheath. Has a peerless divine weapon been born? A hint of doubt appeared on his calm face. But soon, the doubt disappeared. Test Jianfeng took off the long sword and stroked the scabbard with his palm. In an instant, the vibrating long sword immediately calmed down. Test Jianfeng closed his eyes slightly. Not long after, he opened his eyes again. Sword Principal Emperor. He had obtained the corresponding information from his spiritual sword. It was because of the birth of a Sword Principal Emperor. That was why it shocked all the weapons in the world. Sword Principal Emperor. Sword Emperor. Test Jianfeng's eyes lit up. He also walked the path of the sword, and a great battle intent rose in his heart for this legendary Sword Principal Emperor. However, Test Jianfeng also knew. With his current strength, he was not qualified to fight with such an existence. Let's wait a little longer. When I have the chance in the future, I will officially fight with you. Test Jianfeng already knew who was the one who triggered his divine weapon. Among the thousands of clans in the 4 major continents, only the sword sovereigns were worthy of being called sword sovereigns. That was a supreme existence who had recently attained the Tao and become an immortal. In comparison, he was only a cultivator at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Even so, Test Jianfeng did not have the slightest intention of cowering. He was only at the 5th level of the divine martial realm and was not qualified to fight with the Sword Emperor. But when he was strong enough, he would definitely fight with the other party. Because the other party was the Sword Emperor. Although the Tao that Test Jianfeng walked was not necessarily the Tao that the Sword Emperor walked. But this did not stop him from wanting to fight with the Sword Emperor. He restrained his thoughts. Test Jianfeng put the long sword on his back again, then took a step forward and continued to walk forward. 5th level of the divine martial realm. There was no need to think so much. The current him. He needed more experts to sharpen the sword in his hand. Until there was no way to advance. Naturally, it was time to swing his sword at the Sword Emperor. Inside the long river of laws. The long sword in the Sword Emperor's hand had already condensed. It was formed by the convergence of the Sword Tao law. It was a jade-like long sword. On the pure white sword body, there was Tao rune engraving. Just the sword qi that overflowed was enough to make a true immortal's expression change. In terms of strength, the Sword Emperor was also an extremely powerful existence among the true immortals. The cold voice echoed in the long river of laws. In the next second, the long sword slashed down. It was supposed to be a 3-foot-long sword, but at this moment, it had already occupied the entire long river of laws. Qin Shujian did not move at all. Because there was no need. The moment the long sword slashed out, he had already been locked onto by the sword intent. No matter where he retreated, there was no possibility of escaping. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of dodging. The moment the long sword slashed down, his heart throbbed. In his inner world, the mother river of laws trembled, and a new tributary was about to be born. That was the Sword Tao law seed. Crack, the void shattered and disappeared like a mirror. The long river of laws also trembled crazily. The moment the long sword fell, it had already slashed onto Qin Shujian's body. That terrifying power was unleashed. It directly drowned everything. There were even waves that were tens of thousands of feet high, presenting a doomsday-like scene. Is he dead? The Sword Emperor gasped for breath, and there was a look of surprise and uncertainty in his eyes. That sword just now. He clearly saw that it had slashed onto Qin Shujian's body. That Qin Emperor. From the beginning to the end, he did not make a move to stop it, as if he was willing to die. The Sword Emperor had doubts in his heart, but he also felt a sense of pleasure. He was basically sure. The possibility of Qin Shujian surviving this sword was not high. All of a sudden, the expression on the Sword Emperor's face became stiff. The waves fell. Qin Shujian retreated tens of thousands of miles, and his eyes had already closed at some point. His original physical body had now collapsed, and there was a sword wound on his chest. One could vaguely see his beating heart. Such an injury. It looked serious, but in fact, it was insignificant. His flesh and blood were regenerating. The collapsed physical body and the sword wound on his body were recovering bit by bit. A few breaths later, everything returned to its original state. Impossible. The Sword Emperor's face changed drastically. No one knew better than him what kind of power his sword had just now. In the 4 continents, there was absolutely no true immortal who could forcibly receive this sword without putting up any defenses. This was the Sword Emperor's confidence. It was also the confidence of a true immortal expert. However, the scene in front of him made the Sword Emperor's heart tremble. Any confidence. It was shattered by everything that happened in front of him. Qin Shujian opened his eyes, and a ray of divine light flashed. Then, he looked at the Sword Emperor, who was a little depressed, and a smile appeared on his face. The Sword Emperor's strength is indeed omnipotent. Ben Huang has experienced it this time. If there is a chance in the future, Ben Huang will definitely experience it again. Goodbye. After that, he had already taken out the Godslayer, cut open the long river of rules, and then disappeared. Omnipotent. I'll experience it again in the future. Qin Shujian's words were still echoing in the Sword Emperor's mind. After a long time, the Sword Emperor came to his senses and looked in the direction Qin Shujian left. There was anger in his eyes. Qin Shujian, how dare you humiliate me? Humiliation. An undisguised humiliation. From the Sword Emperor's point of view, Qin Shujian was clearly humiliating him. Moreover, Qin Shujian was trampling on his face and ruthlessly rubbing it under his feet. Originally, the Sword Emperor thought that Qin Shujian's goal was to snatch the Dao. But now it seemed. The other party's goal was not to snatch the Dao at all, but purely to humiliate him. Otherwise, with Qin Shujian's strength, he could completely defeat him and then snatch the Dao of sword rules. Standing in the same place, the Sword Emperor's chest rose and fell violently. Even if it was a normal defeat, he would not be angry at all. His strength was inferior. There was nothing worth saying. But the scene just now was not as simple as a defeat. Human clan, Qin Shujian, good, very good, our grudge is set. The Sword Emperor gritted his teeth, the killing intent in his heart almost bursting out of his chest. Immediately after, he also turned and left the long river of rules. Sword Clan Secret Realm. When the Sword Emperor had just returned to the main hall, there were already many Sword Clan elders there. Seeing his appearance, immediately, an elder cupped his hands and said, "May I ask my emperor, was there a strong enemy invasion just now?" "No." The Sword Emperor replied coldly. Hearing this, that elder's face was filled with doubt, but just now, a powerful sword intent was emitted, causing all the swords in the Sword Clan to bow. If it wasn't the emperor's method, no one in the world could do it. Ben Huang just entered the rules to comprehend the Tao of Sword. It caused some commotion, don't pay too much attention to it. The cold light in the Sword Emperor's eyes was hidden. He couldn't help but think of the long river of rules. Subsequently, the Sword Emperor said, "Pass down Ben Huang's order, in the 10,000 clan battlefield, our clan will immediately attack the human clan, no mistake." Attack the human clan? The expressions of several Sword Clan elders changed. Reporting to my emperor, the human clan's strength is not weak now, there are also many Saint Realm cultivators, and there are also many human clan alliance troops. If we attack the human clan, I'm afraid our clan will suffer a great loss. We suggest that we discuss this matter before making any plans. Inside the 10,000 clan battlefield, the human clan was a veritable overlord. Although the Sword Clan was now a big clan. In fact, excluding the Sword Emperor, it was only the strength of a small clan. Because the Sword Emperor had just become an immortal, the overall strength of the Sword Clan could not keep up. Naturally, there was no way for them to be comparable to a big clan, let alone an overlord like the human clan. The Sword Emperor's expression was indifferent. The human clan is strong, but they are also surrounded by enemies. Didn't the human clan attack the Blood Eldar not long ago? Help Benhuang send a message that the Sword Clan intends to form an alliance with the Blood Eldar. This time, the Sword Clan will definitely do our best to attack the human clan. I think the Blood Eldar will not refuse this opportunity. In the Sword Emperor's opinion, attacking the human clan was definitely not an easy task. However, if he did not attack the human clan, it would not be enough to vent the anger in his heart. In the long river of laws, he was humiliated by Qin Shujian. No matter what, he had to get back at him. But in terms of strength, the Sword Emperor knew the gap between him and Qin Shujian. So, the possibility of taking revenge directly was not high. In this way, he could only start from the 10,000 clan battlefield. If he could not kill Qin Shujian, then he would kill a few more humans. Anyway, it would be enough to vent this anger. Others. The Sword Emperor did not want to care too much about it now. Seeing his determination, the Sword Clan elders did not dare to have any objections. Immediately, the Sword Emperor's order was spread out. Inside the 10,000 clan battlefield, in the territory that belonged to the Sword Clan, the Peak Saint Realm expert guarding this place immediately took action after receiving the Sword Emperor's order. Men. Lord, what are your orders? A heavenly being came in from outside. Pass down my order. Go to the Blood Eldar and tell them that our clan intends to form an alliance with them to deal with the human clan. The Saint Realm cultivator said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the heavenly being bowed and left. After he left, the Saint Realm cultivator's eyes revealed a cold light. Attack the human clan. Our Sword Clan has been silent for a long time. It's time to show our edge. As a divine weapon, it gave birth to intelligence. The Sword Clan was a warlike clan. Although the Sword Clan's current strength was very far from the human clan's, this matter was not within the scope of his consideration. Because the order was given by the Sword Emperor. As the commander of the Sword Clan in the 10,000 clan battlefield, he only needed to listen to the Sword Emperor's orders. Others. Then it had nothing to do with him. On the other side, after retreating from the long river of laws, Qin Shujian directly tore through the void and returned to the Chen Yuan realm. The moment he returned to the courtyard, he immersed his mind and then entered the inner world. At this moment, the inner world's laws, the mother stream, manifested. And in the mother stream, there were 5 tributaries flowing quietly. 4 of the tributaries were about 10 feet wide and 30 to 40 feet long. As for the other tributary, it was only 3 feet wide. It was only about 7 feet long. Compared to the other 4 laws, it was more than twice as weak. To this, Qin Shujian revealed a smile on his face. Sword Dao Law. At this point, the inner world was considered to have the existence of the 5th law. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 709. After the birth of the 5th rule, his inner world shook slightly. The original range of 1,000,000 miles expanded again. The shaking soon disappeared. As the ruler of the inner world, Qin Shujian received the news immediately. 1 million. It has increased by about 100,000 miles. The Sword Dao rule was only at the seed stage and had not really taken root yet. To be able to increase the inner world by 100,000 miles. It was already not bad. If it could become stronger in the future, the inner world would naturally become stronger. However, it was not an easy task to make the rules stronger. There were only 2 paths in front of Qin Shujian. The first was to give birth to living beings in the inner world, and then comprehend the rules of heaven and earth. Then, like the great wide world, he would develop and strengthen the rules bit by bit and grow together with it. The great wide world had taken the first path. As for the second path, it was to find enough nourishment to nurture the rules of the inner world. The problem was, only the rules could nurture the rules. In other words, the best way was to directly move the rules of the great wide world over. However, the great wide world would not allow him to move the rules over. There was a greater possibility. If the inner world did not move the rules of the great wide world, Qin Shujian would be killed by the thunder tribulation of the rules immediately. Apart from that, in fact, there was a third path. That was, Qin Shujian would personally expand each and every one of the rules. However, this difficulty, it was even more unreliable than the previous two methods. Standing in the inner world, Qin Shujian was already thinking about something. The best way to move the rules should be to plunder the rule monument and then use it to remove the rules. However, it was not an easy task to do so. As for the birth of living beings in the inner world, it is even more troublesome. If he wanted to evolve living beings naturally, the rules had to be perfected. As for the extent of perfection, Qin Shujian was not too sure himself. Because in the memory of the third era, the path he took in his previous life was not the path of evolving heaven and earth, but the path of carrying the rules with his physical body like Xiao Chengfeng. Therefore, when he was taking a new path, Qin Shujian himself was also confused. However, based on the memories of the third era, after pondering over the matter, he came up with some ideas. The evolution of the living beings of heaven and earth is nothing more than the 5 elements of yin and yang. As long as these things are gathered, there will be a chance to evolve into living beings. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Shujian did not dare to be too certain. However, but he could give it a try. The 5 elemental laws were easy to find because the 5 elemental Eldar represented the 5 elemental laws of heaven and earth. As for the yin and yang laws, Qin Shujian thought of the sea of death and heaven abyss. If he didn't guess wrong, the half-step Dao fruits in those 2 places walked the path of yin and yang. If that's the case, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome to obtain the seed of the yin-yang law. Qin Shujian's face was solemn. Half-step Dao fruit. Reaching this realm was already like taking a step forward. An ordinary 9th heaven immortal. In front of such an expert, there was no possibility of resisting. It had to be said that the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperors of the ancient times were lucky to be able to return from the Sea of Death alive. Or rather, at that time, the Emperor of Heaven was already extremely powerful. Although he didn't reach the half-step Dao fruit level, he was close. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how they could safely retreat from the Sea of Death with only minor injuries. His thoughts were a little chaotic. Qin Shujian quickly extinguished this thought and focused his attention on his inner world again. The strength of his inner world. It was related to his strength. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian felt like he was playing a nurturing game in his previous life. Strictly speaking, the memories of the third era were not prepared for his previous life because after the fall of the third era, he had been reincarnated several times. Until this life. Only then did he truly awaken his innate wisdom. In other words, not only did Qin Shujian have the memories of the third era, but he also had the memories of the other eras. The feeling he had now, it was from his previous life. Starting with an inner world and nurturing it all depends on myself. Sigh, this is a troublesome thing. Qin Shujian shook his head. For other cultivators, they were already satisfied with having such strength. But in his opinion, he had just entered a new starting point. Everything before was just to pave the way for this new starting point. The starting point was already open. How to proceed from here on out would depend on himself. My strength will only be as strong as the inner world. There are 2 ways to strengthen the inner world. The first is to perfect the rules, and the second is to expand the size of the inner world. There are also 2 ways to expand the size of the inner world. The first is to perfect the rules and drive the expansion of the inner world. The second is to provide sufficient spiritual energy and let the inner world slowly expand. Qin Shujian analyzed. The perfection of the rules was the strength of the inner world. As for using spiritual energy to expand the inner world, it was like a bubble that would burst with a poke. But one had to know. Anything that reached a certain amount could cause a qualitative change. Even if the inner world was an empty shell. If it could be as vast and boundless as the upper world and had sufficient spiritual energy, Qin Shujian's strength could also become terrifying. However, there was a limit to such strength. It was almost impossible to break through to the Dao fruit level. Therefore, it was necessary to fill the rules of the inner world. But before that, he could try to expand the inner world. At this moment, after the inner world was opened, the original 129,600 star acupoints had all been shattered. This surging energy, other than the evolution of the inner world. The rest was the evolution of the inner world into mountains and rivers. The rich energy. The evolution of the inner world was extremely powerful. Although it was only 1,000,000 miles wide, there were many heavenly treasures contained in it. This was equivalent to a third heaven immortal smashing his head into the ground and dying here. Then, he would use the energy contained in his body to create blessings. Not to mention perfected immortals. Even a drop of blood essence of a 10th level heaven being could be divided into many treasures. Not to mention that the power of a 3rd level immortal was all poured here. From this, it could be seen how many treasures existed in the inner world. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of using it. The inner world is the evolution of my physical body. Everything in it is a part of me. If I want to dig out treasures from here, it will always be a little uncomfortable. He ate himself. Qin Shujian was not very used to it. Apart from that, he found that there were also spirit meridians condensing and taking shape in the inner world. According to his guess, there should be mountains and rivers that devoured a large amount of his energy, and that energy was filled with surging spiritual energy. In the end, these spiritual energy piled up and gradually evolved into spirit meridians. After a long time, Qin Shujian retreated from the inner world. With a thought. Basically, he already knew how long he had been in there. The river of time in the inner world is not complete. Unlike the mother stream, the river of time records the beginning of the world. Such supreme treasures will naturally be born. But the process will take some time. Right now, I have to think of a way to make the spiritual energy of the inner world richer. The best way is to bury spirit stones or spirit meridians in it to increase the spiritual energy of the world. Qin Shujian's mind turned slightly. Placing spirit stones was not reliable. It was true that spirit stones could produce spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy in spirit stones was not very sufficient. It was fine to enrich the spiritual energy of a city or a sect, but it was much worse to fill the inner world with spiritual energy. The most direct way was to move the spirit meridians in. Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. The spirit meridians in the eastern continent must not be moved. Now that the spirit meridians in the eastern continent have reached a balance, if they are moved wantonly, it will destroy the layout. This is the root of the human race. Unless it is a last resort, it must not be moved. The spirit meridians in the Qian Yuan realm must not be moved at the moment. After all, as the foundation of the Qian Yuan sacred ground, the spirit meridians in the Qian Yuan realm must be protected to a certain extent. Moreover, the demons in the void are attacking various small worlds. In this way, the Qian Yuan realm also needs sufficient spirit meridians to strengthen itself. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the spirit meridians in his hands could not be moved. In other words, if he wanted to get the spirit meridians, he had to start from other places. At present, all the places with spirit meridians have been occupied by various clans. If I want to extract the spirit meridians, I have to start from the various clans. Qin Shujian had just thought of this. But soon, he remembered something else. No, the spirit meridians in the Sea of Death are also very abundant. In this case, there should be a lot of spirit meridians in the Sea of Death. After all, the Sea of Death has existed for countless years, and a large number of fierce beasts absorb and exhale spirit meridians. If he really wanted to nurture a spirit vein, it wouldn't be a difficult task. More importantly, No one dares to approach the Sea of Death. Even if there are spirit meridians in the Sea of Death, other cultivators have no chance of seizing them. As for the fierce beasts, they do not have spiritual intelligence and do not know how to dig spirit meridians. But the thing in the depths of the Sea of Death is a problem. I have to think about this matter carefully. There were spirit meridians in the Sea of Death. But if he went to the Sea of Death to extract the spirit meridians, he might cause trouble. If he had the strength of the Third Era, Qin Shujian was naturally not afraid. But now, he thought that it was better to be safe. Impulse was the devil. If he died before he succeeded, he would really be a laughingstock. Which race should I start from? Qin Shujian's fingers subconsciously tapped on the stone table, and a faint fragrance wafted out from the teacup on the table. Find a race to attack. This was not an easy task. Now that the myriad races battlefield was established, the human race had to attack a race in order to plunder their territory. Moreover, in the past, when they occupied the territory, they had to prevent the race from taking away the things in the territory. After an unknown period of time, the heaven board shook slightly. Qin Shujian took out the heaven board from his sea of consciousness, then held the communication token inside and read the information inside. The various races have joined forces to attack the human race's territory, and the originally neutral sword race has also interfered. Sword race. After hearing this name, Qin Shujian was stunned for a moment before he understood the reason why the sword race had made a move. Without a doubt, it must be because the Sword Emperor was in a bad mood after being tortured by him in the Long River of Laws, so he ordered the sword race to attack the human race. Immediately after. Thus, he had decided on his next target. Since the sword race has made a move, then let's start from the sword race. Although the sword race is small, there must be a spirit vein in their territory. This is also a way to get the spirit vein. Qin Shujian quickly determined his target. However, there was also a problem. That was that the allied forces of the various races were aggressive. With the current strength of the human race and the willingness of the various races, it was at most a 50-50 situation. Not to mention the possibility of the human race winning. Even if they really won, they did not have the strength to attack the sword race. Because the sword race was now on the side of the Blood Eldar. If they simply attacked the sword race, the Blood Eldar and the other races in the same camp would definitely not sit back and do nothing. In this way, the human race had to increase their strength. But in the 4 continents, all the forces that could ally with the human race had been pulled over. The remaining myriad races, they were either hostile or neutral. And even if they were neutral races, they did not want the human race to become stronger, so there was a high chance that they would not interfere. In that case, who else can be roped in? One race after another flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. I said, I should be in front of Sai Hanhai. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian had already disappeared on the spot. In the range of Heavenly Abyss. They originally thought that the existence under Heavenly Abyss had awakened and let out a furious roar to disperse the black fog within 1,000,000 miles of Heavenly Abyss. The living beings within Heavenly Abyss. Either all of them died or all of them fled. Even the cultivators of the various races who were waiting outside Heavenly Abyss seemed to be scared out of their wits and did not dare to approach. As the existence under Heavenly Abyss fell asleep again, the fog that had been dispersed gradually covered the land within 1,000,000 miles of Heavenly Abyss. Because the existence under Heavenly Abyss had awakened. It was because many demons had escaped from Heavenly Abyss. Right now, many races in the northern continent were searching for traces of the demons. However, what these races did not know was, long ago, when the existence under Heavenly Abyss was asleep, Sai Hanhai had led the demons back here quietly. Because the most dangerous place was also the safest place. With the current strength of the demons, if they floated outside, there was no possibility of survival. They could only rely on the protection of Heavenly Abyss. Only then would they have a chance to breathe. Even if the existence under Heavenly Abyss might awaken again and cause the destruction of all the demons, Sai Hanhai still did so. After all, one would die without a doubt. One still had a glimmer of hope. As long as it was a normal person, they would know what to choose. The original demon territory was still covered by blood clouds. Sai Hanhai sat upright in the blood lotus. In front of him was the half-refined dragon body. At this time, his aura had become erratic, as if some kind of transformation would occur at any time. All of a sudden, a calm voice woke Sai Hanhai up directly. Sure enough, the most dangerous place is the safest. You are really brave. Who? Sai Hanhai abruptly opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes were filled with a tyrannical look. At the same time, the blood cloud was also shaking violently. A terrifying killing intent loomed from it. Looking at Sai Hanhai, who was making a big commotion in front of him, Qin Shujian stood in the blood cloud with his hands behind his back. Although his face remained calm, he was somewhat surprised. He did not expect. After the demons escaped from Heavenly Abyss, they still had the courage to come back. After all, the existence under the demon abyss had awakened twice in a short time. No one could be sure. Would the existence under the demon abyss wake up a third or fourth time? In this case, the other party dared to fight to the death. It was indeed unexpected. On the other side, Sai Hanhai also reacted at this time. The scarlet in his eyes faded a little, and then there was a flash of fear. However, he still sat cross-legged on the blood lotus, without any intention of getting up. Ben Huang was also very surprised that the Qin Emperor suddenly visited the demons. I wonder what is the purpose of the Qin Emperor's uninvited visit this time? After saying that, Sai Hanhai's gaze also fell on Qin Shujian, and did not move away for half a moment. His face, at this time, had regained its calmness. Because this was the territory of the demons. In the blood cloud. It was also a kind of restriction that he had set up himself. Qin Shujian was able to appear in front of Sai Hanhai without alerting him. This kind of strength had already exceeded Sai Hanhai's expectations. In other words, if the other party wanted to kill him, it would definitely not take much effort. After thinking through this matter, Sai Hanhai was relieved. Since there was no possibility of resistance, then he would lay out everything. Moreover, he also believed that after he established the demons, he had not had any conflicts with anyone, and his hands were not stained with the blood of any human practitioners. Sai Hanhai understood Qin Shujian's character. As long as he was not his enemy, the other party would not attack him for no reason. Hearing that, Qin Shujian said lightly, "Brother Hanhai, you can rest assured that the humans and the demons have nothing to do with each other. Ben Huang did not come here to make trouble for the demons. In any case, the demons have never been enemies with the humans. And Brother Hanhai has fought for the humans before. No matter how cruel Ben Huang is, he will not attack people who have made contributions." Ben Huang naturally believes the words of the Qin Emperor. Sai Hanhai smiled. He was waiting for the other party to get to the point. Qin Shujian said, "Ben Huang came here this time for only one purpose, which is to borrow some saint cultivators from the demons to enter the 10,000 clan battlefield to help the Chenyuan sacred ground." Borrow saint cultivators? Sai Hanhai's face froze. Just now, he had already guessed the purpose of Qin Shujian's arrival, but he had never thought that this would be the other party's purpose. After all, for a master at the level of Qin Shujian, a saint cultivator was no different from an ant. Not to mention the other party. Even Sai Hanhai himself didn't think much of a saint cultivator. Thinking about it was just thinking. Sai Hanhai shook his head and sighed. "I'm afraid the Qin Emperor has come at a bad time. Some time ago, the existence in the depths of Chenyuan woke up, causing the death of all the powerful practitioners of the demons. At this moment, except for a few powerful practitioners of the demons, there are no other clansmen left." Speaking of this matter, Sai Hanhai was also a little frustrated. He had accumulated the power of the demons for so long, but in the end, 99% of them were killed by the existence in Chenyuan. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also frowned slightly. Sai Hanhai's answer was also a little unexpected. Immediately, his divine consciousness spread out. Without any obstruction, His divine consciousness covered the entire territory of the demons. Sure enough, Qin Shujian only released the aura of a few powerful practitioners in the territory. Except for them, there was no other aura of the demons. Sai Hanhai, who was sitting cross-legged on the blood lotus, also saw the change in Qin Shujian's expression. Seeing this, he also understood in his heart. Then he continued, Benhuang was originally from the human clan, so naturally, I should not refuse. However, the demon's current strength is difficult to sustain. I'm afraid Benhuang can't help you. Qin Shujian did not reply. He was thinking about countermeasures. After a while, Qin Shujian recovered from his contemplation, looked at Sai Hanhai and said with a faint smile, since Brother Hanhai has this idea, Benhuang naturally will not give you this opportunity. Later, Benhuang will give you all the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan. What you have to do is to turn all the ancient Buddha clan's Saint Realm cultivators into demons. In addition, you can't touch the spirit veins and small worlds of the ancient Buddha clan. Qin Shujian knows where the ancient Buddha clan is. Sai Hanhai's expression changed slightly. The ancient Buddha clan. He had coveted this clan for a long time. Because the power of the ancient Buddha clan was opposite to the power of the demons. For such an opposing clan, Sai Hanhai naturally hoped to eliminate all of them. In this way, there would be one less threat to the demons. However, since the fall of the ancient Buddha emperor, the remaining experts of the ancient Buddha clan had sealed the secret realm and directly escaped without a trace. In addition, there were racial restrictions in the northern continent. Sai Hanhai had no way to search for the whereabouts of the ancient Buddha clan. Soon, he recalled what Qin Shujian had said just now, and immediately realized the difference. Give him the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan? Sai Hanhai's expression changed again. Has Qin Shujian already captured all the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan? This Qin Shujian's action. Isn't it too fast? To this, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly, and in the next moment, he left the range of the blood cloud. You come with Benhuang, looking at the disappearing person. Sai Hanhai didn't think much, and immediately left the blood cloud. Below the blood cloud, in the territory of the demons, Qin Shujian stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Not long after, Sai Hanhai stood in front of him. On the other side. At this moment, the almighty cultivators in the territory of the demons had also noticed Sai Hanhai's aura. Instantly, 6 figures flew over and then landed in front of Sai Hanhai. Greetings to my emperor. The 6 almighty demons bowed. When they straightened up, they discovered Qin Shujian's existence. It didn't matter if they didn't see him. They were shocked when they saw him. Qin Shujian. The 6 almighty demons were originally elders of other clans, but after being assimilated by Sai Hanhai, they became members of the demons. So, how could they not know Qin Shujian? Because they knew him. Now that they suddenly saw Qin Shujian's existence, they were shocked. Qin Shujian said, Brother Hanhai, get ready. Once the secret realm of the ancient Buddha clan appears, immediately take action and assimilate them. Benhuang doesn't care about the other cultivators, but the heavenly beings and Saint Realm cultivators must be alive. Originally, he only wanted the Saint Realm cultivators. But now, Qin Shujian planned to capture all the transcendent heavenly beings and saint heavenly beings of the ancient Buddha clan. Okay. Although Sai Hanhai was confused, he still nodded, and then looked at the other almighty demons. When the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan appear, you must assimilate all the heavenly beings and Saint Realm cultivators. Don't kill them easily. We'll follow my emperor's order. The almighty demons were also confused, but they still respectfully accepted the order. In the demon territory, the first demon emperor, Sai Hanhai, was God. His orders could not be disobeyed by any demon. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's face became serious, and then he said in a deep voice, I said, the secret realm of the ancient Buddha clan has appeared in front of me. After saying this, the great thousand world shook. The inner world in his physical body also shook. A mysterious fluctuation spread out. Then, The void trembled violently. The next moment, a secret realm with an open entrance had appeared in the sky above the demon territory. Sai-Han-Hai and the other demon clan mighty figures were shocked. They didn't know what to say as they looked at the secret realm that had appeared. As for the entrance of the secret realm, the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan were also stunned. Obviously, they didn't know what was going on. However, when the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan saw Sai-Han-Hai, their stunned faces suddenly disappeared, and they were shocked. The blood demon is here. Quick, go and inform my emperor that the blood demon is attacking. Close the entrance of the secret realm, quickly close the entrance. The ancient Buddha clan went crazy. No one from the ancient Buddha clan would forget Sai-Han-Hai. The ancient Buddha clan had been running rampant in the North Continent for many years. There were very few people who could really make them suffer. The blood demon Sai-Han-Hai. He was one of them. Therefore, after seeing Sai-Han-Hai's identity, the ancient Buddha clan immediately sounded the alarm. They only saw the entrance of the secret realm suddenly close. Although the demons of the void were attacking the small world now, if the entrance was closed, it might lead to the destruction of the secret realm. However, if they didn't close the entrance of the secret realm, they would definitely die. Closing the entrance of the secret realm would give them a chance to live. Although the ancient Buddha clan was a race of stone people who had developed spiritual wisdom and flesh incarnations, their brains couldn't really be stone. However, the entrance of the secret realm had just closed. Qin Shujian casually raised his hand, then slashed diagonally in the void. It was a simple point. Like a peerless divine sword, it easily tore the void and also the closed entrance of the ancient Buddha secret realm. This was the sword principle rules. However, it didn't rely on the sword principle rules of the great wide world, but the sword principle rules of the inner world. Soon, Sai-Han-Hai and several demon clan almighties rushed into the ancient Buddha secret realm. On the other side, the ancient Buddha secret realm. In a large hall, there was a stone person sitting on the throne that originally belonged to the ancient Buddha emperor. This was the current ancient Buddha emperor. However, the ancient Buddha emperor's face had become extremely ugly. Why would the blood demon attack? Now that the demon clan is wanted by all clans, how would the blood demon dare to attack without permission? Hong Jiyu couldn't figure it out. How did Sai-Han-Hai have the guts to attack the ancient Buddha clan? Until now, he didn't know that the secret realm of the ancient Buddha clan was no longer in the original place, but in the territory of the demon clan. At this moment, in the ancient Buddha hall, the other elders of the ancient Buddha clan were also shocked. My emperor, what should we do now? The blood demon came suddenly. Let's temporarily seal the ancient Buddha secret realm and talk about it later. Hong Jiyu quickly made a decision. With a thought, the ancient Buddha secret realm was directly closed. However, as soon as the ancient Buddha secret realm was closed, Hong Jiyu sensed that there was an extremely strong force that forcibly tore the sealed entrance of the ancient Buddha secret realm. Almost at the same time, the aura of the demon clan had already rushed into the ancient Buddha secret realm. One after another, unforeseen events. Hong Jiyu could no longer remain calm. The blood demon has torn the secret realm and invaded. All ancient Buddha clan members, follow Ben Huang to face the enemy. Hearing this, the faces of the elders of the ancient Buddha clan changed again. They didn't have time to think about why the entrance of the ancient Buddha secret realm was torn open. However, Honggu's words had already made it clear. The ancient Buddha clan no longer had a way out. Inside the ancient Buddha secret realm, blood clouds covered the world. Shocking killing aura filled the entire ancient Buddha secret realm. According to Qin Shujian's request, Sai-Han-Hai and the other demon clan experts captured the transcendents and saint celestials of the ancient Buddha clan and threw them into the blood clouds to assimilate them with the power of the demon clan. As for the other ancient Buddha clan members, they were much more casual. If they wanted to kill them, they would kill them. If they didn't want to kill them, they would throw them into the blood clouds for assimilation. At the same time, nearly 10 tyrannical auras broke through the air. It made Sai Hanhai stop what he was doing for a moment. How dare the blood demon start a massacre in my ancient Buddha clan? Ben Huang will make you pay with your blood. Hong Jiyu shouted loudly, his eyes fixed on Sai Hanhai. You're the current ancient Buddha emperor. Sai Hanhai's eyes also fell on Hong Jiyu. Subsequently, he shook his head, a disdainful smile on his face. It seems that the ancient Buddha clan has really declined. A cultivator in the 9th stage of the celestial being realm can take the position of ancient Buddha emperor. Instead of declining like this, it's better to surrender to my demon clan. Presumptuous. Hong Jiyu shouted angrily. He had a rough understanding of Sai Hanhai's strength. It should be similar to his. There shouldn't be a big difference. Because when the other party attacked the ancient Buddha clan's territory many times in the past, he ran away when he encountered the ancient Buddha emperor. With such strength, no matter how strong he was, there was a limit. He knew it in his heart. Hong Jiyu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly attacked, suppressing Sai Hanhai. Boundless Buddha light erupted. When he pressed out his palm, a solid swastika symbol emerged from his palm, dispersing the surrounding killing aura. Sai Hanhai shook his head slightly, then pressed out his palm. The blood clouds exploded. He forcefully destroyed the swastika symbol. Then, he pressed out with his finger again. The blood-red finger shattered the void, which made Honggu's face change drastically. A golden lotus bloomed under his feet. Dense Buddha light gathered, trying to block the finger attack. However, although the Buddha light was strong, it melted and retreated in front of the blood-red finger attack. Boom! Honggu's body was hit hard. In an instant, the stone man's body cracked, and he coughed up blood. Although the injuries on his body were serious. However, his heart was filled with even more shock. Sai Hanhai's strength. Compared to the past, it couldn't be compared at all. Your strength is much weaker than the previous ancient Buddha emperor. Sai Hanhai didn't have the mind of a cat playing with a mouse. He took a step forward, and a blood lotus bloomed, directly swallowing Hong Jiyu. Then, the blood lotus shook, as if something was struggling inside. However, as time went by, the blood lotus's shaking became smaller and smaller. In the end, it calmed down completely. Seeing this, Sai Hanhai scattered the blood lotus. Hong Jiyu closed his eyes, standing still. However, the dense Buddha light on his body had completely disappeared. In the next instant, his tightly shut eyes opened, and a scarlet color appeared from within. Then, Hong Jiyu walked to Sai Hanhai and bowed. Greetings, my emperor. Good. Go and convert the other members of the ancient Buddha clan into members of my demon clan. Sai Hanhai revealed a carefree smile. If the current ancient Buddha emperor succeeded, the remaining members of the ancient Buddha clan couldn't stop him. Hong Jiyu accepted the order. A moment later, he attacked the other experts of the ancient Buddha clan. In the demon clan's territory, Qin Shujian stood there, silently watching everything that happened in the ancient Buddha clan. He didn't go in, nor did he have any intention of interfering. In any era, the demon clan is one of the best. Sai Hanhai can establish the demon clan in this era. If he doesn't fall, I'm afraid he has a chance to break through to the Dao fruit realm. Qin Shujian's eyes moved slightly. He was very clear about the demon clan's methods. One of the most powerful methods was assimilation. After being assimilated by the demon clan, the cultivator's body wouldn't change, but his mind would unknowingly become closer to the demon clan. Everything was so natural. Therefore, in the third era, the demon clan was also hated by everyone. After all, such methods were really unreasonable. As for Sai Hanhai, in Qin Shujian's view, he also had a lot of potential. After obtaining the memory of the third era, there weren't many cultivators who could enter his eyes. Those who could be considered as having potential, in the future, they would have a chance to break through to the Dao fruit realm. In fact, Sai Hanhai wasn't the only one with potential. The founder of any race had a chance to break through to the Dao fruit realm. However, it was only a possibility. Whether there was a chance to break through to the Dao fruit realm in the end depended on luck. Just like the ancient demon emperor, who founded the demon clan and was half a step into the Dao fruit realm, he failed in the end. Therefore, Qin Shujian wasn't sure whether Sai Hanhai could break through to the Dao fruit realm in the end. Just as he was pondering in his heart, the battle of the ancient Buddha clan gradually subsided. After the fall of the previous ancient Buddha emperor, the strength of the ancient Buddha clan weakened a lot. The strongest was only a 9th-level heaven human like Hong Ji-yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the ancient Buddha emperor. On the contrary, the demon clan had 6 almighty figures and Sai Hanhai, who had reached the half-immortal level. That's right. In Qin Shujian's view, Sai Hanhai had already reached the half-immortal level. With such strength, the ancient Buddha clan had no chance of contending against the demon clan. In addition to the assimilation method of the demon clan, as long as they had the upper hand, the longer they delayed, the bigger the advantage would snowball. In the end, they could directly clinch victory. The battle of the ancient Buddha clan subsided. With Sai Hanhai as the leader, the original demon clan experts and the newly assimilated demon clansmen all flew out of the ancient Buddha secret realm. When they saw Qin Shujian, a smile appeared on Sai Hanhai's face. I've kept you waiting for a long time. P.S. Support the original version, Chijian Chinese Network, app Chijian Book, I'm really decent. Chapter 710. With Qin Shujian's strength, it was easy for him to destroy the ancient Buddha clan. But it was easy to kill the ancient Buddha clan. However, wanting to subdue the ancient Buddha clan was not an easy matter. From beginning to end, the most difficult thing to control was the human heart. So, only after the demon clan assimilated the ancient Buddha clan, could Qin Shujian borrow the original ancient Buddha clan cultivators to enter the battlefield to help. Sai Hanhai said, the demon clan has 6 celestial beings at the 4th level, 5 celestial beings at the 5th level, and 3 celestial beings at the 6th level. They are all Saint Realm cultivators. Enough. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. 14 Saint Realm cultivators, 3 of whom were at the peak of the Saint Realm. Such strength was enough to sweep many small clans in the battlefield. For this, he could not help but sigh. The foundation of the top clans was indeed strong. Even if the death of the previous ancient Buddha emperor and the disappearance of many sealed true immortals forced the ancient Buddha clan to abandon everything and completely retreat behind the scenes from a top clan on the surface. However, the strength of the ancient Buddha clan was still amazing. Sai Hanhai said with a smile, this time, the demon clan is strong because of your help. But Ben Huang also has one thing that I would like to ask for your help. I wonder if you are willing. What is it? Qin Shujian frowned slightly. He was also a little unhappy that Sai Hanhai wanted to ask for other things. After all, the demon clan had borrowed many Saint Realm cultivators for the human clan. But one thing to know was, he also helped the demon clan to subdue the entire ancient Buddha clan. In comparison, the demon clan had made a big profit by borrowing some Saint Realm cultivators. In this way, Sai Hanhai was still not satisfied. It was inevitable that he would make Qin Shujian unhappy. Don't misunderstand, Ben Huang. This is a sincere request. If you have any request, you can ask for it. It is another deal. Sai Hanhai knew how to read people's expressions. When he saw Qin Shujian, he knew that the other party was unhappy. So, in order to avoid misunderstanding, he hurriedly explained. Standing in front of Qin Shujian, Sai Hanhai didn't maintain any of the arrogance that a demon emperor should have. After all, arrogance was not only a matter of status, but also a matter of strength. He was not strong enough. Everything was fake. Qin Shujian's countenance was calm as he lightly said, Brother Hanhai, you might as well speak frankly. Ben Huang has a premonition that he will be able to break through the true immortal realm in a short period of time. However, the Qin Emperor also knows that the Devil Clan is not very popular in the 4 continents. If Ben Huang were to achieve Dao, there would be true immortals who would stop him. Therefore, Ben Huang hopes that the human race can help. Sai Hanhai said. He paused for a moment. Then, he continued, If Benhuang succeeds in proving his Tao, the devil race is willing to form an eternal alliance with the human race. As long as the Qin Emperor has any orders, the devil race will definitely not refuse. After saying this, Sai Hanhai bowed deeply. With his current strength, he had already reached the half-immortal realm. The energy contained within Buckle's dragon body was far more terrifying than Sai Hanhai had expected. Until now, he hadn't completely refined the dragon body, but he had already reached the level of a true immortal. However, Sai Hanhai had been suppressing his breakthrough. The reason was simple. Breaking through to the true immortal realm would cause too much of a commotion. Those forces that wanted to destroy the devil race would definitely not stand by and do nothing at that time. To put it bluntly, Sai Hanhai was not confident that he could succeed in proving his Tao while the emperors were blocking his Tao. Because the devil race had just been established, their greatest foundation was themselves. Unlike the other races, they were all born when the heavens and earth were born. For millions of years, every race had some tricks left behind. Looking at the devil race, they didn't even have their own small world. How could they be described as miserable? Hearing this, Qin Shujian finally understood what Sai Hanhai's goal was. Proving his Tao and becoming an immortal. For the devil race, this was indeed a difficult thing. In addition, when the other party had just become a devil, he had run out to kill randomly and had offended many enemies. If there were no other experts to help, Sai Hanhai would definitely fail in proving his Tao. Qin Shujian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stood in place, as if he was thinking silently. As for Sai Hanhai, he also stood to the side, waiting for the other party's answer. The other devil race. At this time, they all tactfully retreated. Brother Hanhai was originally from the human race. Later, he established the devil race and made enemies everywhere, which also indirectly reduced a lot of pressure for the human race. Benhuang has no reason to refuse. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. But Brother Hanhai should also be clear about the current situation of the human race. If all the true immortals take action, it may cause disputes in the 4 major continents. Now the main goal of the various races is still to deal with the void demons and the demon abyss that is about to arrive. So, if Brother Hanhai proves his Tao, Benhuang promises that the human race will definitely have true immortals take action, but only one. A true immortal. Sai Hanhai's expression changed slightly. But soon, his expression calmed down, and he nodded and said, "One true immortal will be enough." Immediately, Qin Shujian left with the 14 saints. Only Sai Hanhai was left standing in place. Now, he was also thinking about what Qin Shujian had just said. On the surface, the human race only had one true immortal, Zhao Huang. But Zhao Huang's words meant that the human race actually had more than one true immortal. The human race should not have any ancient true immortals. Otherwise, when Zhao Huang achieved his Tao, the situation would not have been so critical. In this case, the human race will soon have a second true immortal. Sai Hanhai's expression changed. The second true immortal of the human race. Almost immediately, he thought of Qin Shujian. Everyone knew. Qin Huang of the human race did not prove his Tao and become an immortal, but he had the strength of a powerful true immortal. If the human race had the highest chance of becoming an immortal, then it would be Qin Huang. Qin Shujian had not yet become an immortal, but his strength was already so terrifying. If he really succeeded in proving his Tao, his strength would definitely reach an unimaginable level. For the various races, they certainly did not want to see such a situation. In this way, Sai Hanhai could understand that it would definitely be a bloodbath. I still need to suppress it for now. I can only prove my Tao and become an immortal after the human race has a second true immortal. He could not prove his Tao right away. If it happened to be the same time as Qin Shujian proving his Tao, Sai Hanhai did not need to think to know who Zhao Huang would help. Therefore, his Tao could only be after Qin Shujian. Or rather, after the human race had a second true immortal. As for what Qin Shujian said before, that the human race had only one true immortal, Sai Hanhai thought it was completely enough. Because no matter if it was Zhao Huang, it was still Qin Huang. Their strength was at the top of the true immortals, and ordinary true immortals could not compare to them at all. As long as any one of them made a move, it was enough to rival several true immortals. He collected his thoughts. Sai Hanhai returned to the blood cloud. He still had to continue refining the dragon body. Although he was suppressing himself now and could not prove his Tao and become an immortal immediately, it was not a problem to strengthen the foundation of his physical body. As the first demon emperor, Sai Hanhai could also vaguely sense something from the fate of the demon race and the world. He knew that the more the physical body accumulated, the stronger it was. When he broke through to the true immortal realm, his strength would become stronger. Just like Zhao Huang of the human race. After becoming an immortal, his strength would directly beat other true immortals. As for Qin Huang of the human race, once he succeeded in proving his Tao, Zhao Huang's title of the strongest in the 4 major continents would also change hands. On the other side, inside the 10,000 race battlefield, the human race joined forces with the other races and was fighting with many experts. This time, the battle. It was not carried out in the human race's territory. Instead, the human race took the initiative to attack after receiving the news. They directly blocked the allied forces outside the human race's territory and directly broke out into a great battle. Boom Qin Yuanbai held a long sword in his hand, and sword energy swept across the world with every move, forcing the Saint Realm cultivator in front of him to retreat. Long before Eldar Wood's territory was occupied. Under the power of heaven and earth, he had already broken through from the 4th level of the celestial being to the 5th level of the celestial being. As for the long sword in his hand, it was also a top divine weapon that Ling Huayu had personally refined. Because the original Dao weapon longsword had already been lost in the previous battle, although the top spiritual weapon in his hand now did not have the effect of suppressing fate, its power was not weaker than a Dao weapon. Coupled with Qin Yuanbai's current strength, it was even more terrifying. A long spear shattered the void. It bombarded a sword race Saint Realm cultivator until he coughed up blood and flew away. Duanzun's eyes were cold, and his face was already covered in killing intent. The human race has never been enemies with the sword race, but now the sword race has taken the initiative to attack the human race. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? Today, I will not let the sword race return. As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear had already stabbed out again. The attack was fierce and terrifying, causing the sword race Saint Realm cultivator's expression to change drastically. In fact, the sword race was not weak. In addition, the sword race cultivators were formed from the flesh and blood of divine weapons born with spiritual intelligence, so the sword race was born with extremely strong combat power. If it was an ordinary cultivator, the sword race could challenge those of a higher realm. However, the sword race Saint Realm cultivator in front of him had encountered Duanzun. As one of the few experts in the Great Zhao dynasty, this general who pacifies the East was also terrifyingly powerful. They were both experts who could challenge those of a higher realm. Obviously, the sword race Saint Realm cultivator could not surpass Duanzun. The battle did not last long. Duanzun's spear pierced through the sword race cultivator's chest, and then the spear intent exploded, annihilating the spirit god. Bang! The corpse fell from the void. Then, as the flesh and blood melted away, a cyan steel long sword lay there quietly. Seeing this, Duanzun reached out and grabbed the bronze longsword in his hand. It's not a Dao artifact, but a top-tier spirit artifact. With his eyesight, it was easy to see the strength of the long sword. A sword race cultivator. The stronger he was, the stronger his body would be. The sword race Saint Realm cultivator he had just killed was a 5th-level Saint Realm cultivator, and his body was comparable to a decent 4-seal Dao artifact among the top-tier spirit artifacts. Not a bad harvest. Duanzun smiled, and then put the bronze longsword into his storage ring. Then, when he looked at the other sword race cultivators, his eyes shone brightly. Kill! Duanzun raised his spear and charged toward the other sword race cultivators. The sword race was a walking spirit artifact. If he could kill all the sword race cultivators who were attacking the human race would be strengthened by a lot. However, when Duan Zun killed the sword race Saint Realm cultivators, the human race also suffered many casualties. A great battle broke out. It involved celestial beings and those who had entered the Saint Realm. In a battle like this, even a diviner cultivator was at great risk of dying in such a situation. Boom! A terrifying energy exploded. Kui Huai was caught off guard and was forced to retreat while coughing up blood. Die! A Blood Eldar Saint Realm cultivator stepped on the air and charged toward Kui Huai. Seeing this, Kui Huai's expression changed drastically. He was only a third-level diviner. Facing a Saint Realm cultivator, even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to fight back, let alone now that he was severely injured. At this moment, the void shook. A large array suddenly came down and swallowed the Blood Eldar Saint Realm cultivator. Fang Xinglan, who was dressed in green, sneered arrogantly. "What's the big deal about bullying the weak? Play with me if you can." This Kui Huai was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Weak. Fang Xinglan, a second-level diviner, actually looked down on him, a third-level diviner. This made him a little breathless. However, seeing the other party controlling the array and suppressing the Saint Realm cultivator, Kui Huai silently swallowed his anger. Indeed, in terms of overall strength, he was really a weakling in front of Fang Xinglan. The sky was filled with sword shadows. The next moment, the sword shadows gathered and turned into a shocking black rainbow that pierced through the sky. A late-stage divine martial realm cultivator was alerted. Just as he was about to block it, he stopped in mid-air. Because the moment he blocked it, the black rainbow had already pierced through his chest. A powerful sword intent exploded. The moment it pierced through his chest, it completely destroyed his divine will. Test Jian Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not sheath his sword. Instead, he charged toward the next foreign cultivator. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure came down from the void. Test Jian Feng's heart beat wildly. Without thinking, he dodged to the side. Boom! The Gang Qi bombarded the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground. At this moment, kill. Cloud Master's expression was cold. He attacked again and charged toward Test Jian Feng. He could see that Test Jian Feng's realm was not high, but the problem was that the other party was extremely powerful. He was only at the middle stage divine martial realm, but he could easily kill a late stage divine martial realm cultivator. Such potential was extremely terrifying. When the other party broke through to the diviner realm in the future, the human race would have another powerful existence in the 10,000 tribe battlefield. So, in Cloudmaster's opinion, such a threat had to be eliminated in advance. Also because of the fact that he attacked. Test Jian Feng's expression became serious. Diviner. On the battlefield, encountering a diviner was the worst thing that could happen. However, Test Jian Feng was not too afraid. A diviner was strong. But his strength was not what it used to be. Besides, to be able to fight a diviner, Test Jian Feng's heart was slightly restless. Kill. The long sword slashed out. A black sword energy cut through the void. In an instant, the murderous power had already roared out like a tsunami, as if it was going to swallow Cloudmaster. Seeing this, Cloudmaster was not afraid at all. He struck out with his palm. The palm energy broke through the void and instantly destroyed the sword energy. Moreover, the remaining power did not stop as it charged toward Test Jian Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Test Jian Feng did not retreat. His long sword slashed out hundreds of times in a breath's time. All the sword energy gathered together and finally turned into a vast sword energy attack. Boom! The sword energy shattered. Test Jian Feng coughed out blood and retreated. He was very powerful, but compared to a diviner, there was a huge gap. It's meaningless to struggle. Cloudmaster shook his head. His body had already moved. The energy finger exploded with a force that could destroy heaven and earth. Seeing this, the sword lotus under Test Jian Feng's feet bloomed. His body had already moved to dodge. He knew the gap between him and a diviner. Fighting head-on. He was just courting death. The moment his body moved to dodge, Test Gen Feng's attack did not stop. His long sword stabbed out with lightning speed. The cold sword intent made Cloud Master's heart tremble slightly. He flicked his finger. The sword energy shattered. Test Gen Feng's body was pushed back. In the next instant, Cloud Master took a step forward. When the energy palm blasted out, it seemed to cover the void and heaven and earth. In an instant, Test Janfeng could feel the space around him solidifying. Although his body wasn't frozen, his movement speed was greatly reduced. Facing a diviner, he was at a disadvantage. Now that his speed was reduced, he had no chance of winning. Buzz! A shocking sword intent erupted. It was as if the power that had been accumulated for a long time had been released at this moment. The originally condensed space. In an instant, it was torn apart by the sword intent. Next, Cloud Master saw a cold light flying toward him. His skin was tingling. There was no hesitation. He immediately retreated. When Test Gen Feng saw this, he immediately used his trump card. 7 killing deities and ghosts, against the stars. A black rainbow pierced through the air. A terrifying energy sword could destroy heaven and earth. Cloud Master was shocked. Protective upstanding chi instantly burst out. Boom! The black rainbow collided with the protective energy. In the end, both of them disappeared. Before Cloud Master could breathe a sigh of relief, a person stepped on the air. The long sword at his waist slashed out. The sword seemed to have crossed space and time. It directly slashed his throat. The sharp pain in his body. Cloud Master no longer had any thoughts of fighting. He instantly turned around and fled into the distance. The diviner wanted to leave. Naturally, the divine martial school had no way to stop him. Nyingbo turned to look at Test Gen Feng and said with a faint smile, "It's a pity that he escaped. Otherwise, today I would have a chance to join forces with Elder Test and kill a diviner with our swords. There will be a chance in the future." Test Gen Feng's expression did not change, but there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Nyingbo. Of course, he knew him. After all, he was Qin Shujian's disciple. However, Test Gen Feng had never thought that Nyingbo's strength could reach such a level. The sword just now. This had already caused him to feel a great deal of fear. In other words, although Nyingbo's strength was not as good as his, it was not much worse. And looking at the other party's means, he was also a powerful swordsman. If it were not for him, Test Gen Feng was not confident that he could contend with Cloud Master. He took a deep look at Nyingbo. Then he charged toward the other foreign cultivators on the battlefield. But there was not much time to catch up. For every foreign cultivator they killed, there would be one less human casualty. For this, no one would waste extra time. The moment Test Gen Feng attacked, Nyingbo also locked onto a target. His wrist moved slightly. The long sword in the sheath suddenly bloomed with dazzling cold light. In the next breath, a foreign cultivator at the first level of the divine martial arts realm had already been decapitated. The fifth one, Nyingbo said silently in his heart, but the long sword in his hand did not stop at all. He was still harvesting the lives of foreign cultivators. His target was very stable. He only looked for foreign cultivators at the peak of the spiritual martial arts realm and those who had just entered the divine martial arts realm. As for the stronger foreign cultivators, they were not in Nyingbo's target range. With the infusion of the power of heaven and earth twice, Nyingbo's strength had also broken through to the divine martial arts realm. And he was at the third level of the divine martial arts realm and was about to break through to the middle stage of the divine martial arts realm. Combined with the previous guidance given by Qin Shujian, most of the early stage of the divine martial arts realm had no possibility of resisting in front of him. This was also the most appropriate way to do things in a war. Do it as quickly as possible. Kill even more powerful enemies. When Nyingbo was killing wantonly, it naturally attracted the attention of the foreign celestials. However, just when the foreign celestials were about to attack, Nyingbo retreated one step ahead and then hid in the crowd, not giving the foreign celestials a chance to attack. Coupled with his identity as Qin Shujian's disciple, many celestials of the Qianyuan sacred ground paid some attention to him. Whenever a celestial attacked, they would be intercepted by the strong cultivators of the Qianyuan sacred ground in time. It was also because of this Nyingbo was almost unhindered on the battlefield. When the war broke out in Yu City, a group of cultivators in black robes suddenly appeared. Because of their unconventional dressing, they also attracted the attention of some humans. However, no one went forward to ask anything. There were many strange people in the world. If they all went forward to ask, they might offend them. Therefore, the other humans just glanced at them and then looked away. Right now, there was a war breaking out outside the human territory. The humans in Yu City were either not strong enough or injured and came back to recuperate. But no matter which one it was, their attention was focused on the battlefield. As for other things, they had no time to care about other things. According to Emperor Qin, the battle took place outside the territory of the human race. You should have sensed that aura, right? Ji Yufeng said coldly from inside the black robe. He was originally a strong cultivator of the ancient Buddha clan. But after being assimilated by the Devil clan, he was already a member of the Devil clan. Although there seemed to be no big change on the surface, in fact, his temperament had completely changed. He had no nostalgia for the former ancient Buddha clan. Instead, he was loyal to Sai Hanhai. Hearing this, another cultivator at the peak of the Saint Realm also said faintly, "Don't waste time. The deal between the Devil clan and the Human clan has already begun. We'd better make a move as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Human clan will suffer heavy casualties, and the Devil clan will have a hard time explaining." The strength of the Devil clan was far inferior to that of the Human clan. If the Human clan really wanted to blame them, no one would have an advantage. Then let's make a move. Ji Yufeng nodded his head. Immediately, the group of 14 people directly left Yu City. After leaving the city, they flew in the air and rushed toward the battlefield. At this time, the battlefield was already in chaos. The strong cultivators of the various clans were fighting. Fortunately, Ji Yufeng and the others already knew who were the allies of the Human clan before they came. As for those who were not allies of the Human clan, they naturally belonged to the enemy. Let's end this quickly. Ji Yufeng quickly aimed at a Saint Realm cultivator and directly attacked. Boom! As soon as he attacked, a monstrous demonic aura filled the sky. It made Kong Lian, who was suppressing the Golden Rock King, change his expression slightly. Immediately after, he forced the Golden Rock King back with a palm, and then struck out again with a backhand palm, bombarding toward Ji Yufeng. Rumble. The two palms collided, and a strong wind rose and spread in all directions. Kong Lian's body seemed to tremble, and he took a few steps back. Ji Yufeng was also knocked back in the air. Devil clan. He looked at Ji Yufeng, who was wearing a black robe, and his eyes suddenly became serious. As a peak Saint Realm cultivator of the Blood Eldar, naturally, Kong Lian recognized that this was a technique unique to the Devil clan. What he did not expect was that the Devil clan would enter the 10,000 clan battlefield and help the Human clan at this time. Suddenly, Kong Lian looked sideways at the Golden Rock King and sneered. "I didn't expect that the Human clan had secretly colluded with the Devil clan. This is unexpected. Ph, why should the Qianyuan sacred ground explain its actions to you?" Although the Golden Rock King had doubts in his heart, it did not prevent him from rebuking Kong Lian. The situation in front of him. Ji Yufeng's strength was obviously very strong, and he was most likely a peak Saint Realm cultivator. With such a helper, the Golden Rock King also felt relieved. Ji Yufeng said, "We are here to help under the orders of the Qin Emperor. This person is not weak. Why don't you join forces with me to kill him?" "Okay." The Golden Rock King nodded. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other, and then a monstrous burst of energy swept toward Kong Lian. On the other side, The intervention of more than a dozen Saint Realm cultivators of the Devil clan instantly tilted the balance of the victory to the human clan. No one expected this. At the critical moment, the Devil clan would intervene. What was even more unexpected was that the Devil clan would be so strong that they could bring out more than a dozen Saint Realm cultivators at once. However, when a cultivator broke the black robe, his face instantly turned pale. The ancient Buddha clan. The appearance of the stone man was the unique symbol of the ancient Buddha clan. When the cultivators of the other clans saw this scene, their faces suddenly changed. The ancient Buddha clan. No. The Devil clan had conquered the ancient Buddha clan. In other words, the ancient Buddha clan had been destroyed by the human clan. However, if one clan was destroyed, the other clans would definitely sense it. But now there was no news, so it could be seen that the ancient Buddha clan was not completely destroyed. But judging from the current situation, even if the ancient Buddha clan was not completely destroyed, it would not end well. Because another cultivator broke the black robe and revealed the identity of the person inside the black robe. The ancient Buddha clan. They were all members of the ancient Buddha clan. So many members of the ancient Buddha clan had all fallen into the Devil clan, so the fate of the ancient Buddha clan could be imagined. In the end, the coalition forces of the various clans retreated. Because the strength of the various clans was not much stronger than that of the human clan coalition forces. Now that more than a dozen saints of the Devil clan had intervened, the coalition forces of the various clans had no chance of resisting. As for berating the human clan for colluding with the Devil clan, that was even more nonsense. As long as the fist was big enough, there was no problem in doing anything. So, after leaving a lot of corpses, the various clans retreated one after another. As for the human clan coalition forces, they also retreated as soon as possible. In the end, only the human clan was left there to clean up the battlefield. At this time, Duan Zun and Qin Yuanbai had already arrived in front of the Devil clan cultivators. Among them, Duan Zun cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help this time, friends of the Devil clan, but I wonder who is the leader. May I ask which of the two of you is the leader of the Chenyuan sacred ground?" Ji Yufeng took a step forward, glanced at Duan Zun and Qin Yuanbai, and finally asked. Hearing this, Duan Zun suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Qin Yuanbai cupped his hands and said, "I am Qin Yuanbai, the temporary leader of the Chenyuan sacred ground of the Myriad clan battlefield. This time, the Qin Emperor of the human clan made a deal with the Devil clan. There are some things that need to be discussed with you." After knowing Qin Yuanbai's identity, Ji Yufeng's expression became much more polite. Since the other party was the leader of the Chenyuan sacred ground in the Myriad clan battlefield, he must be highly regarded by Qin Shujian. For such a person, even if his strength was average, he did not dare to offend him. "Haha, well said. Everyone, follow me to the city to discuss in detail." Qin Yuanbai laughed. As he spoke, he glanced at Duan Zun, and then the smile on his face became even brighter. Very good. The Devil clan was invited by the Qin Emperor, and it had nothing to do with the Great Zhao Empire. Although the Great Zhao Empire and the Chenyuan sacred ground were a whole of the human clan. But in fact, the two sides also competed with each other in private. Although this competition did not rise to the level of the human emperor, the rest of the people still wanted to suppress the other party. Now Ji Yufeng, it made Qin Yuanbai feel that he had won one more round in front of Duan Zun, which was a very satisfying thing. Soon, the battlefield was cleaned up. The Devil clan cultivators also returned to Yu City with Qin Yuanbai and the others. Until now, Qin Yuanbai finally had time to take out the communication jade talisman and read the message inside. Soon, he knew the purpose of Ji Yufeng and the others coming here. The Qin Emperor means to let the Devil clan help the human clan to capture the Sword clan's territory, right? That's right. Ji Yufeng nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "We came to the Myriad clan battlefield for two purposes. One of them is to help the human clan solve the current situation, and the second is to capture the Sword clan's territory." This was the deal between Qin Shujian and Sai Han Hai. It was also equivalent to the deal between the human clan and the Devil clan. Qin Yuanbai said, the Sword Clan was not weak, but after this battle, they have suffered a lot. With the help of the Devil Clan, it will not be a problem for the Chenyuan Sacred Ground to capture the Sword Clan. After that, he paused and said slowly, the problem is that the other allies of the Sword Clan will not stand by at that time. The Sword Clan was on the side of the Blood Eldar. As a result, the Sword Clan was not a small clan that could be destroyed at will. If they attacked the Sword Clan, it might be another fierce battle. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan said faintly, the biggest problem of the Sword Clan is the reinforcements of the various clans. In fact, as long as this is solved, the Sword Clan will not be a concern. Elder Fang, do you have a way? I can set up a space shielding formation to make the Sword Clan's teleportation formation ineffective for a short time. Then we can take down the Sword Clan with lightning speed. Fang Xinglan frowned as he spoke. However, it will be easy for us to take down the Sword Clan. When the other clans react afterwards, we will have to pay a high price to defend the Sword Clan's territory. No need. Elder Qin, what do you mean? Fang Xinglan was startled. No need. No need for what? Qin Yuanbai said, the Qin Emperor just wants us to capture the Sword Clan's territory. If the other clans want to snatch it, we can just give it away if there is no way to defend it. In other words, our main purpose is to completely drive the Sword Clan out of the Myriad Clan battlefield. At this moment, Qin Yuanbai also somewhat understood Qin Shujian's purpose. The Sword Clan's main body was all transformed from powerful divine weapons. If they could destroy the Sword Clan, the human clan would be able to obtain a batch of powerful divine weapons. For a cultivator, cultivation realm was one aspect. Cultivation techniques, martial arts, and divine weapons were another. Combining the two together, that was the complete strength. If the Chenyuan Sacred Ground could have a batch of powerful divine weapons, their strength would definitely increase significantly. After all, divine weapons of that level, even if a Grandmaster Forger wanted to forge one, he would have to pay a high price. Just when Qin Yuanbai thought that he understood Qin Shujian's intention, the other elders, at this time, they were also deep in thought. Soon, they also understood Qin Shujian's purpose. The Sword Clan is full of treasures. Even if we can't occupy the Sword Clan's territory, it would be good to obtain a batch of divine weapons. Elder Fang, how long will it take to set up the space shielding formation? I need to ask Elder Ling to refine a set of formation plates. It will be convenient to seal off the Sword Clan's space in a short period of time without the Sword Clan noticing. Fang Xinglan pondered for a moment and gave a rough answer. As for the time, it should be about half a month. About half a month, it was about time to refine a set of formation plates. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai nodded. Half a month is fine. This time, the human clan has also suffered a lot in the war. We can take this opportunity to recover a little. While the affairs of the 10,000 clan battlefield were proceeding in an orderly manner, Qin Shujian had already taken away the ancient Buddha clan's secret realm and abandoned it in the East continent. It was different from the last time he crushed the secret realm. This time, he did not crush the secret realm of the ancient Buddha clan. Instead, he opened the entrance of the secret realm and then entered it to extract the spirit veins of the secret realm. As the secret realm of the top clans, there were 2 large spirit veins, 3 medium spirit veins, and 3 small spirit veins in the secret realm of the ancient Buddha clan. Looking at the secret realm that had been extracted, Qin Shujian performed the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and his body became tens of thousands of feet tall. In the next moment, he grabbed a spirit vein and directly opened his mouth to swallow it. Yes. He swallowed it. The inner world existed in the physical body. If he wanted to move something as large as a spirit vein into it, the best way was to swallow it directly. Fortunately, after developing the inner world, Qin Shujian's lawful embodiment of heaven and earth became even larger. It was not difficult to open his mouth and swallow the spirit vein. Soon, a spirit vein disappeared from his mouth and fell into the inner world. As the spirit vein appeared, the spirit qi of the inner world vibrated and instantly became rich. Then, Qin Shujian did not stop and grabbed another spirit vein and swallowed it. Front and back, 8 spirit veins were swallowed by him just like that. In the inner world, 8 spirit veins lay horizontally, crushing many mountains and collapsing them. However, the spirit chi that was emitted directly increased the spirit chi of the inner world to a terrifying degree. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 711. 8 Spirit Meridians. The spirit energy in the inner world increased by more than several times. The original inner world. Although there was still spirit energy, compared to now, there was no comparison at all. Immediately, Qin Shujian's mind entered the inner world. The moment he entered the inner world, with a thought, the earth split and 2 large spirit meridians were directly buried. But other than that, the remaining 3 medium spirit meridians and 3 small spirit meridians were all crushed and spirit energy was poured on the original spirit meridians in the inner world. The spirit meridians were crushed. Boundless and dense spiritual chi suddenly burst out. Immediately after, the spirit energy that erupted dripped on the earth like rain. Deep in the earth, a spirit meridian that was not fully formed seemed to be breathing. It rose and fell and swallowed all the spirit energy rain that dripped down. Rumble. The earth shook. The originally calm ground squirmed slightly and rose one after another like a horned dragon. About half a day later, the spirit energy rain fell completely. And when the spirit energy rain fell completely, the spirit meridian under the ground finally took shape. Roar. Roar, a sound like a dragon's roar came from the ground and reverberated in the entire inner world. At the same time, the spirit energy in the inner world also became denser. Boom. The inner world that was originally 1 million miles expanded outwards at this time. 11 million, 15 million, 2 million, 3 million, 2 million. Finally, when it expanded to 2 million miles, the inner world finally stabilized. The expansion of the inner world. Qin Shujian could feel that the power he could control was more powerful. But this was powerful. It was not time to cause a qualitative change. However, at his level, every increase in strength was something worth celebrating. The Dragon Meridian has been born and the inner world has become more complete. Qin Shujian looked at the spirit meridian under the ground and smiled. That was not a simple spirit meridian. As the first spirit meridian born in the inner world, it must be the Dragon Meridian of heaven and earth. The stronger the Dragon Meridian, the stronger the spirit energy in the inner world. In the future, if any spirit veins were to appear, they would only be the descendants of the dragon veins. All of a sudden, with a thought, Qin Shujian extracted the 2 large spirit veins that had been buried. Since the dragon vein is formed, I'll let you eat your fill. Boom. 2 large spirit veins were shattered. Spiritual energy poured down like a heavy downpour. Roar. The dragon vein let out a joyful cry. The dragon vein, which was about to reach the level of a large spirit vein, directly broke through to the level of a large spirit vein. After the breakthrough, the growth of the dragon vein did not stop. Heavy rain of spiritual energy. This lasted for half a month. By the time all the spiritual energy was consumed, the dragon vein had already grown to an extremely terrifying extent. A world of 2 million miles. It was completely occupied by the dragon vein. Due to the transformation of the spiritual chi, the flowers and trees in his inner world also became more luxuriant. The dragon vein is strong, but it's not easy to break through the shackles of a large-scale spirit vein. Unless there are a few more large-scale spirit veins, it will take a long time. Qin Shujian shook his head. He did not think about breaking through the shackles of a large-scale spirit vein for the time being because it was too difficult. But the current dragon vein was enough. As long as there was enough time, his inner world would be able to derive other spirit veins on the basis of the dragon vein. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, Qin Shujian was already standing in front of a giant tree that was 100 feet tall. It was as if it had sensed his arrival. The branches and leaves of the giant tree moved without wind. Spirituality is born on its own. In the future, it will have a chance to give birth to spiritual wisdom and become a true cultivator. Qin Shujian was surprised. He did not expect that at this time, there would be plants in his inner world that could give birth to spirituality. One had to know. Spirituality was the first step to giving birth to spiritual wisdom. As long as there was a trace of spirituality, there was a high chance that it would become a true living being in the future. After the surprise, Qin Shujian quickly realized what was going on. The Eldar of the boundless world was also like this in the beginning. Immediately, his eyes gradually lit up as he looked at the giant tree in front of him. Giving birth to spiritual wisdom, it was equivalent to a living being. If the inner world could give birth to living beings, it would be a step closer to a complete heaven and earth. More importantly, the cultivation of living beings could allow the heaven and earth to absorb the power of living beings and give birth to more rules. It was the prerequisite for the growth of any heaven and earth. It was all based on the foundation of having living beings. Originally, Qin Shujian thought that if he wanted to give birth to living beings in his inner world, at least the rules of heaven and earth would have to be slightly perfected. But now it seemed that there was a shortcut. It did not matter if there was no way to give birth to living beings. But he could think of a way to let the plants in his inner world give birth to spiritual wisdom and become the first living beings in heaven and earth. In this way, his inner world could be perfected faster. Qin Shujian stroked the trunk of the giant tree and said, "In ancient times, there was a Zhenmu that could reach the heavens. Today, I will give you the name Zhenmu. Don't let me down." As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven and earth shook slightly. The giant tree seemed to have been watered by some kind of power and suddenly doubled in height, reaching the height of 200 feet. Seeing this, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. Compared to the height of the Third Era's Zhenmu, the height of 200 feet was much lower. But he believed. As the most promising living being in his inner world to give birth to spiritual wisdom, the Zhenmu in front of him was definitely not weaker than the Third Era's Zhenmu. Giving it a name, this proved that Qin Shujian had high hopes for the giant tree in front of him. However, even if he had powerful means, he could not help the Zhenmu strengthen its spirituality and reach the point of giving birth to spiritual wisdom. This was because such a method involved the level of a creator. Unless he was at his peak. Or else, it was almost impossible to do this step. After leaving the inner world, Qin Shujian looked at the ancient Buddha territory, where the spiritual energy had declined. He took a step out and then reached out to hold the ancient Buddha mystic realm and approached the Chen Yuan realm. When it was about to collide with the Chen Yuan realm, he put down the ancient Buddha mystic realm. Immediately afterward, he set up a formation around the ancient Buddha mystic realm, but the entrance of the mystic realm was not sealed. This was because the ancient Buddha mystic realm, which had lost its spiritual vein, was pitifully fragile. If he did not borrow the power of heaven and earth, there was no possibility of resisting the attack of the void demon. So, only by opening the mystic realm could he ensure that the ancient Buddha mystic realm would not be broken. After finishing his task, Qin Shujian looked at the Myriad clan battlefield and said to himself, "Speaking of which, the human clan is now attacking the sword clan's territory. I can make a trip there and not waste time." With the current strength of the Chenyuan sacred ground and the dozen or so saints of the devil clan, it would not be a problem to break through the sword clan's territory. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said, I should be in the sword clan's territory." As soon as he finished speaking, universe shift. He had already appeared in the sword clan's territory. The absolute command is indeed useful. It is much more reliable than a simple mount. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. The absolute command was indeed an extremely powerful technique. This was in the Third Era. It was a technique that he had comprehended. Unfortunately, the absolute command had its limitations. The weaker the opponent, the more convenient it would be to use it. Another thing was, the easier it was to say, the easier it would be to achieve. Therefore, Qin Shujian now used the absolute command to travel most of the time. Because of this, it should be the easiest thing to do. As for the relocation of the ancient Buddha mystic realm, it was also because there were no strong people in the ancient Buddha mystic realm. It could be done with just a word. So, except for those who left the ancient Buddha mystic realm, the rest of the ancient Buddha mystic realm were naturally packed up and taken away by the Devil Clan. When Qin Shujian appeared, the Sword Emperor, who was in the Sword Clan's mystic realm, immediately noticed the commotion. In the main hall, the Sword Emperor's face was puzzled at first, then it was filled with anger. Emperor Qin, the void shook. The Sword Emperor walked out and directly appeared in front of Qin Shujian. This is my Sword Clan's territory. What is Emperor Qin doing here? When he spoke, he was already not polite at all. Last time, he was humiliated in the long river of rules. In the Sword Emperor's heart, Qin Shujian was already on the must-kill list. It was only because of the other party's strength that he did not make a move. But he did not dare to make a move. But it did not mean that he would be nice to the other party. However, the Sword Emperor was not worried that Qin Shujian would dare to make a move on him in the Sword Clan's territory. Because now all the clans had reached an agreement. If Qin Shujian were to make a move, it would be equivalent to tearing up the agreement. To this, the other clans would definitely not sit by and do nothing. This was also the source of the Sword Emperor's confidence. Why is the Sword Emperor so stingy? Ben Huang is just walking around. The Sword Clan's territory is open to outsiders. Could it be that the Sword Emperor does not welcome Ben Huang? Qin Shujian said with a faint smile with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor's face was cold. Ben Huang does not welcome you. I hope Emperor Qin can leave. Since that is the case, then Ben Huang will take his leave. Qin Shujian's smile faded a little. He then took 2 steps back and stood still. What does Emperor Qin mean? The Sword Clan's territory covers an area of 200,000 miles. Ben Huang was at the border of the Sword Clan's territory just now. Now that he has taken 2 steps back, he will leave the Sword Clan's territory. There shouldn't be any problems with that, right? Qin Shujian patiently explained. This time, he was in a surprisingly good mood. After all, he was about to take over the other party's territory. There was no need to lose his temper at this time. The Sword Emperor's face was as gloomy as water. He said coldly, "Is it really that interesting for the Qin Emperor to play such a word game? Ben Huang is just following the rules." Qin Shujian smiled. Then, his expression became solemn. His gaze landed on the Sword Emperor. Similarly, Ben Huang also hopes that others can respect the rules. Ben Huang will not be merciful to those who do not follow the rules. Good, I hope Emperor Qin will follow the rules as always. The Sword Emperor looked at him coldly for a while. Then, he retracted his gaze. He couldn't win against him. So, he didn't want to fight with Qin Shujian. Since the other party wanted to guard there, then so be it. As for the purpose, the Sword Emperor wasn't too sure. But just as Qin Shujian said, as long as the other party didn't step into the Sword Clan's territory, he had no right to expel him. If he really wanted to expel him by force, he would definitely find a reason to do so. Thinking of the strength that the other party displayed in the long river of rules, the Sword Emperor shuddered. The difference between the two. They weren't on the same level at all. Just like that. The two stood opposite each other. Between them was the boundary of the Sword Clan's territory. Half a day later, the heaven list in his sea of consciousness shook slightly. Qin Shujian took a step forward and officially stepped into the Sword Clan's territory. Emperor Qin, you have crossed the line. No, you have. Qin Shujian shook his head. He looked at the Sword Emperor with pity. What do you mean by that? The Sword Emperor's expression changed. He had a bad premonition. Immediately after, he silently calculated. Half a breath later, the Sword Emperor's body shook. His expression changed drastically. He looked at Qin Shujian with eyes full of killing intent. Any true immortal would be able to divine some things that were related to them. Not to mention, in the 10,000 tribes battlefield, there was still his blood essence. Just now, in the 10,000 tribes battlefield, his blood essence cracked. To be able to do this, there was only one explanation. And that was, the Sword Clan in the 10,000 Tribes battlefield had all been wiped out. The Human Clan has already wiped out all the Sword Clan in the 10,000 Tribes battlefield. Now, the Sword Clan's territory is the Human Clan's territory. Sword Emperor, you have crossed the line. The smile on Qin Shujian's face had completely disappeared. His indifferent eyes made the Sword Emperor's heart turn cold. He wanted to refute. But there was no other way. Because Qin Shujian was right. The Sword Clan in the 10,000 Tribes battlefield had been wiped out. Now, the Sword Clan's territory had indeed become the Human Clan's territory. Thinking of this, the Sword Emperor laughed in anger. Good, good, good. I didn't expect Emperor Qin to have such means. Today, the Sword Clan has fallen. If there is a chance in the future, Benhuang will definitely return it double. After speaking, he turned and left. At the same time, he sent a message to all the Sword Clan cultivators to retreat into the secret realm. The cities were shaken. They were pulled up from the ground by experts who wanted to take them away. There were even experts who took action. They were ready to extract the spirit vein. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. All the floating cities fell down. The experts who took action to extract the spirit vein were also crushed by a tyrannical force. Qin Shujian, the Sword Emperor, was furious. At this moment, he no longer addressed himself as Emperor Qin. His gaze was terrifying. The aura on his body erupted, crushing the surrounding void. My clan has already left the territory. Why are you still attacking? You have to give Benhuang an explanation. This time, the Sword Emperor was unprecedentedly angry. Killing a member of the Sword Clan in front of him was equivalent to slapping his face. As the emperor of a clan, the Sword Emperor was also a person who cared about face. If Qin Shujian could not give a reasonable explanation, even if he knew that he was no match for him, he would still fight. Facing the Sword Emperor's reprimand, Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. With his hands behind his back, he said indifferently, "Don't forget, this is the Human Clan's territory. Everything in the territory belongs to the Human Clan. You can leave, but whoever dares to move the things in the Human Clan's territory without permission will only die." As soon as he finished, Qin Shujian directly took action. In front of the Sword Emperor, he extracted the large underground spirit vein and then took out the heaven list to store it. The entire process. The Sword Emperor's gaze was cold, but he did not really make a move. After the large spirit vein was taken away, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the Sword Emperor again. The Sword Emperor is now staying in the Human Clan's territory. Could it be that you have evil intentions? If that is the case, Benhuang will have to take action to protect the safety of the Human Clan. Good, good. Benhuang will remember this. The Sword Emperor was no longer angry, but his expression was terrifyingly calm. He took a deep look at Qin Shujian. Then, he turned around and returned to the Sword Clan's secret realm. As for the other Sword Clan members, at this time, they were all fearful. They did not dare to make any unnecessary moves and hurriedly returned to the Sword Clan's secret realm. Those cultivators who were not from the Sword Clan. At this time, they were all sensible enough to leave. Not long after, in the entire Sword Clan's territory, except for Qin Shujian, there was no other living creature. After standing in the territory for a while, Qin Shujian waved his hand and took out all the Sword Clan's cities. In the next moment, he took all the cities into the sky and left the Sword Clan's territory. It was different from when he used the absolute verbal law. This time, Qin Shujian took to the sky and caused a huge commotion. The Sword Clan's 7 cities. Each city occupied an area of thousands of miles. With the 7 cities added together, the target was not small at all. Therefore, when they saw the cities in the sky, it naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. However, when they saw the person who took the cities into the sky, no one dared to say anything. Emperor Qin, the second strongest person in the 4 great continents. His strength was publicly acknowledged to be only below Emperor Zhao. It did not take long. Qin Shujian took to the human clan's territory and placed the 7 cities there. Rumble. The cities landed. It caused the earth to shake. Huazhon, who was in charge of the East City, also appeared immediately. Emperor Qin, Benhuang took the 7 cities from the Sword Clan. In the future, they will stay here as part of the human clan's territory. However, Benhuang has removed all the formations in the cities. I'll leave the rest to you. Qin Shujian said indifferently. The Sword Clan's cities must have some methods of the Sword Clan. However, in front of him, there was no way these methods could be hidden. With a sweep of his mind, then, he would be able to get rid of all his tricks. Huazhon was also stunned when he heard that. Inexplicably, there were 7 more cities in the human clan's territory. He could not help but be shocked. However, very soon, Huazhon reacted and said with cupped hands, "Don't worry, Emperor Qin. I know what to do." "Okay, you can go." Qin Shujian nodded and then left. On the other side, Huazhon also reported this matter to the Great Zhao. New cities. They needed to open a portal. This matter could only be solved by a formation Dao Grandmaster. When Qin Shujian moved the things in the Sword Clan's territory away, Qin Yuanbai and the others also occupied the Sword Clan's territory in the 10,000 clan battlefield. With the formation set up by Fang Xinglan, the Sword Clan's portal could not be used at all. In addition, the human clan's forces were powerful this time. They were several times stronger than the Sword Clan. Therefore, wiping out the sword race was also a logical thing to do. In just half a day, this clan's forces in the 10,000 clan battlefield were completely destroyed. Blood Eldar and the other allies. They only knew that the Sword Clan had been robbed after the Sword Emperor's imprint appeared and the power scattered in all directions. In the Sword Clan's territory, Qin Yuanbai said, "Immediately organize all the things that can be taken away. Elder Fang, open the portal as soon as possible and leave a way out for us to retreat." He gave the order in an orderly manner. The news of the Sword Clan's destruction could not be hidden. In other words, it would not be long before the experts of the various clans arrived. The human clan was now in the enemy's camp. If they were surrounded, even if they were not completely wiped out here, they would still suffer a lot of losses. Even with the help of the demon clan, it was the same. Because the strength of the various clans led by Blood Eldar was not something that the demon clan could contend against. Therefore, after the human clan took down the Sword Clan's territory, they could retreat. The formation is not a big problem. I can settle it soon. Fang Xinglan smiled confidently. After breaking through to the second realm, his formation Dao cultivation had become extremely powerful. Methods like the teleportation formation. It was not a big problem at all. That's good. Qin Yuanbai also had a smile on his face. He had gained a lot from attacking the Sword Clan's territory this time. He had personally killed a Sword Clan cultivator at the 5th level of the Saint Realm and obtained the other party's body. A top-notch divine weapon longsword whose power was comparable to a 4-seal Dao artifact. A divine weapon of this level. It was much more powerful than the divine weapon in Qin Yuanbai's hands. With the help of such a divine weapon, his strength had already risen to a new level. Such a good thing. How could Qin Yuanbai not be happy? Very soon. All the human clan had already plundered everything that the Sword Clan could take away. In the end, they disappeared into the teleportation formation. Half an hour later, the experts of the various clans arrived. But the Sword Clan cultivators were completely gone. Not only that, even the entire Sword Clan's territory was empty. Why was the Sword Clan destroyed? Could it be that the human clan took action? Damn it. The experts of the various clans had cold expressions. The Sword Clan was destroyed. To them, it was also a big blow. Very soon, a Blood Eldar expert ordered, all clansmen go down and search to see if there are any traces left. Yes. Very soon, the Blood Eldar cultivators started searching in the Sword Clan's territory. The cultivators of the other clans. It was the same. The Sword Clan was a clan after all. Although it was destroyed now, there might be something left behind. In Yu City, All the human cultivators who went out had returned. Fang Xinglan felt something and raised his head to look in the direction of the Sword Clan's territory. In his hand, he was already holding a medium-sized jade talisman in his hand. Subsequently, he squeezed it hard and the jade talisman shattered. In the Sword Clan's territory, a large array suddenly rose from the ground. Immediately after, before the cultivators of the various clans could react, the large array that rose suddenly exploded. Boom! The destructive waves spread out and swallowed all the cultivators of the various clans. In the next instant, many experts escaped from the Sword Clan's territory and fled in all directions. It's enough for you to suffer. Fang Xinglan smiled. Although he couldn't see the scene in the Sword Clan's territory, he could imagine the scene. In order to make the array's effect sufficient, Fang Xinglan deliberately buried a set of array discs there. This was also the reason why he could set up an array that covered the entire Sword Clan's territory in a short period of time. According to Fang Xinglan's estimation, the explosion of the array was comparable to the self-destruction of a celestial. And it was the power of a celestial that was the size of the Sword Clan's territory. He believed, even if it couldn't kill a saint, it shouldn't be a problem to kill all the cultivators below the saint level. It's a pity that there's no way to retrieve the corpses. Otherwise, my merit points would increase by a lot. Fang Xinglan shook his head with a regretful expression. However, it was enough to kill a group of foreign cultivators. After returning to Yu City, Ji Yufeng and the other demon cultivators officially left. After destroying the Sword Clan, their mission was considered completed. When they came, there were 14 of them. When they left, there were only 12 of them. 2 of the saints were taken away by the self-destruction of the Sword Clan's saints in the Great Battle. To this, Ji Yufeng didn't feel anything. The demon cultivators were indifferent. Even if they were on the same side, they were dead. There was nothing worth talking about. Inside the City Lord Mansion, Kui Huai said, I need to leave the 10,000 race battlefield for a while. Elder Kui, are you ready to break through to the saint level? Yes. Kui Huai nodded and said, I'm already in the 3rd tier of the celestial being. As long as I ask Emperor Qin to help me, I can break through to the 4th tier of the celestial being. The transcendents in the 10,000 race battlefield are still a little weak. Only by breaking through to the saint level can I really be useful to the human race. Breaking through to the 3rd tier of the celestial being. It was no secret in the Chenyuan sacred ground that Qin Shujian could enter the mother stream and comprehend the 4th tier of the celestial being. This was because the price was clearly marked. Any cultivator in the 3rd tier of the celestial being could enjoy this treatment for 10,000 merit points. Although 10,000 merit points was a lot. But Kui Huai had been in the 10,000 race battlefield for so long and had killed many foreign experts. He had accumulated enough merit points. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai didn't stop him. Just as the other party said, only by breaking through to the saint level could he be of help to the current battle situation. There were already many celestials in the Chenyuan sacred ground. But the saint level, there were only a few. If it was only the human race, Qin Yuanbai was the only one. If Kui Huai could break through to the saint level, it could also relieve some of the pressure. After leaving the 10,000 race battlefield, Kui Huai returned to the Liangshan spirit domain. When he entered Liangshan city again, he suddenly had an illusion that it was a lifetime ago. In the 10,000 race battlefield, the murderous aura covered the area. Even if there was no war, it would make people feel nervous. But when he returned to Liangshan city, that murderous aura that had always existed had completely disappeared. Suddenly, Kui Huai felt his body relax. His cultivation, which had been stagnant, suddenly increased a little at this time. Cultivation is also about alternating between tension and relaxation. Kui Huai realized that it was not a good thing to be too oppressive. Relaxing occasionally, perhaps he could gain a different harvest. He left Liangshan city. Kui Huai entered the Chenyuan realm and immediately went to visit Qin Shujian. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian was sitting there. In front of him stood Kui Huai. Greetings, Qin Emperor. Elder Kui, why have you come out from the 10,000 race battlefield? I am already at the 3rd level of the heaven-human realm. Now that I have left the 10,000 race battlefield, my main purpose is to hope that Qin Emperor can help me break through. After Kui Huai finished speaking, he bowed. Break through. Qin Shujian was slightly puzzled, but he quickly came back to his senses. He was the one who made the decision to go through the mother stream. It was just that he was shocked by the memories of the 3rd era, causing him to temporarily forget about it. After Kui Huai's reminder, Qin Shujian finally remembered. To enter the mother stream, you need 10,000 merit points. I have already prepared the merit points. Please take a look, Qin Emperor. While speaking, Kui Huai handed over his identity token. There were merit points on it. A total of more than 20,000 merit points. Qin Shujian waved his hand and took away 10,000 merit points. Then, he handed the identity token back. Split a trace of divine thought and don't resist. Yes. Hearing this, Kui Huai immediately did as he was told. Qin Shujian was just about to bring his divine thought into the mother stream. Rumble. The void shook violently. The mother stream, which was originally invisible, appeared in everyone's sight at this time. Qin Shujian paused slightly. He didn't look at the mother stream, but at the Xiao family. Xiao Chengfeng is getting ready to prove his Dao. Just now. In the Chenyuan sacred ground, there was also a powerful aura rising. It was also because of this aura. It led to the appearance of the mother stream. In the current situation of the Chenyuan sacred ground, there was only one strong person who could prove his Dao. Kui Huai, who had split his divine thought and was about to enter the mother stream, was also awakened by the vibration of the mother stream. Is there another emperor proving his Dao? He was no stranger to the scene in front of him. Although there was a formation shield in the 10,000 race battlefield, the phenomenon of emperors achieving Dao did not appear there. But before entering the 10,000 race battlefield, Kui Huai had also seen emperors achieving Dao. Qin Shujian said, "Calm down and observe the phantom of the mother stream. Maybe you can directly feel the power of the mother stream and enter it yourself. You don't need to spend 10,000 merit points." Hearing this, Kui Huai looked grateful. "Thank you for your guidance." After that, he calmed his mind and silently crossed the mother stream of the mother stream in the sky. At this time, a proud and aloof figure walked out of the mother stream of the mother stream. A vast mother stream of the mother stream suddenly opened up. Seeing the person walking out of the mother stream of the mother stream of the mother stream, all the cultivators were shocked. That's Marquis Baiyun of the human clan, Marquis Baiyun Xiao Chengfeng. The strong person who proved his Dao is Xiao Chengfeng of the human clan, many cultivators exclaimed in surprise. However, even more people had expressions of shock and relief on their faces. Xiao Chengfeng. No one was unfamiliar with this name. The first time he was really remembered by the 10,000 races was before Emperor Zhao achieved Dao. He transformed into Emperor Zhao's appearance and killed many true immortals. The second time, he killed everyone in the 10,000 races battlefield and forced the powerful figures of the various races to retreat. It could be said that Xiao Chengfeng's strength was extremely terrifying. It was not surprising that he proved his Dao and became an immortal. The second person who became an immortal is Xiao Chengfeng. After seeing Xiao Chengfeng's appearance, Sai Hanhai's calm face was also shocked. He had always thought that the second person who became an immortal would be Qin Shujian. But he had never thought about it. The one who became an immortal was not Emperor Qin, but Marquis Baiyun Xiao Chengfeng. As for Xiao Chengfeng, Sai Hanhai knew a lot about him. After all, he was once the strongest person in the Fu Hai sect. As for Marquis Baiyun, who was in charge of the Baiyun mansion, he naturally had some information about him. Then, Sai Hanhai calmed down again. Xiao Chengfeng could be invincible in the 10,000 races battlefield and forced the 10,000 races to set rules to restrict all powerful figures from entering the 10,000 races battlefield. Even if his strength is not as strong as Emperor Qin, he is still extremely powerful. If he proves his Tao and becomes an immortal, he will definitely be a terrifying true immortal. He was very clear. With Xiao Chengfeng's terrifying strength, if he proved his Tao and became an immortal, his strength would not be ordinary. At the same time, Sai Hanhai also wanted to see. Did Xiao Chengfeng have the possibility of proving his Tao and becoming an immortal? After all, on the surface, the human race only had one true immortal, Emperor Zhao. If the emperors were to stop him, it was unknown whether the Zhao emperor alone could stop all of them. In this way, Sai Hanhai could take this opportunity to judge his success rate through Xiao Chengfeng's proving his Tao. If there was really no other way, then he would have to find another way. Middle State Prefecture. Imperial City. Xiao Chengfeng is starting to prove his Tao. Emperor Zhao clasped his hands behind his back, and his gaze fell on Xiao Chengfeng, who was walking on the long river of rules. All the illusions of powerful figures that were born in front of the other party, they were completely useless. With just a raise of his hand, he could destroy all the illusionary figures of the experts. The person standing next to Emperor Zhao was Shi Yang. Father, what do you think is the probability of Xiao Chengfeng succeeding? If there are no powerful figures to stop him, the probability of Xiao Chengfeng succeeding is 100%. But if there are powerful figures to stop him, then it's hard to say. Emperor Zhao shook his head slightly. He was still very confident in Xiao Chengfeng. No matter what, Xiao Chengfeng was the reincarnation of immortal Haotsang. Naturally, he would not fall at this step. The only thing that could make Xiao Chengfeng fail, it was the interference of external forces. Shi Yang's expression was solemn, and he said in a low voice, Father, even if you take action, you are not confident that Xiao Chengfeng will succeed. No. Emperor Zhao said, the various races will not sit and watch the birth of a second true immortal, let alone one as powerful as Xiao Chengfeng. Therefore, once the battlefield of rules is opened, it will be a fierce battle. However, while they were talking, Emperor Zhao paused, and then continued, Xiao Chengfeng must succeed. Only if he succeeds, the human race will have the chance to have a third and fourth true immortal. Otherwise, the strength of the human race will always be limited here. If he fails, the only hope of breaking the restriction is probably Qin Shi Huang. Shi Yang was silent. He knew that his strength was not enough to break the limit. Therefore, Shi Yang had been suppressing his realm. Otherwise, he would be the second human to attain the Tao. Just as the various races were looking at the sky, the long river of rules had returned to the mother stream. At this moment, the battlefield of rules was officially opened. In an instant, boom! A vast aura rose from below. Suddenly, the long river of rules broke through, trying to stop Xiao Chengfeng from attaining the Tao. P.S. I recommend my friend's new book, Doomsday Circle. It's a good seedling. If you like it, you can raise it. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,